I'm a bit taller than the average Lord Mayor. Good afternoon, members. Lovely to see you, as always. I'm sure you're aware, but the Lord Mayor is currently doing a royal engagement and will be joining us later in the meeting. Upon his arrival and at a suitable point in the agenda, we will be swapping and I shall return to my normal seat. But firstly, before we start the meeting officially, I'd like to welcome our new Dean to his first ever full council meeting to say prayer. Over to you, Dean.
Thank you very much. Let us pray. Let us pray to God for this city of Portsmouth and all who live here, for the work of the Lord Mayor and councillors, for all who bear responsibility in the ordering of our common life, for those who work with and for our children and young people in education and recreation, for the armed forces of the Crown, in particular the Royal Navy, for all who work for the maintenance of civil order and the upholding of the law. And finally, we pray for a vision of community which inspires our labours and the use of our gifts in the service of others. All this we pray through Jesus Christ the Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Dean. As is traditional, you're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. However, no one in this room will be offended if you choose to slope out earlier. Do be seated, members. Okay, members. Point of order. We've not even called the first agenda item, Leader. Go ahead.
Point of order, my Lord Mayor. I understand that today is your birthday, and therefore it is traditional that we should sing to you. So, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Benjamin. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you all. You're very kind. Okay, members. Item 1, any disclosable pecuniary interests, and I believe you've all had advice from the solicitor in respect of item 17I. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've declared an interest, and the city solicitor has advised me that I don't have a pecuniary interest, and therefore I will be remaining for item 17I.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Just to say that I will be excluded from item 17I on the basis that I'm a renter.
Thank you. Councillor Purvis.
Item 17D, I have a personal non-pecuniary interest. My wife is obviously an EU citizen.
Thank you, Councillor Purvis. Councillor Udy.
At 17I, I'm a private renter, so I won't be in here for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Atwell.
I'm a private renter, 17E.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Winnington.
Just say, Lord Mayor, personal pecuniary interest as a private renter on item 17E. I, rather.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gemma New.
Pecuniary interest for item I, I'll be leaving the chamber for that, as private renter.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fazackerley.
Exactly the same in regards to item 17, so I'll have to vacate as well. Tragic. Thank you. Done.
Thank you, Councillor. And before I forget, I also have an interest in regards to the same item and will be leaving the chamber at that moment. And we assume at that point I will no longer be sat here and will be sat over there. Councillor Syme.
Reason. Declare an interest.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Robert New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Exactly the same as everybody else. Generation rent.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hockaday.
Yeah, exactly the same.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mason. Lee Mason.
17I, personal and pecuniary interest.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Personal pecuniary interest, 17I.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stubbs.
And the same interest in 17I, personal and pecuniary.
Thank you. Councillor Tom Wood.
What everyone else said.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morgan.
Under 17I, I privately rent.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Coles.
17I, I privately rent.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smythe.
I own a house which I rent out, which I'm hoping to move into. I also declare an interest.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Personal pecuniary interest, same as 17I.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other declarations of interest, members? Wonderful. Moving on. Item 2, minutes. I believe they are Please.
Can you just confirm that for that item we are actually quorate?
I believe we will find out at that moment in time, is the advice I've just received from the local democracy manager.
If I may help, Deputy Lord Mayor, the quorum for the council is 14. When a similar situation arose at the last meeting, we were quorate, but obviously I can't legislate for this time round. But we'll obviously make that judgment call, as the Deputy Lord Mayor said at the time.
Thank you all. A good question. Okay, item 2, members. Minutes of the last meeting proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Stubbs. Is that proposed and seconded, councillors? Yes, wonderful. Are the minutes agreed? Thank you very much, everyone. Item 3, communications. We'll start with apologies. I've received apologies from Councillor Pitt, who has advised he will be arriving slightly late, and the same for Councillor Hooper. I've also received apologies from Councillor Darren Sanders, who is ill, and we've also had apologies from Councillor Purvis, as he will be leaving us early today. I believe he's emailed all members of the full council. I know various people have responded to that, and I'll take this as a moment to congratulate Councillor Purvis and his wife on their new baby. Yes, Leader.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. In relation to Will and Celine and Levy, could I ask whether the council would consider reordering the business so that the notice of motion that Will is moving could become the first notice of motion to be discussed, so that Will can get back to his family?
Thank you, Leader. So I take that as a proposal to amend standing orders, suspend standing orders, just for that purpose. And do you have a seconder for that, Leader? Councillor Wood? Wonderful, thank you. Could members show whether they are happy with that change, with a raise of hands? I think that's everyone. Thank you very much, everyone. Consider that changed. Good, no more notice, points of order, that's good. Okay. So just a reminder, we film all council meetings and microphones are controlled by myself. Members wishing to speak should press the button in front of them. I will activate the microphone and ask you to speak, and then turn it off when you are done speaking. With regards to members of the public attending to address the council, the webcast will not show them speaking, but will hear what they have to say. For the attention of members of the public in the gallery, if you wish to record proceedings of the council, that is fine. However, you cannot record any members of the public. So if we have any members of the public in the chamber speaking, then they cannot be filmed. You can also not film from gallery to gallery. Evacuation procedures. If we have any problems, please can we all vacate and relocate ourselves to Queen Victoria's statue in Guildhall Square. Continuing on with communications, we've got a new group on the council, the establishment of a new group on the council as previously notified, the Progressive Portsmouth People Group with Councillor Udy as the group leader. A report later on the agenda deals with the change in group strengths on the council. Thank you very much. We also have a new director that has joined the council, Natasha Edmonds, who is joining us in the chamber. So please can everyone be friendly to her as and when, and introduce yourselves as our new Director of Corporate Services. And I've now been told I should congratulate Councillor Purvis, but I've already done that, so we'll skip that. Okay, item 4, deputations from the public, under Standing Order 24, City Solicitor.
Okay. There are 4 deputations this meeting, one in respect of items 17A and 17E, and 2 in respect of 2 in respect of 17I, details of which were circulated in this chamber. Can I ask Mr Patrick Smythe to make your deputation on items 17A and 17E? You have a total of 12 minutes for your combined deputations, and the buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Right, thank you to the Mayor and to the Council for allowing me to speak to you today. As it's been said, my name is Patrick Smythe and I am speaking to you on behalf of members of the PCS, that's the Public and Commercial Services Union, who work in HM Revenue and Customs in Links House in Cosham. The PCS represents over 450 members in Links House, and there are currently over 920 members of staff. We may not be the most popular part of government in the tax office, but certainly we are necessary. There are a range of roles for staff to deal with, to answering queries from taxpayers about tax codes or self-assessment, subcontractors as well as compliance officers who have contributed to the extra £34 billion of compliance that HMRC told staff that we had collected last year. And again, this is an extra £34 billion on top of the other taxes that we routinely collect. And taxes, of course, that go to pay for hospitals, doctors, teachers, Navy warships, and indeed museums about Navy warships. Last month I was at my desk and there was a brown envelope on it with my name on, and I looked at it and thought, uh-oh, what have I done? And in fact it was a letter thanking me for 30 years of service within the HM Revenue and Customs. And it's talking about that service, civil service. While I appreciated the letter, and to be honest, I would have appreciated a better pay rise, I've also been feeling betrayed since I've had that letter, because since 2015, when HMRC announced the reduction in offices to 13 regional centres and 5 specialist sites, the reduction from 170 offices, based not in just big cities like Manchester or London, but average-sized cities like ourselves and Bournemouth and Southampton. So along the south coast, Holland House in Bournemouth has closed. Most staff were made redundant because they were outside reasonable daily travel to the regional centres in Bristol or Cardiff. Southampton closed, and we had 100 members of staff who came over to work in Links House. But again, they haven't got anywhere to go because the nearest office from Portsmouth is Croydon. This leaves Portsmouth Links House open to 2025 and the 26 financial year. The next office to remain open, and as I said, is Croydon. And to the west, it's Bristol. And this means that a reasonable daily travel of about an hour is completely out of the question for people. We know that from doing a survey that we did for our members, that most people are actually outside of a 2.5 hour commute to Croydon. So that's 5 hours a day commuting to do the job. The reduction in staff numbers not only means that a reduction in spending money in our local communities, but it also means losing years of experience and expertise in the work that we're doing. HMRC works due to having collective knowledge. Members who have there help and train and mentor new members of staff. Closing offices has shown that we cannot recruit staff in the bigger offices, and when we do, we're struggling to retain them. I thank the Council for debating today's motion. In the gallery, I have colleagues, friends, as close as family over the last 30 years. They too value that job that we do in HMRC and recognise the importance of having a professional civil service that's both honest and impartial when dealing with the public. Losing the office will not benefit the city. The council will lose rent because the Links House is a council-owned building, and the wider community loses out. Links House is designed to be useful for disabled members of staff. The reason that HMRC have not completed any impact assessments on the qualities or economics is because they know there will be a massive impact on those particular members of staff. In the debate, I'd like you to remember those 900 members of staff that we are talking about, but also that the jobs and the work that would be lost if the office closes are work that could be dealt with by local residents for years to come. Work that is very suitable for disabled members of staff like myself and carers, because it can be that flexible. So I really hope that you will vote for whichever motion gets debated today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smythe. Can I now ask Ms. Charlotte Garada to make your deputation on item 17.1? You have 6 minutes and the buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Charlotte Gerada. I'm a Southsea resident and a private renter speaking in favour of the landlord licensing motion. I support bringing a landlord licensing scheme to Portsmouth because of my personal experience of the private rented sector and my professional experience working for Shelter, the National Housing and Homelessness charity. In terms of my personal experience, after renting for over 12 years, I've rented many properties with persistent damp and mould, unsafe appliances and general disrepair. However, I wanted to draw on my experience of renting in Portsmouth specifically. When I moved back to Portsmouth over a year ago, I viewed a house to rent in central Southsea. It was perfect for what we needed, not far from the train station, a good size and close to amenities. The property was already vacant and it clearly had a few issues. It hadn't been cleaned to professional standards, some of the curtains were ripped, switches and light fittings weren't complete. However, the letting agent assured us that everything would be sorted by the time we moved in. So we packed up our lives in London with much excitement about moving closer to our families, living by the sea and being able to afford to rent a whole house rather than a pokey one-bed flat. By this point, we had signed on the dotted line, parted with £2,000 for the deposit and rent, and had completed all of the necessary checks. We arrived in Southsea with all of our belongings in tow, excited to start a new chapter. However, when we opened the front door, our hearts sank to our stomachs. All the things the letting agent said would be fixed hadn't been. There were bulbs missing in several rooms, incomplete switches and light fittings. The house wasn't clean, with appliances coated in dust an inch thick. Unlike the first time I'd visited, there was a strong smell of cat in the property, with dust, hair and dirt visible on the floor. Ripped curtains still hung from the windows. The list goes on. To make matters worse, my partner has severe asthma and the uncleanliness of the property was triggering a cough. On top of that, the letting agent hadn't given us any copies of the gas safety certificate, the energy efficiency rating and other key documents. It was clear that the letting agent and the landlord were in breach of our letting agreement. When we called the letting agent to question the state of the house, we were told that we were exaggerating and that we should go to the nearest corner shop and buy some replacement bulbs ourselves. They were not understanding at all, and it was clear they didn't care about us or the condition we found the property in. After all, they already had our £2,000, so they were laughing. In what other industry do you encounter such a complete lack of professionalism, where such large sums of money are involved? We're told that the customer is always right, and yet in an area where some people pay as much as 50% of their earnings for something, they have no rights and no meaningful forms of accountability. Given the state of the house and the lack of understanding by the letting agent, we decided to not unpack and stay there. We were trying to get our money back to find a new home, but the landlord wasn't having any of it. The best we could negotiate was paying rent on the property until replacement tenants were found. This led to us paying double rent for several months. Luckily, we found another house that was in much better condition not too long after, so we weren't without a home for very long. We stayed with relatives and friends until we could move into our new place. Since campaigning for the landlord licensing scheme, I know I'm not the only one with a horror story. After speaking to hundreds of residents, we found that there are many tenants living in homes unfit for human habitation. From persistent damp and mould causing illness, unsafe electrics and appliances putting lives at risk, to some landlords refusing to fix issues so properties are in a constant state of disrepair. The idea of a licensing scheme has appealed to tenants, homeowners and landlords. For tenants, knowing that standards would improve and there would be a mechanism to fine landlords if properties remain in poor condition, gives a sense of security and empowerment. For homeowners, properties in a better condition is good for everyone on the same street, as a homeowner who's getting damp from a neighbouring rented house told me. And for landlords, the ones that take good care of their properties won't have issue with this scheme. And actually, having a dedicated team in the council to support you too is very helpful indeed. While many landlords do take care of their properties, unfortunately, some do not, which is why landlord licensing schemes are a powerful mechanism to drive out rogue landlords. While working for shelter, we would often support local authorities with applications to government to bring licensing schemes to their local areas. The schemes work well in bringing rented properties up to a minimum standard and keeping properties in disrepair out of the market. The scheme becomes self-financing too, because funds raised from the fines and licences are reinvested into the costs of overseeing it. Landlord licensing schemes work well in many London boroughs like Newham and Waltham Forest, and in towns and cities like Bristol and Hastings. With over a quarter of Pompey families privately renting, we should be doing all we can to improve standards in rented homes to keep people healthy and safe. I ask all the city's councillors to support the landlord licensing motion today to stand up for renters and their living conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Urada. Can I ask Mr. Alwyn Oliver to make your deputation on item 17I? You have 6 minutes and the buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor and members of the Council, for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Alwyn Oliver. I'm Vice Chairman of Portsmouth and District Private Landlords Association. I oppose selective licensing, but would speak in favour of the case for reform, and indeed I consider reform is long overdue, and I'm very sorry to hear that the previous speaker has experienced what they've had, because I don't think it's reflective of how much of the private rental sector is run. But there are disappointments, and I'm sorry to hear about those things. Portsmouth has a very important role to play, and in some respects is quite uniquely placed because of the work already done. I just think selective licensing is a sledgehammer that will miss a nut that you're aiming to crack. I've been a landlord for 25 years and a letting agent for 5. I'm accredited landlord number 2 with Portsmouth City Council, and I'm a member of the Association of Residential Letting Agents, for which I have to hold a technical award. I live in Southsea, and most of my properties are within 3 miles of where I live. I should also mention I have a background in the local labour movement, trade union movement, and worked as an advisor for the Citizens Advice Bureau. I hold absolutely no candle for those who exploit tenants with poor housing, and I hold no candle for tenants who exploit landlords through persistent arrears, damage or antisocial behaviour. And for both of those reasons, I support the need for better landlord education and reform. In the UK and in Portsmouth, around 60% of landlords and 40% of the private rental sector is stock owned by landlords with just 1 to 3 properties. The government somewhat disparagingly referred to us as remaining a cottage industry. But I think we should celebrate and support community landlords and encourage and educate, not penalise people for not filling in a form or joining a licensing scheme. I don't think a licensing scheme would have fixed any of the problems that the previous speaker spoke about, but the enforcement powers that already exist within the Housing Health and Rating, the Housing Fitness for Human Habitation Act, the Landlord and Tenant Act 1985, to name but many more, there are already over 140 statutes affecting landlords and 400 pieces of legislation. One of them even requires us not to have ivory dated before 1946 in our private rental properties. I'm imagining that's not troubling too many of us. But there is already a great deal of legislation, and all of those things you raised could and should have been done through private sector housing enforcement teams, with the possible exception of the torn curtains, which is a breach of contract if it was indeed a contractual requirement. I own a few more properties than average, but I'm against introducing legislation that would penalise otherwise law-abiding business unless there is an overwhelming social policy gain. As I understand it, enforcement cannot be paid for by licensing, and at the very least a feasibility study should be carried out to identify whether that's true. In 6 minutes I can't go into the detail, but my written submission will have the details of the Hemmings and Westminster and Gaskins case, which point local authorities as to what they can and can't do with licensing money. Remember, though, that tenants who harm their communities also, when you're talking about antisocial behaviour, which is one of the things we've been asked to address, also very often harm their landlords by damaging properties and running up rent arrears. The movers of this motion are right to want to address the problem, but selective licensing won't help, however well-meaning. From our perspective, tenants who cause problems in neighbourhoods and cause complaints about unemptied bins are generally abusing their tenancies too, and it takes too long to resolve difficulties, and a good local authority should bring landlords and tenants together, not create barriers. Until a few years ago, within the private sector housing department, we had, I think it was Eileen Bain, was it, whose job was to mediate. And I think that the way to resolve many of these issues is through mediation, particularly if a tenant isn't listening to a landlord or a letting agent isn't listening to a tenant. I think mediation, and personally I favour, when we have court reforms, compulsory mediation would go a lot further to resolve the issues. It takes 42 weeks to evict somebody for rent arrears, and there is little point in that person paying rent after the 41st week. The problem has already developed to the point it's irresolvable. And your problems, I suggest, could have been sorted out, and I hope could have been sorted out by mediation. There's much more I'd like to say, but the clock is unfortunately against me. I will just, however, say we have excellent voluntary mediation in Portsmouth. I would like to see that brought under the ambit of the City Council. I'd like to see it used to resolve these issues. I think that's a better approach than licensing. Thanks for your time and for listening.
Thank you, Ms Oliver. That brings us to the end of the deputations for this meeting. If you wish to continue watching the proceedings, can you please retire to the public gallery? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to the members of the public. Item 5, public questions under Standing Order 25. Are there any?
There are none.
Wonderful, thank you. Moving swiftly on. Item 6, appointments. Due to the changes in group strengths, we're going to deal with this under item 16 rather than now. So we're going to move on from there. Item 7, urgent business. I've not been notified of any. Looking around, nothing. Wonderful. Moving on. Item 8, recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on the 9th of September 2019, the Portsmouth Economic Development and Regeneration Strategy 2019 to 2036. Members, the recommendation from the Cabinet meeting, which met on the 9th of September, has been previously circulated with the agenda. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 97, Portsmouth Economic Development and Regeneration Strategy 2019-36. Councillor Smythe.
Is that right? We're asked to receive and consider the Economic Development and Regeneration Strategy, and under Standing Order number 28. I'm questioning a recommendation rather than necessarily objecting to it. And I started out, which I can do under.
That's fine. Thank you, Councillor Smythe.
I started out writing a formal
No, that's fine. In which case, given that the item has been questioned, can I ask the proposer and seconder to provide some more information and the recommendation put before us? Leader.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. For the Cabinet on this item, and I'm sure that Councillor Mason will be happy to second. If I just introduce the item, then very happy and interested to hear what the issues might be. This is an interesting document, Lord Mayor. This is not a council policy. This is a policy that's been designed and produced by the people and the businesses of the city. The council has acted as a facilitator to draw different people's views together, and it was really good that we had almost 900 contributions from different organisations and companies within the city and working here to try to make sure that this strategy doesn't sit just as a council strategy that sits on a shelf somewhere but is real. I think we have enormous potential in the city and great strengths. We have many world-class companies based here. We have a university which is growing in popularity and going up the rankings. We have good connectivity to London and other parts of the country. We are right at the edge of the country with good connections to Europe. So, my Lord Mayor, I think this is a good strategy. I think it recognises some of the challenges that the city has and has had for many years around educational attainment, around about the pay levels within the city. Even though we're a big economic producer and we create enormous amounts of wealth within this country, quite a lot of that wealth drives out of the city at the end of the day. So the change that's happened in the city over the last few years is significantly to be welcomed, but there is more that we can do. I think the potential development at Tipner is a really interesting opportunity, and I'll be very interested to hear what questions there are from Councillor Smythe. But I'm happy to commend the report to colleagues.
Thank you, Leader. Leader, is that seconded?
It is seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor, and I reserve my right to speak later.
Thank you, Councillor Hugh Mason. Councillor Smythe.
Thank you very much. Of course we need an economic strategy, and this one's not bad. And it's not bad if you judge it by our requirements of the 20th century. In the light of our commitment to halting global warming and saving our planet, this strategy looks at best as a way of kicking the issue into the long grass and postponing action. And at its worst could be seen as a deliberate action to make things worse. 2 points before I get going on that. First, on page 39, the key objective 4.3, it suggests that we need to create a greater supply of housing that people can afford. I think you're probably talking about so-called key worker housing here. Of course we need housing for care workers and apprentices, but Portsmouth still has a great advantage for young professional people. For example, a new teacher and a social worker buying together can still afford to buy a modest house in many parts of the city, where they will then be able to contribute to the regeneration of streets and communities, which need some attention. Affordability is an issue in London and some other places in the region, but not yet here, and that's one of our strengths. More work is needed to ensure that the City Council isn't wasting resources on key worker housing when social housing is what we need. It's a minor point in the full round, but I just wanted to make this comprehensive. Second, I note and applaud the mention of social enterprise and think this should go further. With the objective of keeping wealth and employment within the city, rather than it draining away to remote and greedy shareholders, I ask you to do some more work to strengthen this part of the strategy, and to include worker and service user cooperatives alongside social enterprise. In that way we can keep wealth created in Portsmouth. But most importantly, the points I want to raise about the lack of seriousness with which this economic strategy takes the radical nature of what we're going to have to do to take action against global warming. And I welcome many references there are to improving air quality, transport and environment in the strategy. But come on, oblique references to the climate emergency might have been okay in the 20th century, but not in the 21st, especially as we all agreed to declare a climate emergency and reduce the city's carbon footprint to net zero by 2030. We should be ambitious. We should be creating a brand for Portsmouth as the greenest city in the UK, where innovative, successful green businesses are competing to be based here, developing mutually beneficial relationships in a go-ahead city leading the way for the UK. It'll be a much more effective strategy than trying to attract old-fashioned white-collar legal and financial organisations into the city. So here are some specific questions about the strategy. And I've got a copy of this that people could pick up, which will be available by the entrance, just so that people can know what I'm talking about specifically. First of all, the council leader says that 900 people were involved in creating the strategy. And I'm pleased about that. But there's no evidence in the description about stakeholder engagement of the Climate Partnership Board, which I accept wasn't up and running till recently, and other environmentalist groups being consulted at all. And indeed, why no cross-party work on early drafts, where we could have created a much better and more exciting strategy together. Second, why is climate change an add-on? And on page 36, key objective 2.1, it's merely an option set against marine and maritime engineering. A quick rewrite could advocate green business, including green, marine and maritime engineering. That's what I want to see. We shouldn't be welcoming into the city any businesses that are going to make the climate worse. And thirdly, at page 38, objective 3.3, why have you not placed the green agenda at the heart of empowering residents, rather than running the risk of the green agenda, which many people that I meet on the doorstep are really worried about, in potential opposition to economic growth? Imagine the power and excitement of putting them together and the hope it'll give to young people in particular. On page 41, at the objective 5.2, yes, let's diversify the economy into more knowledge-based sectors. And then in that context, the best you can come up with is financial services and medical research, which are already well established elsewhere. The big issues facing the UK, and indeed planet Earth, is climate change. I urge you to be more ambitious and also more likely to succeed by diversing across the full range of enterprise and employment, just as long as it helps us to reduce the carbon footprint. And why no environment impact statement? We've got a long equalities impact statement, and I think the tradition of doing that is really important. At the Cabinet meeting in June, you did agree, when I asked for climate environmental impact statements, to put those on. There isn't one there. If this speech does nothing else, I hope it persuades you to require an environmental impact statement on all committee papers from today. Come on, Cabinet, raise the game. Be ambitious for Portsmouth. Produce a 21st century strategy that will give Portsmouth an international reputation. Engage citizens, particularly those young, bright people who are fearful of global warming and maybe losing hope for the future, working across the diverse economy to create a really exciting city. I won't go away. I'm really serious about this. One might even suspect from this paper that the Cabinet is just kicking the subject into the long grass or hoping it'll go away. It's not going away for my party or myself. Anybody at the Seafarers Service on Sunday will understand that I, for one, want to be able to tell my grandchild, when she asks me what I've done about global warming, that I've done absolutely all I can. I don't think this strategy represents that, and I beg you all to think, what about you? What are you going to say to your grandchildren?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. We're now open for debate, and I've got one speaker in front of us, Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I'm a little surprised actually this one came to debate, because when I had to read through the report, it seemed to be very much a motherhood and apple pie document. It's one of these things where, all the good things you might want to achieve in the economy are listed in no particular priority, and that's really the contents of it. And I suppose from my perspective, if I was to criticise the document, I would say it's not sharp enough. Listing 17 priorities covering pretty much everything doesn't actually give any guidance about how scarce resources, when they become available, will be spent, because you won't be able to, as a local authority, spend very much on all of those things. And I would have think the whole thing would have had a lot more value and a lot more impact if, instead of 17 things on the list, maybe there had been 3. That's not to say, of course, that you wouldn't do things on the average, but 3 or something like that number, which are the top priority and which are the ones that the Cabinet would intend to prioritise when funding money becomes available. And the other point I'll make just briefly is when looking into the future, because I partly agree with Councillor Smythe about this not looking properly into the future, is the big trend really is going to be over 15 years is going to be artificial intelligence and automation. And now, you know, as a council, obviously we don't really know what's going to happen, but it is quite possible that across the whole of the developed world, levels of employment will start to fall significantly. And at least some consideration of that, I think, would have been well placed in this report.
Thank you, Councillor Stubbs. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm going to make that statement that makes everybody cringe, but I wasn't going to talk on this item. But as it's been objected to for discussion, I am going to make a couple of observations. And I think that Councillor Smythe's made some good points in what she said, and particularly around, you know, are the Council or the Cabinet serious about this? I welcome the Leader's comments that the report has been formulated in conjunction with businesses, some of our very excellent businesses around the city, because we have a massive amount of knowledge in Portsmouth spanning all different sorts of industries, and certainly there is much room and growth for the future for those businesses. However, if I were a teacher, I would see this as an outline to an essay. I would see this as someone saying, this is kind of what I'm thinking of writing, and I would look through this and say, well, actually, the themes and objectives are great, and the strategy targets are really good, but you now need to go and write the essay. Because we've got, for example, key objective, create a marine and maritime engineering and or clean growth innovation quarter. How? How are we going to do that? Key objective 2.2, build on the strengths of the advanced manufacturing and engineering cluster. How? Boost innovation, research and creativity to attract entrepreneurs and support the economy. Strategy targets, 7,000 more jobs in Portsmouth in 2036 than in 2017. An extra 7,000 Portsmouth residents in work by 2036. £60,000 of GVA per person by 2036 compared to 45,000 in 2017. Now, nobody in this chamber is going to argue against those, and they are very credible and commendable strategies for this authority in conjunction with local businesses to have. However, for me, a comprehensive strategy of this significance and enormity for a city, not a small town, a city, should be saying, this is what we want to do, this is what we think we can achieve, and this is how we're going to do it. And I appreciate, as Councillor Stubbs has said, and Councillor Smythe, the world is a rapidly changing place at the moment, and we will have new technologies that will come forward before we get anywhere near 2036, but that's not to say that we don't need to have some more meat on the bone. So for me, this is half a report. I think it's commendable. I really like the vision and the ambition, and I like the approach. I think it's very good in terms of where it's trying to go, but I think we need to have some more detail, and I'd request through the Leader that the Cabinet give consideration to adding to this document and bringing it back to full council so we can see how, because I am concerned that the vision will not be delivered without some clarity around the how we will do that.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. I wasn't planning on speaking about this either, so get that out of the way. Councillor Smythe brings up a good point. Environment is such an important part. It needs to be at the heart of everything that we do from now. So, we had, when we had the Cabinet about carbon reduction and climate change. Yourself came along, Councillor Smythe, and we also had Extinction Rebellion came along with list of recommendations. We're all ears. We want to put things in. We want to actually work with people. We don't want to be political about this. When you mentioned about the ecology impact assessment, the environmental impact assessment, and why they're not on there, now this is something we've spoken about, and we thought this could be something that could be done relatively quickly. it can't be done as quick as we want it to be done because it needs to have something, it needs to go across to directorates. Everyone needs to be trained up on it to know exactly what to go in there, know exactly, how to do it properly, and it needs to be on the mindset of all the directorates. So, just adding it on as it would just be, putting it on quickly, it would just be a tick box exercise. That's the worry we had there. So this is something that is being added to stuff on all decisions. Will it, how it will impact the environment, how it will impact the ecology. They are coming, and that'll be a couple of months' time, a few months' time.
Thank you, Councillor Ashmore. There are no other speakers indicating they wish to speak, in which case I will go to the leader to sum up, as we've had no amendments put forward. Leader.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And I think some interesting points have been raised. This is the strategy. The second part of this, if the Council agrees this, is for the action plan to flow out of this. So this is to agree the overall strategy that we're doing. If colleagues here are happy with that, we then move to the action plan to turn this into reality. But the two things are different, and we need to do the strategy first before the action plan. So if colleagues are happy with this, we will move on to the next bit of this, and a concrete action plans will flow out of. I think some interesting points brought up, and I think Councillor Stubbs is right, that the change to what is going to happen in terms of work because of AI may be enormous, absolutely enormous. But actually, things sometimes don't change as much as we thought. I remember the talk of the paperless office. The computer has not produced the paperless office. We sink under tons of paper because of the computer, so we got that one wrong. In terms of affordability of housing, we know we have real issues of affordability for some segments of the population, particularly for people whose earnings are less than £15,000 a year, and that we can't afford to ignore that, and nor shall we. I hear that Councillor Smythe's comments, and I ask people to look at page 40, where we're talking about environmental, wildlife and climate change in the report. So the report is not silent on this, there is a whole section on this. And I think my final bit, colleagues, is to be disappointed. I've looked at the minutes of the Cabinet meeting where this was discussed, and nobody came to question and ask for any changes. No councillors from either Conservative or Labour groups bothered to turn up. Nobody sent us any suggestions of anything to do. Nobody came up with any amendments. Nobody was interested. Only at this point, with a finished document, with a grandstanding of full council, have people become interested. And I'm disappointed by that. And I would ask, colleagues, if you do have things that you think should be changed, differences of emphasis, please engage. Otherwise, I have to become a mind reader of thinking of what you might be thinking or might not be thinking. So, colleagues, if you do think there are things that could be done differently, please do, from the Labour group, get engaged with running the council. Don't just stand at the sidelines. Do get engaged. We'd love your ideas, but we can't think of them if you don't come and tell us. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is a standing invitation for people to come. I'm really sorry that you chose not to, but please do get engaged in running the city. We'd welcome that.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Jones, which
Just to clarify, I can't speak for Councillor Smythe, but I speak for myself in that my group was not invited to be part of the cross-party working group with businesses on this, nor were we invited to have any say on this before today. This is our opportunity in a public meeting to have our say. And finally, this is a Cabinet document and not a cross-party one, but if the leader needs the Labour group and the Conservative group help and support to build his regeneration strategy, I'm sure that we would be happy to oblige.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jones. This is another point of order, Councillor Smythe.
Point of order. Thank you. Likewise, I would like to echo what Councillor Jones said, but also to say that I had spent some considerable time at a number of Cabinet meetings, including the previous one, making the point about the need for much more strong focus on the climate emergency, including requiring and requesting you to implement things like the document that Councillor Ashmore described. I can tell you that I had a little go at doing an environmental impact statement for this.
Okay, Councillor Smythe, I think the point of order has been made. Councillor. Okay, members. I would try to remind all members the purpose of points of order as we move forward. We will now go to the vote as there are no amendments before us. So for the recommendation that went to Cabinet, please could all members who wish to approve raise their hands. Do we need to count? Okay, we're going to count. Thank you. And those against? Any abstentions? That is, I think we've got 6 abstentions. They probably want that to be viewed. Thank you very much, everyone. That is passed. Moving on. Item 9, recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on the 9th of September. This is the Treasury Management Outturn Report for 2018-19 as previously circulated. I will call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. If it's not opposed, we will approve the item. So, minute 96, Treasury Management Outturn Report for 18-19. Wonderful, that is approved. We now have many pages of explanation of what to do if it is opposed. Okay, item 10, recommendation from Cabinet meeting held on 8th of October. South Sea Coastal Flood Defence Amendment to the Capital Programme. Again, I will call the minute. If the minute is not opposed, it will be considered approved. So I call minute 105, South Sea Coastal Flood Defence Amendment to the Capital Programme. For the fans at home.
Yeah, opposed, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stubbs. Is this yourself, Leader? Leader, could you introduce?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. This is one of the series of reports we've had about the flood defences along South Sea from Old Portsmouth along past Councillor Stubbs's flat at South Parade Pier down to Eastney, all the way along. It is a very large area which needs defending. We realise that we're having to cope with both rising sea levels and increased power of the storms because of climate change, and that we need to make sure that we're protecting homes and business in South Sea. The proposal here looks at protecting over 8,000 homes and many businesses. We've been working very closely, and my thanks to both Councillor Ashmore and to Councillor Hugh Mason, the Council's resident expert on flooding, who's on several local, regional bodies to be able to give advice, for the work that they've done and the cross-party group that's worked so well on this. We're going forward towards planning permission, but to make sure that we're able to do that, we have to have certainty over the finances for the scheme. That means that we have to make sure that we can assure the Environment Agency that there is enough money to make this happen. There is a funding gap within this that the Council has to say that we will find. I hope that we will be able to get additional funding in from the Environment Agency and from the Solent LEP. But if the worst comes to the worst, then we have to make this happen. The advice that we have is that there is a significant headroom within the contingency and within the value engineering that is coming forward. That means that the likelihood of us being called to draw upon this this money that the Council is having to set aside is low. But the other option is that we say we don't have the money and we therefore don't have the flood defences. And we cannot do that. We cannot say to over 8,000 families living in South Sea that we were not going to replace the flood defence schemes here in Southsea because we can't find the money. We have to make sure this happens. There are too many homes, too many businesses, too many families at risk. I know there is a financial risk here for the council. I hope that we're able to mitigate that. But if push comes to shove, we have to protect families, homes and businesses in Southsea against flooding. None of us like climate change, none of us like the rising sea levels, but they are realities that we have to face. And as a council, we have to do what is right. And my thanks to people across party for working so well together on the cross-party working group on this. So I'm very happy to hear Councillor Stubbs's questions on this or any views. And if there are ways in which this can be improved, I'd be very interested to hear. But I think this is something where we've been working together. This is something that's going to last for 100 years when all of us, or at least most of us, are dead. And party politics to me seems to be pretty irrelevant in that. And I'm really grateful that people have worked so well and so cross-party together on this.
Okay, thank you, Leader. Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Mason.
Seconded, my Lord Mayor, and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Firstly, just to answer the point to which Councillor Vernon Jackson sort of intimated that. I mean, yes, I do live on the seafront. I did check in advance. I'm on the third floor. I checked in advance whether I had an interest in this, and I advised that I do not. I think it's important we debate this, partly because it's such a large sum of money. I mean, I've been on this council now for what feels like forever, and during that time, there really haven't been all that many items where we've spent or potentially spent £17 million in one go. And we spend a lot of time arguing about tiny little things, and sometimes massive things go straight through. And I think that that doesn't feel quite right, and that we do need to have a discussion on some of this. I mean, I've spoken twice in the last couple of days to the lead officer on this, who's been very helpful and has supplied information and answered my questions. I still think, it's the nature of large projects and one-off projects that often what you think is the worst case happens. So, you need to have quite a bit of caution in the financial planning. I mean, when our party was in, that's part of the reason why we set aside £6 million. We were always going to have to do that because that was at that point 10% of construction cost. But we made a point of doing that quickly. We could have actually, the 151 officer was happy. We just set the money aside at a slower rate. But it was always a bit of a feeling, firstly, that we don't know what the financial pressures are going to be in a couple of years. And secondly, that I thought back at the time, I wouldn't be surprised if this number goes up. So, we are in this situation. I mean, I certainly think the flood defences need to be built. I'm not in any way suggesting that shouldn't happen. The project needs to go ahead, and it needs to be done to a good standard, because the visuals of this are very important. It will be here for a very long time, longer than any of us, and we need to do the right job on it. And I'm conscious that, certainly when we were in, there was talk about, trying to seek funding from the LEP to provide enhancements. I don't know exactly where that's got to. I mean, I know it hasn't succeeded to date, but keep trying on that. But we do need to fund all of this stuff. So there's quite a large financial risk here. I'm going to support this because I haven't got an alternative for you. I'd like to be able to say, here's my plan to do it cheaper, but I haven't got one. So, but I do think it's something we need to talk about.
Thank you, Councillor Stubbs. Councillor Hugh Mason.
Deputy Lord Mayor, by a strange coincidence, the Executive Director of the Solent LEP spoke today to the Southern Region Flood and Coastal Committee in London, informing them of, quote, opportunities for funding of flood and coastal erosion risk management projects, like the one we have. Just a couple of hours before we have to consider raising millions for our coastal defences, as you will see on page 82 of your papers, in the absence of any LEP funding. They say that it fails to meet their local criteria. Well, I'd like to know what their local criteria is if it is not the saving of houses from flooding. So far as this scheme is concerned, we need to approve the money, and unfortunately, we can't debate further. We need to do it now. We need the project, and we need it now. We need the project because our defences on the southern coast of this city are inadequate in storms. We have seen them breached in heavy storms a number of times in recent years. They are old. They will need to be replaced. Moreover, with climate change, a climate change which has been mentioned already once this afternoon, the sea levels are rising, but more importantly, the weather is becoming more stormy. Our sea defences will be put under more and more pressure. We need to do it. But we need to do it now, because the Environment Agency works on a 6-year project cycle. The 107 million, which they're providing as a grant in aid to the South Sea Coastal Defence Scheme, is in the current cycle, which is coming to an end. This money cannot be rolled forward, and it is very uncertain, and I think it is perhaps even more than uncertain, if we upset the Environment Agency, that we have no guarantee that we will get anything like that amount in the next cycle in the early 2020s. So we need to submit it in this cycle. And to do so, we need to submit the business case by the 23rd of October to provide evidence that we have a full £131 million worth of funding. We have to show that we have full funding, otherwise we will not be able to go forward. As Councillor Vernon Jackson has said, we have good intimation that it is unlikely that we will require all of the money that the City Council is this afternoon being asked to put in, but we will certainly need some of it. We need it. We need it confirmed. We need it confirmed for not quite the worst case scenario, but for what is expected by the Environment Agency by the 23rd of October, which is 8 days away. We cannot procrastinate, and I would ask members to support the Cabinet's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Ashmore.
Sorry, another one I wasn't planning to speak on. But I was debating whether to stand up or not, because the leader and Councillor Hugh Mason have said most of it about how urgent it is and about how we need to get this done. And we've talked already a lot about climate change, which is, I'm in my element about that, and I'm glad to see that we're all really taking this seriously. So often we can be like a pantomime and people must tune in and we're being petty and arguing with each other, but this is something that's really serious and we're all falling over each other to see who can tackle it best. So this is really, really good for people to see. But I really just wanted to say, as I said at the Cabinet meeting, the people involved in the South Sea Coastal Defence do deserve a lot of credit and a lot of thanks. They've really, integrated with the community, integrated with the people who live there and the businesses, designed it based on the comments and the feedback on it. So they deserve a lot of credit on that. And this is something that is vital. Sea levels are rising. The defences are coming to the end of their life. So we do need to make sure we've got this money. But I just want to draw anyone who's concerned about the money and things like that to, 8.7 in the report, where it says the project team have already started work on value engineering the scheme and believe they can make savings from the contractor costs of around 18 to 24 million. The leader's already edged the point that we might not have to go into that pot, so it's not like we have to, put this up front. But we do need to say and to prove that we can get this done. So, the lack of the LEP funding there means the council's had to step up for Portsmouth.
Thank you, Councillor Ashmore. Councillor Rob Wood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I just say, I agree with Councillor Luke Stubbs that we need to be aware of this 70 million. It's very important, and it was raised, and there's a very clear bottom line. Again, this was discussed in Cabinet, and I remember I did question the S151 officer very strongly about this 17 million, about exactly how it was going to be covered, and he was quite robust about the fact that the figure that the project figure is unlikely to reach this figure, it was unlikely to meet, and as Councillor Ashmore has just pointed out, built into the project is also an incentive for the participants to make sure that they come in on budget. But the bottom line is quite right. The bottom line is we don't make it, which was the baseline I was asking. The council would have to stump this up, but for a very good reason, which is we need to save those houses for people, we need to save what is Portsmouth today, and we need to save those 8,000 properties. So it's a bullet we've got to bite. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I remember Boxing Day 3 years ago when I happened to be with my in-laws, celebrating Christmas in St Albans. And the phone call came in from one of our excellent officers, Mr Guy Mason. He said, Councillor Jones, we've got a bit of a problem. It appears that the seawall has collapsed. And it was almost the perfect crime from which to have to say to my husband, we need to go home. Anyway, of course, it really wasn't the perfect crime because we didn't want the seawall to collapse. And what we saw is within 72 hours, it had gone from being a sort of 4-foot wide hole to being almost a 40-foot wide hole, and it just carried on getting bigger. A significant issue, and one which Councillor Hugh Mason alluded to and spoke about earlier. I'd like to say thank you to the administration for some of the work that's been done on this, because it has been truly cross-party, and also to the officers who put in a lot of work and continuity from my group. Whilst Councillor Geminu is our spokesman for the environment, actually Councillor Luke Stubbs, because of his ward interest, and Councillor Linda Symes, but mostly Councillor Luke Stubbs, has actually taken the lead in being the Conservative eyes and ears and spokesman and whatever on this particular issue. So I'd like to say thank you to him for that. I actually think that the administration are doing the right thing in bringing this forward. I think the report is sensible in terms of the fact that we cannot jeopardise over £100 million that the Environment Agency have set aside for Portsmouth. And actually that money was set aside, several years ago when we were the administration, and they don't hang around with that cash forever. And if you don't get a fully costed scheme, it will get reallocated. So I do think that we must be mindful as 42 members of Portsmouth City Council that this is significant, and if that money slips, we are all going to be in trouble, and this council could end up having to saddle far more than the £17 million. However, I do want to add a little word of caution, and that is around contractors telling us that there are potentially, I'm going to be very careful with my words here, because I appreciate that we get told things commercially as well, and I don't want to betray the confidence of any individual contractors, but where there is headroom for saving money, or where there could be gaps in expenditure, look, part of me hopes I'm not still here in 10 years' time, but if I am, and there is a high possibility that I could well be, I can imagine me standing up and saying, do you remember on the 15th of October 2019 when I stood up and said to you, be careful and be cautious when a contractor tells you that there is a significant funding gap, or savings to be made in a contract, and it's a significant percentage that they believe can be made. And I'm sure there will be headroom for savings, but do we believe to that extent? And I think that Portsmouth City Council is absolutely right to make sure that this £17 million is set aside, that we have preparations for it. We now have to factor in that the Public Loans Works Board is increasing the borrowing rate for local authorities to 3%, even though it appears the Bank of England base rate upon which it's set is going to be reduced, if we believe what Mr Carney has told us. So I do think that we need to be cautious and make sure that we're also factoring that into our cash flow assumptions going forward, particularly as this council is a relatively high debt ratioed council in the UK. So my request of the administration, my suggestion, my feedback is that we must do everything that we can, as you are quite rightly doing, to secure the £100 million in the Environment Agency. We must have a fait accompli for how we're going to pay for the project. We must get on and start it as soon as possible. But I am concerned that the £17 million is not going to be accrued for in the budget that is coming forward. So no proportion of that £17 million is proposed to be accrued for in the budget that will be proposed to us, I'm assuming in December, and then again ratified in February 2020. I believe we need to start putting money aside for this now, so that we are sending a clear message to the Environment Agency that we are really serious about this, and that we want to get this money spent as soon as possible. And having been a director of the Solent LEP for 4 years, some feedback as to why the local criteria wasn't met. It's because the planning application had not at that point had the appropriate approval given. And so I would urge the administration to address that point, to make sure that all of the appropriate planning consents are in place and other items outstanding to satisfy the LEP. I will do anything I can to support the administration in trying to secure the money from the LEP. I think it's a correct, sensible scheme, and I fought for LEP funding for this particular project when I was a LEP director, because it actually got rescored, and there were a list of 5 or 6 top items across the whole of the South Hampshire and Isle of Wight area that were due to get monies from the growth deal funding. And when it was rescored, this project dropped off. And I can tell you, Mr. Ward was in the room, I fought for 2 hours to get this scheme back on there, because Portsmouth had not got any significant amount of money from growth deal 2, and what we got in growth deal 1 was negligible compared to some of our district council partners near us, and we are a city. And you know what? We're owed some money from the LEP, actually. We're owed some investment, and I think that this is a great scheme to do it. But what I would say to members of the City Council is I am concerned that we are not going to start putting money aside for this project in February this year, which is when we should start to put money aside, because we want to demonstrate to the Environment Agency and to the government that we're very serious about this when we do put forward subsequent bids for some of the new cash that's been announced, as Councillor Hugh Mason mentioned earlier.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smythe.
Nearly everything I wanted to say has already been covered, and I just want to be very brief and make sure that we are going to pursue every opportunity to apply to the LEP for the money that we need. I know some of the problem has been that the LEP has not been able to fund things that are protecting historic or cultural or tourist assets, and it's been very much focused on houses and new housing. But I have every reason to believe from my involvement in a push scrutiny panel last week that they are thinking about changing that criteria. So there may be new opportunities to apply to the LEP and indeed get some of the money that we deserve for this. And to get up into the League of Oxford, which has had over 100 million from their LEP, which we should be properly having in Portsmouth, where we're not only defending homes here, but we're defending national heritage, which is of immeasurable importance to the nation. So I just would like to be very much reassured that we are going to be putting in applications to the LEP that have a reasonable chance of succeeding and making sure that we can plug this gap. But yes, of course, we'll be supporting this motion. The sea defences are absolutely crucial. I'll be paddling in my garden if we don't get it. So.
Thank you, Councillor Smythe. We've been joined by Councillor Hooper. Councillor, do you have any declarations of interest? Wonderful, thank you. Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to add very briefly my voice to this debate and reiterate some of the points made by Councillor Stubbs and Councillor Jones. And I think the key issue here is that when we're talking about spending such a large amount of the council's money, adding £17 million to the pot for these flood defences, while I think everyone recognises the importance and the necessity of this scheme, the council needs to be reassured that that there is adequate provision being made to come up with that money. Should it become the case that the council does need to provide it, there need to be very clear plans and very clear provisions put in place at the earliest possible stage to provide that money, especially given, as Councillor Jones was saying, the level of indebtedness at the council and the risk of the increase in borrowing rates. So I do think that the administration needs to take on board these points, that it is essential that the council plans not only to be able to provide this money itself should it come to that, but also to accommodate any other potential increases in costs that might arise out of such a large building scheme, which can be unpredictable, as we'll see from motions and discussions that will take place later in this meeting, that the right forward planning and the right financial considerations need to be put in place to make sure that the Council can bear such a large sum of money should the worst case scenario financially come about. And I think it's very important that we take those precautions and that we adopt prudent financial strategies to allow this important flood defence scheme to go ahead in a sensible and a well provided for, well provisioned manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. There are no more members indicating to speak, so can I ask the leader to sum up?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, or Deputy Lord Mayor, is that on? Yes, great. Thank you very much, colleagues, for a useful debate on this. I think it's really important we get this right, not only in terms of protecting all those homes and jobs within Southsea, but because Southsea Seafront is the jewel in our city, and when we talk to residents across the city, it's the thing that they value the most. And we've got to make sure we get it right, not only in the engineering terms, but also in terms of it being a wonderful place for people to be able to go and to attract visitors. So I think we have to get not just the engineering right, we have to get the aesthetics right. We have to make it a really beautiful and wonderful place. It is just so great. I'm really lucky. I live 5 minutes walk from there, from the seafront, and that's incredibly useful and lovely place to be. I think that the issues in terms of the money that we need to be careful of. I think we have to, as Councillor Mason says, make sure that we've made a financial commitment to allow the Environment Agency to release the money so that we can fulfil this scheme. And I think that's what we are likely to do today. I've not heard any opposition. In terms of what we do within our own books, I think we need to be driven by the advice from our Finance Director about how that's accounted for. And I'm sure all of us across this chamber will listen to Chris Ward's advice on that and look to see what the most appropriate way of doing that is. I think the siren words are fair and sensible. We've all sat in meetings in large projects where people have said that things have gone over budget. And we have to be careful and realistic about that. So I think it is right that the money is there, but also I don't think we have to take a measured approach. If we put aside money against Chris Ward's advice that could be used for other things, then again people in the city will lose services. So I think what we need to do as part of the budget process is to listen to whatever Chris Ward's advice is in terms of setting aside money this year and future years for this, or looking to decide if there's enough savings within the value engineering to mean that that is unnecessary. I think we will all listen to that across all groups. And I think that is a sensible thing. It is right that colleagues here are not wanting the council to take on more debt unnecessarily. But I think we are very fortunate as a council that not only have we borrowed, but we have very large quantities of assets. So in terms of net indebtedness, we don't have any. We are incredibly lucky that we have not followed the lines of some small district councils who borrowed very large quantities of money and yet have no assets to back it up. So we are an asset-rich council, and that's been something that's been true for many, many years and many decades because of foresight by our predecessors. So, ladies and gentlemen, I do hope that we're able to support this. I think this is absolutely the right thing to do. If we don't, I don't think the people of Southsea would ever forgive us for saying that we're going to leave their homes at risk, their businesses at risk, their cathedrals at risk, Dean, if you'd like to write a cheque. This is very, very important, and I do hope, colleagues, that everybody will support this to make sure that we can give an absolutely clear and resounding message to the people and businesses and families of Southsea that we will protect their homes from flooding. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Councillor Jones, point of order.
It's a really small one, I'm sorry. I agree with what you said, apart from one small point. I mentioned the relatively high debt ratio level. That's actually calculated assets. Whilst it's a very good point, and I don't disagree at all, it's actually done on your debt level versus your income, and that's where it is.
Thank you.
Okay, members, as there are no amendments put forward for this, we will move directly to the vote for it. Can I call those in favour of the South Sea Coastal Flood Defence Amendment to the Capital Programme, please show. Any against? That's unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Members may have gathered that the Lord Mayor is now in the building, and as such, we will be breaking for a short 5-minute adjournment. Please could members remain on this floor of the building. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, members. Would you all take your seats? Thank you very much. Before I start, I understand that Deputy Lord Mayor's birthday today. I know you've done that. That's just fine. Excuse me, it's my meeting. I'm back now. You've got me for another till May. So, Councillor Ben Downing, Deputy Lord Mayor, there's a little drink from us, from all of us. So, please make sure. You see, that's not so bad, was it? You see, I won't sing happy birthday to you. I know you did. Lovely to see you. Thanks have a lovely time this evening. Thank you very much. My apologies, as I say, for being away this afternoon, but it's good to be back with you all. So I understand from Stuart that we're on number 11, which is the forward plan admission. So as detained on the agenda, can I propose that the Council notes the forward plan admission in respect of item 12 and that the notice of admission has been published? You're all happy with that? All agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. So now I move on to number 12, a recommendation from the Leaders' Portfolio being held on the 11th of October, the crane purchase. Members, a recommendation from the Leaders' Portfolio meeting which met on the 11th of October concerning the crane purchase has been previously circulated and it is attached to your green sheet. Okay, so I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please can you indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. So I'm now going to call minute number 5, the crane purchase. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Well, if nobody else is going to oppose this, I might. I want to talk about cranes. No, it's all right, I'm not allowed to.
Okay, thank you very much. That's been approved, members, yes? Okay then, so that's been approved and noted. Thank you very much. So are there any amendments? No. So on the matter is no. Yes. So, number 13, recommendations from the Governance and Audit Standards Committee meeting held on the 20th of September, members. Contract price increase and approved process. Members, a recommendation from the Governance and Audit and Standards Committee was held on the 20th of September concerning the contract price increase and approved process, has been previously circulated with the agenda. So I now propose to call the minute. Again, if you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. And can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. So now I call minute number 49, contract price increased approval process. No? Okay. So that's agreed. Thank you very much, Stuart. So move on now. Moving along quite swiftly. 19. Okay, recommendations from the Governance and Audit and Standards Committee meeting held on the 20th of September, scrutiny call-in arrangements. Members, a recommendation from the Governance and Audit and Standards Committee being held on the 20th of September concerning scrutiny call-in agreements has been previously circulated with our agenda. So I now propose to call that minute, and obviously if you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. So I now call upon minute number 51, scrutiny call-in procedures. Councillor Norton.
I'm not objecting, but do you mind if I pop up and close the curtains? Is that okay?
No problem. I think one of us will do that, Councillor. That's fine. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah. So is that agreed then? Minute number 15. Yes, everybody seems to agree that, Stuart. So we're okay. No. You've all agreed it, I'm sure, Councillor. Please don't start. Please be nice to me. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's a bit like the X Factor, where later on you put on if who's done the best today. Okay, so we're on. Where are we? We will go. Yeah, number 15 then. Recommendations, members. Recommendations from the Governance and Audit and Standards Committee being held on the 20th of September, review on polling districts and polling places. Members, of recommendations for the Governance and Audit and Standards Committee was held on the 20th of September concerning review of polling district and polling places has been previously circulated with our agenda. So I now propose to call the minute. Again, if you wish to oppose the item, please would you indicate. Can also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. So I now call upon minute 47, review of polling districts and polling places. Agreed. Thank you very much, members. So now I'm going, that's all agreed. So we're going to number 16, which is review of political proportionality on committees and panels. A report from the Chief Executive has been previously circulated regarding the review of political on the committees and panels. You know what I mean. Okay. In response to the recommendations set out in that report, members, can I receive a written proposal from the leader which will be circulated in the chamber? Thank you. So I'll give you a couple of minutes to have a look at that, members. Thank you. So, members, you're all happy for us to carry on, or have a couple of minutes? No? Everyone happy with it? Okay, so it's the leader then, if he's happy to propose it. Okay, and Councillor Lindstag, obviously, just a second. Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
Happy to propose.
Councillor Stagg, please.
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. If with no speakers at all on this item, we'll go to the vote, shall we? Okay, can I just, for the books and everything, all those in favour? I think that's all agreed. Okay, thank you very much, members, for that. So we now move on, Stuart, to notice of motions now. It's the EU citizen one we're doing now, members, if that's okay. Is that page number 25?
Yeah, let me just, you'll need to leap a bit now, because I need to...
Got to leap around a bit, Stuart says. So
the EU citizen one.
Just give me a couple of seconds.
So we need to go to... so you're now in the middle of page 31.
Right.
Middle of page 31, so just say moving on to motion D.
So moving on to the next motion D is the motion concerning the EU citizens proposed by Councillor Purvis and seconded by Councillor Dowling. So are we all happy to...
It's got 3 minutes, of course.
Yes, Councillor Dowling, would you like to speak for a couple of 3 minutes, please? Thank you.
Do you want me to speak on why we should debate it, or are we happy to go straight? I hope we will debate it today. It's clearly a very important issue with a number of EU citizens living in the city. One thing I would say is this is not intended to be a motion about Brexit. I appreciate it's going to be a difficult thing to have in this chamber, but that's precisely not why I've brought it. It's because of the impact this is having on people's lives in this city.
Thank you to Councillor Purvis. So the Council will no vote on whether the motion should be dealt with today. So all those in favour of debating it today, could you all show, please? Okay, thank you. Okay then, so we'll debate that. So it's Councillor Purvis, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Moving this up the agenda, that's much appreciated. As I say, slightly bizarrely, given what the text of the motion is, I am clear that this is not a motion about Brexit. I'm not going to say I don't care about people's views on Brexit. I obviously do. But I know that we all have a range of views in this chamber. Some people agree with me, some people don't. But it's not why this notice of motion is important. Whatever your vision, whatever your will for Brexit or not is or has been, all sides have repeatedly said that this should not be about kicking out the hundreds of thousands of EU citizens who live in our community and work with us and are part of our community. And it is not. And I really genuinely hope it is not. Apart from the really nasty angles and edges of the debate, I think the vast majority of people recognise that EU citizens play an enormously important role in this country, many for many years. And sadly, the settled status scheme has failed both them and us. I don't have time to talk about what's wrong with settled status as a concept. Suffice to say, my wife's applying for citizenship, not settled status. But I want to talk about the experience of many EU citizens I've talked to of the settled status process. For those who haven't had to come across it, you'd be amazed to hear how bad it is, even by government bureaucracy standards. Predominantly, you're expected to apply using an Android app. If you don't have an Android phone, it's an entirely manual process. You have to get documents scanned and sent off. You can't do that in Portsmouth at the moment. You have to go all the way to Southampton, is the nearest place. You can't make appointments to have your documents scanned. You have to turn up. The capacity is not there. People are being turned away. And even beyond that, the actual process is not functioning. People are not getting responses. Now, that might not sound like a big deal, but if you put in a settled status application and you don't get your letter telling you that you have been rejected, you've been given pre-settled, you cannot appeal it. And yet I am speaking to EU citizens in Portsmouth who have never received that letter and therefore cannot appeal. So what is the cost of this? It's not just that the process is bad, it's leading to incorrect decisions. I have a friend who's French and she's lived here 19 years and she was refused settled status, given the lesser pre-settled status. Thankfully, she is one of those individuals who is in a position to appeal it and has had to provide 5 years' worth of bank statements to prove residency. But this is absurd. And even more pernicious than that, it's the uncertainty it leaves EU citizens in. I've obviously spent a lot of time at the hospital recently, and I've met nurses who literally came here to fill critical shortages in our NHS. They're saving people's lives, working 12.5-hour shifts, and then going home fighting their way through bureaucracy to register their right to stay here. Now, thankfully, their employer, being a large employer and within the NHS, is doing what they can to help them. But how many others are falling through the net because the system is that bad? Now, I do want to say, genuinely, this isn't a political thing. I'm pleased that the Prime Minister yesterday said that the permanent status of settled status will be confirmed in an immigration bill. So why is this still relevant to the Council? Because we're not just passive observers. We have an ability to do more, and in fact a duty to do more to help EU citizens who live in Portsmouth. Immigration status is critical to accessing many benefits and services that are administered by this Council. We know who many of these EU citizens are, where they live. We can do more and should do more to support them, to support local businesses, and for that matter, given what we're discussing later, landlords. We're asking landlords to consider immigration status, and yet landlords know no more about this settled status than the rest of us. To understand how businesses, landlords can support their employees, their tenants. We can't bury our head in the sand and say this is a government problem. It is, they need to do more to fix it, but there's a heck of a lot more that councils can do. This motion is the result of discussions I've had with colleagues across the country, and only this week 3 councils in Oxford have supported almost identical motions cross-party because they recognise that there is a role for local authorities in helping EU citizens through this. So I'm asking Council today, please don't ignore the plight of EU citizens in our city. They are our neighbours, our colleagues, our friends, and obviously, even in my case, my partner. We should do all we can to support them, no matter what our personal views are about Brexit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purvis. Councillor Ben Dowling, do you formally second that?
Seconded, Lord Mayor, and I reserve my right to speak later in the debate.
Thank you. So it's open for debate. Does anybody want to talk on this at all? Councillor Donna Jones, please. Councillor Jones.
Thank Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Apparently it's because mine's not upright. Can you start my timer again in a minute?
I'll do it again, 1 second.
Yeah? Okay. We seem to have no feedback. Excellent. Thank you very much. Far be it from me to stand here and try and defend the government in any way about their administrative woes, which do span many government departments, and in fact not just the Home Office. But I do think that this is a very good point that's been made by Councillor Will Purvis, and I thank him for bringing it here. I know that there are issues. I've been contacted by a couple of people. One particular happens to be a French lady as well, who is having an issue. But I've also got a couple of positive stories. One very similar to yours, Councillor Purvis, where someone's actually decided to relinquish their citizenship and then, having lived here for over 20 years, decided to actually fully become a British citizen, and she said she felt quite empowered in doing that. And someone else who is one of the successful ones that's been through the system and got there okay. But the reason I've stood up to speak today, Lord Mayor, is to say that I did have the fortune to meet with the Home Secretary 3 weeks ago. I'm going to ignore Councillor Ferret driving me from the other side. But yeah, and actually what she sort of we were talking about this particular issue, and she did say that since she's come into post, she has had an overhaul of the process and how it works. She is very aware that there are glitches in the system and that they are being addressed. But of course, time is not on our side with this, and we know that there is a deadline of the end of 2020, but I'm not sure if that's if we leave with a deal or without a deal, because I haven't looked that closely at the detail. Maybe I should. I am pleased. I mean, the motion, I am going to support the motion today because I think it's right and proper that people that have lived in this country and worked here and given so much to this country for so many years, paying taxes, paying national insurance, that we should be, as community leaders, supporting them in any way that we possibly can. So, as I say, I do welcome the motion for that reason. And I think the key point about it for me is the UK labour market. The UK labour market would be massively strained and hugely detrimented if it wasn't for immigration and for people coming to this country, many of them coming here most of them coming here for the sole purpose to work and better their lives, and who could possibly criticise that. There are a couple of parts in the motion that I'm just going to focus on. I'm hoping at the end of paragraph 3, the more chaotic no-deal Brexit will hopefully be something that will be sorted out within the next week or so, but I'm sure we won't hold our breaths. And the reference to another Windrush-like scandal, like I say, I am going to support it, but it would be remiss of me not to point out to the proposer and the seconder that there are a couple of bits of political language in there that maybe I don't entirely agree with. So I'm just putting that down as a point of record, really. I hope that we have an orderly Brexit and exit from the European Union from here on in. I know it has not been particularly orderly thus far, but I will do anything I can do, obviously, to help people in the city through my contacts and relationship within the Conservative Party, and particularly with knowing Priti Patel, the current Home Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor James. Councillor Matthew Willington, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I've just thought I'd just share a small story of, again, how this settled status works. This is actually a personal friend of mine who this week, 3 days ago, his wife, who's from Cambridge, she put on her Facebook that my friend Marco has finally got his settled status, and he's from Finland and has lived here for 21 years in the UK since he came as a student, which is where I know both Marco and Claire from, in Liverpool in 1998. And I'll just actually read you what Claire put. She says, "It's been a horrible, stressful process, especially the waiting parts. It took 50 days and 2 phone calls to get a resolution for us. I think they have a big backlog at the moment. Now, I'm a former civil servant, so I know how good civil service processes work and bad civil service processes work. And this is clearly a bad civil service process. It's been designed extremely badly. It's been designed because I don't think people really knew what they were doing. It came from, I do believe that when the idea of Brexit came about after the referendum, there was complete inertia in government about what to do with EU citizens. Rather than making it a very straightforward, simple process to say, you've lived in the country for a long time, we'll give you a settled status, you don't have to prove anything, you'll just effectively have the same rights as you had all along, which is effectively what settled status is. It's just saying that if the government, soon after the 2016 referendum, said that in this ridiculous bargaining about whether they're going to use EU citizens as bargain chips or whatever it was, because we couldn't get a straight answer or not, they said they will have the same rights as they have now. So why didn't they just say, all you need to do is say you're an EU citizen, they give you a piece of paper saying you've got settled status. Instead, they created a bureaucracy. And we've heard, as has been mentioned, about someone who's lived here for many, many years, who's not even given the permanent settled status. They're given something less than that. Not even really clear why. And it's not clear what difference there is between someone like my friend Marco, who has got settled status after 21 years, and someone who's been here for 15 years, who's probably been working for their entire time here, and they haven't got the full settled status. What's the difference? I don't know, but it seems like a bureaucratic mess. And this is what happens if you have unclear parameters. And time and again, we have people who are just trying to get on with their lives, apply for things, and then they end up in this bureaucratic nightmare. We've got another motion later on which I'm introducing, which was a similar situation of a bureaucratic nightmare. So I completely support this motion. I support the fact that we have EU citizens here in our city who deserve to be acknowledged as being our friends, our colleagues, our neighbours, and that they have every right to be here. They have contributed to our city. They are part of our city. They are part of our community. And it's absolutely right that we should push back at government and say, your system isn't working. The system you created is not working for citizens in this city. And I commend this motion, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Ferret, I switched you off that earlier on accidentally, so I'm going to call Councillor Ferret, please. Councillor Ferret.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was hoping to follow Councillor Jones, the former council leader, because I thought she made the argument as to why Brexit is such sheer, unadulterated lunacy. And I thought she was making a very good point about, this is the Conservative Party who, under Prime Minister Thatcher, delivered the single market. It was very much their idea, and it was tying in the flexibilities that the single market delivered in terms of the movement of capital and goods, along with the free movement of labour. And I think there was a recognition clearly on the part of Margaret Thatcher that you couldn't have just one of those things in order for that to work. You had to have all of those things together. And I thought Councillor Jones made an excellent point in relating those issues. And that leaves me exasperated as to how on earth can she support Brexit, which just drives a coach and horses through what she was just articulating. Councillor Purvis says this motion isn't about Brexit. Of course it's about Brexit. It's Brexit that's doing this to us. It's Brexit that has the potential to destroy the very fabric of our society. So, and that's not being melodramatic, because this motion points out the human element that we are going to have to deal with, which is not hundreds of thousands. Well, in Windrush we were talking thousands of people. Here we are talking 3.5 million individuals, possibly more, in terms of the fact that people are coming in and out of the country all the time. We'll continue to do so, whatever happens in the next week. People that had no requirement to register, no requirement to have particular bits of documentation, and are now going to be subject to a scheme. And the Home Office will not be able to deal with it. It is not equipped to deal with anything on that scale. And I speak as someone who worked in the Home Office for a number of years and was there when the Labour government attempted to deal with the backlog of asylum seekers, something that had been left by a lack of investment by the previous government, and they attempted to deal with that. The immigration budget went up from something like £250 million to over £2 billion. The Home Office took over most of Croydon in terms of trying to deal with that. It was able to ramp things up from dealing with a few thousand applications to maybe dealing with tens of thousands of applications. But the investment absolutely phenomenal. With the outcome at the end, I think that the 8,000 asylum seekers were then being removed per annum, and yet you were dealing with hundreds of thousands of cases. Here we are dealing with millions. So how is that going to work? And what it is going to promote, and that is mentioned in the motion, is going to promote suspicion. It's going to promote prejudice against people that are seen to be not from here. And it's going to do all those things that we've been warning about, that Brexit will bring. It's not too late, clearly, for us to turn back from this madness. I would hope there have been people in the Conservative Party that clearly have seen the absolute nonsense of this. Their reward for that is being ejected from the party. That party no longer wants to embrace common sense views. It's become as extreme as the Labour Party, and it's just left the playing field in terms of common sense. But there is an opportunity here to turn this around, and I would hope that everyone here who's free on Saturday attends London, goes to the People's Vote, because we do have an opportunity to try and reverse this madness. And like I say, I commend Councillor Purvis for bringing this forward today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham Heaney, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to rise in support of the motion, very obviously, but I do want to say a little bit about sort of why we are here. I know Councillor Parrott has talked about Brexit, but I think the bigger issue here is this is an exercise that I understand the Home Office has never attempted before. It's the biggest exercise, biggest digital exercise they've ever attempted. And we've already noticed that there have been some problems which have been outlined earlier. And the question is, what is the culture of the Home Office going to be in relation to how they deal with this? And this, I think, is the big question that is hovering over this issue at the moment. We've noticed, for example, that there's been a jump in the number of people who have been given what's called pre-settled status. In the initial testing phases, apparently it was around 30%. It's gone up to something like 42% now. Now, there is some suspicion that the system is difficult to understand and people are accidentally pressing the wrong buttons and so on there. But we should have a system that doesn't do that. I mean, quite honestly, that we've got a system that actually causes those people's problems is really problematic. That is obviously one of the problems. I mean, but we're getting people, as I say, who can talk to their friends and neighbours, and people know they've been here since the mid-90s and they're still being given this pre-settled status. So something in the system is going wrong. And I think the concern is what's going on in the culture of the Home Office. Now, there was an article, a long article written in The Guardian by Amelia Gentleman, who you may know has also written about Windrush, who went and interviewed some people in their staff as well. And one of the staff said to us, we are trying to change the culture of the Home Office. They're doing it within that department. The question is what's going to happen elsewhere. And I think we're concerned about what will happen. They're certainly trying to develop a better ethos, but I think the scale of the problem is pretty significant. We're also getting some somewhat mixed messages politically about this as well, I think, which is of concern. When the Home Secretary, the current Home Secretary first became Home Secretary, she announced that free movement was going to end on the 31st of October and had to be corrected by her officials to say actually it wasn't going to end on the 31st of October, it would end when the legislation that provided for that was abolished and would therefore end. So that created a spike of fear and concern about people that something dramatic was going to happen. So that sort of message wasn't really helpful. The Home Office also fell foul of the Outstanding Standards Authority by putting out some advertisements on the radio which actually didn't give completely accurate information about what documentation people needed to provide, and they were banned from actually continuing that advertisement. So again, we have a bit of sort of administrative cock-up plus poor political messaging, which is actually creating a really serious situation. The Security Minister, Brandon Lewis, was interviewed about a week or so ago, and his attitude appeared to be that, well, what would happen if people don't register? And he said if EU citizens are not registered by then, i.e. 2020, end of 2020, without adequate justification, the immigration rules will apply. Asked whether those who didn't apply would then face deportation. Theoretically, yes, we will apply the rules. This is the sort of culture that is being apparently suggested here. I think the government have got to really seriously rethink that, because the immigration system has now got a reputation, and unfortunately it was the culture that was developed by the previous Home Secretary, Theresa May, of a hostile environment to people who come to the country. We are seeing other examples, not connected with Brexit and not connected with the EU system, whereby, and it happens to be universities, which I know a little bit about, where academics are being refused the opportunity to have their children come and join them when they've been offered jobs here. There is clearly something wrong with the system that does this. Obviously, we can't cover all of these things, but I do think this really goes to the heart of it. It's the culture that we've got, and really the Home Office has got to do some serious work to make sure the system operates. They should actually make an assumption that people are allowed to stay here unless there are reasons that they are not. People shouldn't have to prove their right to be if they're EU citizens. It should be automatically assumed that is the case. And I think this is where it goes back to the issue about should we have an application scheme or a registration scheme. If you've got to apply to be here as an EU citizen, then the assumption is that you don't have the right to be here before this, whereas in fact many EU citizens obviously do for very good reasons. So I think there's some real concerns about this, and we'll have to watch to see how the Home Office and the government actually deal with this. But I do hope they are flexible and responsive to the needs of these EU citizens, because these people have worked in our country for very many years. They are valuable citizens and neighbours, friends and colleagues, and we want to see them treated properly. So I hope the government will respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got 3 speakers so far. Councillor Hugh Mason. Councillor Mason, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The first point I want to emphasise is the scale of the problem, the scale of the issue which we have before us. On the St Jude electoral register, there are 784 European Union citizens who have the right to vote in local government elections. They have signed up. They have shown a commitment to this city by becoming local government electors. They are our fellow citizens in Portsmouth. And I think as councillors, we have a moral duty to look after their interests. And as we have heard, there are problems. The first is that despite a very peculiar advertising campaign by the Home Office, quite a number of the European Union residents are not aware of what they need to do and how soon they need to do it. This is something which, knocking on doors and talking to people in the street, I think many of us have found. And I think we have first part of our duty is to make sure that as many citizens of this city who are European Union citizens as we can reach are aware of the way in which they can apply for settled status. The second thing is that many of them are unaware of the complexity of the application process. We have heard a little about this, that if you want to do it on electronic means, you have to have Android. The Spanish gentleman to whom I was talking said, I've got an iPad. But of course the iPad doesn't work on Android. And so he has a problem. And then there were the assurances. The assurances given in good faith, I believe, by the people who introduced this to the House of Commons, that there would be no change in the real status of European Union citizens here. But even the settled status does not give quite as much security as the indefinite leave to remain, which, let us say, Commonwealth citizens have in this country if they apply for it. And the pre-settled status is even more precarious. So this motion, I think, is designed to give our fellow citizens in this very difficult time, in this very confused situation, as much support in their quest for security as we are able to provide. I think the detail of this motion is good, it is clear, it tells us what we should be doing, and I think we should do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Robert New, please. Councillor New, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So I support the motion as well, and the broad points that were made by Councillor Winnington and Purvis. I think that we kind of need to just bear in mind as well, there seems to be a bit of a positive theme despite the bureaucracy and the problems that people have experienced, which must have been exasperating, is that all of the people that we seem to know are receiving notice that they're going to have their settled status, which is great. But I think all of us here do have a role to play in terms of making sure that people are aware, as Councillor Hugh Mason said, whether you're out canvassing, etc., surgeries that we all hold, we are able to direct people and help them. And I know through the work that I do with Penny Mordaunt, and I'm sure Councillor Morgan, through his office as an MP, are also doing that work as well. And it always seems to me, as Councillor Winnington pointed out, that there are good processes and bad processes. I think it's a great shame that this has clearly been a bad process. And I mean, I think it's just nuts that it's been, the application process has been stuck to one device, which, you know, even though they tell me that it's what everybody uses, what the council uses, Android, I'm you know, like so many people, freedom of choice and use iOS, etc. But I think one of the nice things to hear here, obviously while we're raising these issues, is that a lot of people that we value and hold dear, our European friends, family members, if you will, because some of them feel like family to me, are receiving that settled status, and actually is putting an end to their anxiety and their exasperation. And just to add into the mix, one of my personal friends, Dimitri, he has just received his, and it took him about 60 days as well, which is in line with what Councillor Winnington was saying with his friend. And I know that he was really anxious during that time about what could happen, and he contributes greatly to the local economy here. And on top of that, I was very happy because he is a fellow Spice Girl stan, which means we can go to future tours together. And he also has, he also rescued an amazing, gorgeous Labrador as well from our own dog kennels. And so I think that there are some positives to take out of here. But also, I think it's great that we're discussing this and that we can all help people, support them, signpost them to absolutely try and do our best by them, because we absolutely want everyone to stay that should be able to stay.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got one more councillor so far. Councillor Luke Stubbs, please. Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to make a couple of observations based upon the discussion we've had so far, one of which is really that while the fundamentals of the scheme, what it's trying to achieve, is quite generous, it's been badly implemented, and I think a lot of people have made that point, and that the processes aren't working well. And what I find a little interesting, of course, is, I mean, that's one of the points that a lot of us as critics of big government recognise, that often public sector projects are like that. Often when the government tries to administer something, run something complicated, it hits all sorts of problems, and the original intentions and then the implementation of it often end up quite a variance, and it's interesting to see administration members kind of implicitly agree with that, I think, and recognise it. And so I've got my sort of own confession on this, which I find myself in the unusual position of saying I agree with Guy Verhofstadt, at least for once. At least for once, because he's, to my knowledge anyway, he's the first person, to at least my knowledge, who's brought up this point about how the settled, basically the onus should be everyone's accepted, and the onus is on the state or the Home Office to prove ineligibility for people who are ineligible, and I think that will be a better system for this. I think we also need to remember that our offer to the European Union on this has actually been more generous than their offer to us. So in the event of a no-deal Brexit, the 27 other countries will set their own policies for British nationals living abroad, and many of those, or all of them, other than Ireland, are less generous than ours. And the most restrictive one I know of is Poland, whereby you have to be able to demonstrate you have lived in Poland for all but 10 months of the last 5 years. And if you can't prove that, then you are ineligible to remain in Poland. So that's a lot stricter than we've been. And, you know, it will be nice, I think, to see some movement over that with exactly the same issues about people settling in another country apply to British citizens abroad as apply to EU citizens in this country. And, you know, on the Brexit issue, I mean, after, assuming we do at some point leave, we will be in a position where we can set our own immigration policy, and we will be able to set a points-based system. And I think that will be fairer and more transparent than what we have at the moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Councillor Rob Wood, please. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was just going to speak briefly because having heard what Councillor Luke Stubbs said and Councillor Heaney said, can I just say this is a great point that we've all agreed about. We basically have empathy and humanity about our neighbours, and that's really important because I tend to agree with them. I think the onus should be on the government to prove, first of all, somebody shouldn't be here, because that's clearly something. If I come from a generation, second generation, I was born in Hong Kong, and in a place called Un Long, where they apparently had things like white shirts and black shirts, and that is a very divisive, polarizing thing. And I think somewhere in the city, Hong Kong, I'd probably lose my birthplace, and in the country I live in and I've grown up in here, I think it's really important we understand we are citizens of the world as well, and we should do something about that. And it's great to see this empathy, so I totally agree with these two guys. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got nobody else here, so I think it's Councillor Purvis to sum up. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Very good debate. I don't really have much to add other than to highlight a couple of things that were raised. Councillor Jones, you were saying about the date. One of the things that I can't remember, I don't think I actually put in the motion in the end, I cut it, but one of the areas of big concern is exactly that point about whether a no-deal Brexit would change that date or not, and that's led to a lot of uncertainty. I think it's slightly unfair to say that EU states are treating our citizens worse. The largest number of migrants in the UK actually come from France. France has basically said if you are in France on exit day, you are entitled to stay. They've given the most generous scheme possible. They set up an application online scheme that works for everyone, and I have a number of friends who live in France who've gone through it. Very straightforward. It's literally a 10-minute application. Considering how notorious French bureaucracy is, it's slightly embarrassing that they're doing it better than us. So thank you for the debate. I hope everyone will support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Wellport. Okay then, members, so it's put to you. Can I ask everybody who's in favour to show, please? Any against at all? It looks like unanimous, so that was carried. Thank you very much for that debate. Thank you, members. So now we're going back to motion A. So is motion A, HMRC Portsmouth, proposed by Councillor Vazackley and seconded by Councillor Leo Madden. Members, the mover of the motion now has up... Sorry. Yeah, sorry, did you want me to put that... Do you want to speak on that bit, or... Do you want to formally propose it? Sorry, Councillor.
I guess for matters of regard to... Otherwise we wouldn't actually get to discuss it. Yeah, so I'll formally propose that we take this motion. I mean, you heard what the deputation said at the beginning of the meeting. I think it's pretty clear to us what this actually stands for, so rather than waste any time, I'll throw fate to the wind and guess that my colleagues will be prepared to support it. Thank you. Or at least support it.
Councillor Madden, do you secondly propose?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you. So shall we go to the vote on that, members? All those in agree to discuss it this afternoon, please show. Yeah, okay, so it's up for debate. So I'm now going to call Councillor Jackson, Councillor Vazackley. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Lord Mayor Fuller, is it? It's Fuller, isn't it? Okay. I'm sure you have. Okay, right. Okay, right. Well, the duties of the performance of the workforce at Links was already detailed by the deputation of Mr Smythe when he started, so we're all basically aware of the need for and the commitment of the staff. It should be the duty of this council basically to protect the interests and well-being of its residents. And those affected by the proposed closure of Links will be the workforce, obviously, local businesses who the revenue use, primarily those obviously in the north of the city in Cosham, the families of the workforce who will have a breadwinner out of a job, and on top of this, the residents of the city if we lose the rental income and we have to make up the loss elsewhere. So the impact of HMRC deciding to move out clearly has a noticeable and immediate effect if and when they go. I'll imagine all of us in our wards have someone who works at Links, and there are obviously staff that live outside the city. You've heard 100 were moved in from Southampton when they lost some of their services there, but the majority live within the boundaries of the city. This is a motion which I hope can receive cross-party support and unanimous backing. When we discussed Wingfield a number of years ago, there was only one dissent, if I recall at the time, which was from former Councillor Hay. But in today's climate, I'm aware of the members of other parties in this chamber that have basically been in contact with and supportive of the workforce there. Comrade Morgan, obviously in your capacity as MP for the South, you've met with PCS reps, I know, and the marvellous Ms Mordaunt, Goddess of the North, has also taken an interest as far as I know. So going back to the 80s, we had 7 tax offices, a VAT office, collection office, but now technology and practice have changed, and in 2019 we're just left with Links House. But the closure of Links will leave us nothing. The nearest HMRC presence, as you've heard, will be in Croydon, which will basically be a career-ending scenario for those staff who don't want to sign up for a 5.5-hour plus journey each day. I hope this motion can give a strong, clear message to HMRC management that this council is totally opposed to closure. There's a limit to what we can do as a local authority, and this is one such route to show our support to residents, be they members of the workforce, family members, businesses, or simply residents that want a local HMRC presence in Portsmouth. Local PCS reps too are limited to what they can do, having to spend many hours of their own time in trying to defend their members, and by reaching out to us, they've given a commendable example of their efforts, and I'd like to record my thanks, and hopefully yours, colleagues, to them for what they've done. So, members, this is very brief. Let's see if we can have 100% unanimous support for the motion and pray that the Board of HMRC listen to and reverse the decision of closure, keeping Links open for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I understand that there is an amendment being proposed by Councillor Coles and seconded. Do you want to propose it? Sorry, Councillor Coles, first of all.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Get the right page up. Oh, just propose it for now. Yeah, I'll propose it.
And sorry, I've got to get it right because they tell me off back here if I get it wrong. And Councillor Stephen Moore, did you second that?
Happy to second the amendment, Lord Mayor, and reserve my right to speak in the debate.
So now we're going to ask Peter, I'll get it right now, to circulate the amendment, please. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to look at that. Thank you, members. Okay then. So, Councillor Coles, could you talk on your amendment, please? You've got 6 minutes if you're ready, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. For small businesses and the self-employed, not having a local HMRC centre would be a travesty. Expecting people to travel to either Bristol or Croydon is just not feasible and will have a detrimental effect. It's great to see this motion come before the Council, as we've been working with PCS for some time on this matter. Of primary importance is retaining jobs in the city, which I'm sure all members will agree. 920 staff becoming unemployed is a huge number. As Mr Smythe said, the local office at Link House has essential assistance rendered to businesses and members of the public, as well as the important matter of revenue brought to the government. As there's only minor differences between this motion and the motion under 17E, I'm therefore happy to support my fellow trade unionists in the PCS and all employees at Links House by supporting this motion, but feel that having group leaders signing a letter would carry more weight and show this council is taking this matter seriously, hence my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coles. So obviously open for debate. Councillor Donna Jones, you're next, please. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'd like to start by saying thank you to the gentleman that came along and spoke earlier from Links House. I think he made some excellent points, and clearly I'm assuming was speaking on behalf of a number of his colleagues. You know, having grown up in and around the Cosham area for a lot of my life, this is a really iconic Portsmouth building, and obviously designed by internationally well-known and acclaimed architect Norman Foster. I think we've got some local listing on it now as of a couple of years ago. And actually, a good point was made at the very end of Mr. Smythe's comments when he said that actually, you know, if we move out of this building, HMRC, the council is a landlord. And you know, that was a purpose-built, purpose-designed building for the use that it currently has. And actually, it's a large building as well. I mean, I've been around it. I've walked around the circumference a couple of years ago with someone from the Asset Management Service when we knew that there was a potential that this building would be becoming vacant at some point in the future. So actually, it is in all of our interests, both as a landlord and as citizens of Portsmouth, that we want HMRC to stay here. One of the key, we've had the regeneration strategy before us earlier today, one of the first things we discussed. And in it, we talked about wanting to increase the number of jobs in the city. As a council, we work very closely with the university and with big employers such as BAE Systems and others, talking about wanting to grow and encourage and retain graduates and have more white-collar workers in the city. Because actually, we're quite a blue-collar industry type employment opportunity in Portsmouth. Now, actually, these are exactly the kind of people that we need to be keeping in Portsmouth. And whilst I appreciate that government departments have had to save money and streamline and technology and everything else, I think that this is a bad move for Portsmouth. I fully support any pressure we can put on HMRC staying in Portsmouth. I actually wish myself, stood here right now speaking to you, Lord Mayor, and to members of the council, that I'd done something about this beforehand, because this is it's a key employer in the north of the city, and I'm sure the people that work here, work in that building, all 920 of them, don't actually all live in Portsmouth. Some of them will be coming from Petersfield and from Chichester and from Southampton, and actually we're trying to encourage more people to be coming into our city to work every day, because as the leader said earlier on, too many of our citizens do leave the city every day to go to work. And that therefore doesn't help our local economy. So I'd like to say thank you to Councillor Fazackley for bringing this forward. Thank you also for having a conversation with me about it a few weeks ago. I think it is essential that we do everything that we can. Councillor Terry Norton and I were at a meeting at the LGA a few weeks ago where we saw Rishi Sunak, the minister, and I think, we need to, in fact, I don't think he was the minister for this at that point, so that was when he was in his last brief, but, I will endeavour to try and catch up with him at some point, because I think it's a sensible move. We definitely need to be having conversations with Penny Mordaunt, the MP for the area in which HMRC is based, to see if she can also put some pressure on a government department that I'm sure she's had many dealings with over the last 9 years. I fully support it, and want to say thank you, as I say, to the staff that are here, and also to the proposer and seconder of the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. We've got Councillor Leo Madden. Councillor Madden, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I say that I'm more than delighted to second this very well thought out and very comprehensive notice of motion from the PCS. I have to say, because I was a PCS member, I spent most of my, I think they call it working life. Apparently being a councillor is not a working life, but it's presumably one where you get a pension in the civil service, but not in the revenue, but in the Department of Health and Social Security, as it then was. And I'm very proud to have done so. And I think sometimes that our public servants, whether it be civil servants or local government servants, actually are denigrated by some members of the public. But I would say that I was very proud to have been a civil servant. On this particular motion, Justin's right, I was several years back, I think it was when I was leader of the council or deputy leader council member, there was the closure of Wingfield House, and we went along, several from the council, to demonstrate against that and try to get the revenue at that stage to change their mind. We were unsuccessful. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't continue to fight. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't be giving support to our colleagues in Links House. I also welcome the deputation from Patrick Smythe, because I think that was, the information he gave us was wonderful. I didn't know how many staff were employed there, so we now know there's around about 920. I think the notice of motion also says correctly that, when and if Linkshouse closes, you can't deploy that amount of staff. There is no way you can do it either with government agencies or with government departments at the minute. So we'll see, I suspect, lots of redundancies. Now, some people may actually decide to move to Croydon or to Bristol or to Stratford. And it's just one little thing on that. How would they get there in the first place? And if they do use their cars, it's slightly adding to the air pollution that we're all get ourselves entangled with. I also think that it is important that we look at local businesses. And that, with 900 odd staff and their families, if they have to move from the area, actually there will be a serious loss to the local economy. I can also say that the other difficult thing that I find with this is that there will be a lack of presence of the revenue here in Portsmouth. And if you actually want a face-to-face interview on your tax matters, which you'd be entitled to do, you'd have to travel to Bristol or Croydon or Stratford, I suspect. Now, as I said earlier on, we shouldn't give up the fight simply because other government offices have closed. And we've seen offices close all over the country. It's very important that we give staff our commitment to do something about it. I don't know, I'll rely on what Councillor Rizekli says in relation to the amendment. To me, it doesn't add much at all, so I'd be inclined not to accept it. I think that there's enough in the notice of motion, the original notice of motion, that stands, and we can do things about it. So I do hope, like Councillor Rizekli, that we unanimously back this today, that in fact we contact the people we need to contact as per the notice of motion, and we seek a review and hopefully the stopping of the closure of link sites. But thank you to the staff up there for all the wonderful work they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stephen Morgan, please. Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Local jobs, our city's economy, our ability to police tax evasion. This is what this government is gambling with by pursuing the incessant regime of cuts to HMRC. The so-called modernisation of the HMRC operations across the country is really just a guise for massive cuts and closures that will end up costing the Treasury more than it's saving. As we've already heard, we've lost Wingfield House. Now we are set to lose Links House by 2026. It's yet another example of a disastrous short-termism from this government. The HMRC workforce is already down by 30% since 2007, and as we head towards Brexit, pressure is only going to increase on our customs workers. This building has been a tax office since 1994, employing up to 1,000 people, as we've already heard, across our area, and has a vital role to play in our city's economy. And while HMRC has said that everyone will be guaranteed a job somewhere else, how is it feasible that Portsmouth people can travel to Croydon or Bristol on a daily basis? There are Portsmouth families whose livelihoods depend on its existence. These are extremely skilled people, and in cutting their roles, the government is losing valuable expertise in tax collection and evasion and customs handling. Shutting down Portsmouth's HMRC offices isn't just going to cost our city jobs, it's going to end up costing the Treasury more money. How is it that the government says in one instance that they will be tough on tax evasion, while in the next they gut the very organisation tasked with that role? HMRC has 2,000 fewer staff today than it did on the day of the EU referendum. It is highly problematic that this government has been dramatically cutting HMRC staff levels, yet it expects it to have a strong stance on tax avoidance and evasion. With 79% of staff surveyed saying that the proposals would undermine their ability to provide tax collection, this is not good enough. I trust the judgment of those who work within the department, who we've heard from today, over that of the government. This is information shared by experts that I have interacted with while sitting on the Public Accounts Committee in Parliament. I've already brought the Shadow Treasury Secretary to Links House to see for herself the challenges that we face here from a reckless Tory austerity. And I've visited the offices to meet staff and managers affected and met with trade union reps last week. Therefore, the Labour Group stands shoulder to shoulder with staff affected and will fight the proposed closure. My Lord Mayor, I want to turn to our proposed amendment. We welcome the proposals brought before us today by Councillor Jason Fazakerley and Leo Madden. Our amendment aims to strengthen the existing draft so that group leaders respond to the government. I'm committed to continuing the fight to keep this important local employer and vital tax administration unit open in our area, and will continue to liaise with all bodies involved to ensure that their voices are heard. We cannot allow the Conservatives to snatch away nearly 1,000 jobs from our community, and we will continue to call them out on their transparent attempts to rip apart HMRC. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm sorry I missed the deputations earlier on, by the way, but if I could ask you not to clap up there, please, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you very much. Councillor John Ferret, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Always a privilege to follow Councillor Morgan. I fully endorse the motion that we have here today. I'm not really sure about the amendment, whether that is just to try and get some of the glory, because the motion clearly wasn't going to be called. And, you know, it's imploring group leaders to write to the interim HMRC Chief Executive. Wouldn't it be great if we had our MP in Westminster making that case today to the people that matter? Yeah, but there we are. So I also speak as a former PCS representative of many years. Indeed, was on the PCS National Executive Committee shortly before I left the union to take up my post with Prospect. And I've spent 25 years representing people working in the public services. And I know from those members, in terms, just as Councillor Madden has said, the valuable job that they do, not often recognised by all of the public, and certainly not by their political masters. And also what I've also come to learn from being a councillor for 8 years and dealing with lots of personal cases, not least people that come into my surgery, is the importance to people of face-to-face meetings, particularly elderly residents who might have tax matters they need to resolve, that are not computer literate, and need to have someone there to talk to and to go through their affairs and sort them out. And that's something that's becoming obsolete. You know, we have this shift, channel shift as they call it, but that is potentially alienating or disenfranchising huge numbers of people who would rely on a face-to-face meeting. Clearly, when we lose these offices, that takes away that facility for people. This references the closure of shipbuilding, and I'm glad that it does, because we need to recognise what was nearly 2,000 jobs that were lost when shipbuilding closed. What we learned from that is even when you have a huge campaign, which we did, both in terms of the council, the unions in the city, and the workers, that it doesn't necessarily work, but what it does say that if you don't do those things, it certainly isn't going to happen. So I hope that there's a full campaign at PCS amount and a full campaign around this particular issue in Portsmouth. What we also learned from that was that politicians nationally didn't give us the backing that we wanted. That is going to be absolutely crucial. When shipbuilding was closing, we didn't even get the backing of our MP in Portsmouth North, who wouldn't come out unequivocally condemning the closure of shipbuilding. So I'm hoping that needs to change. Clearly now she's not in ministerial office, that might well be the case, but her influence might be somewhat diminished. But nevertheless, it's absolutely crucial that we do get support at the highest levels, because what we do know is that when these jobs go, they don't come back. Shipbuilding disappeared 2014. We were made various promises about it coming back. You know, we said as unions and the workers said, once that goes, once you lose those skills, once you lose that facility, it's not coming back. That is a sort of once in a lifetime occurrence. And sure enough, there's no sign of that coming back, even though we've had the announcement of new ships being built in terms of the Type 31. What we did get in Portsmouth was a minister for Portsmouth. We didn't get our shipbuilding back, but we had a few ministers for Portsmouth, one of those being the ultimate gammon, Mark Francois. Whatever happened to him? But yes, so fully endorse the motion, and let's try and keep as many good quality jobs in this city as we can.
Thank you very much. Councillor Udy, you put your light on earlier. Did you still want to speak or not? What the question? Do you want to speak or not? No. Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Atkins, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to stand up and speak as one of the councillors for Cosham and Wimmering, one of the communities likely most affected by this closure, and say that, I would also like to support this motion, and I thank Councillor Fazakerley and Councillor Madden for bringing it forward. I think it is important that we recognise that the HMRC office in Cosham is important to the local area, important to the local economy, directly through the employment it provides and indirectly in supporting business in this area. I do think it's important that we also recognise that the government has difficult decisions to make, and it does have to find savings in the right places, and that at times that can lead to mistaken decisions. And so I think it's important to make the argument that this decision is a mistake on a practical rather than a sort of political level, and make the case for retaining the HMRC presence in Portsmouth. And I thank the Deputation Speaker for his contribution, which was extremely helpful in demonstrating the importance of the work that the staff do in the Cosham offices of the HMRC, and the contribution that they play not only to our economy here in Portsmouth, to the whole of the South Coast. And I think it's important to make the point to the government that while they're considering ways to revitalise and encourage regional economies, that closing tax offices in those regions is likely to deprive businesses in those regions of the opportunities to consult with tax advisors, likely to deprive individuals of the opportunities to get face-to-face tax advice. And so I do think it's important, especially in the light of Brexit and how that may affect the South Coast economy. It could easily become a place where there is a greater level of more complex international trading. And so the retention of a tax office in this area, I think, is an important provision for the future, both for individuals and for businesses going forward in the whole of the South Coast region, not just Portsmouth, but Southampton and into Sussex and Dorset as well. So I think that we need to make the argument for the whole region that the provision that there is in Portsmouth is an important one in contributing to our local economy in Cosham and Wimmering and in the city of Portsmouth more widely, but also to our regional economy. And so I think it is necessary and a sensible decision and the right decision that the government should reconsider moving out of that office. I think that office should be retained as an important future provision for our regional economy, and I'm happy to support this motion. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Leader of the Council, Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I agree with everybody who's spoken in terms of trying to make sure that this tax office remains open. It seems to be one of the foolish things that the government does is to concentrate very large amounts of work in a few places, often places where it's difficult to recruit because the economy is overheated. You think of Croydon and you think of Bristol, trying to recruit very large numbers of people there is going to be difficult, and all it means is that people are going to be commuting over very large distances, which is not good for the environment. I think it is short-sighted and foolish. All governments take the view, as far as I can see, that Portsmouth is part of the southeast region, and therefore part of a very affluent area. They don't look below that to realise that actually we have significant economic problems, and therefore having something like the tax office here with 900 plus jobs is really important to a local economy. But they do think it's fine that areas of great poverty in the UK, i.e. Cheltenham and Harrogate, are in areas of deprivation and therefore can have lots of government jobs because they're in Yorkshire and the South West and they're considered to be part of those areas of deprivation. This daft regionalism, which is so crudely imposed by government of all parties, it doesn't do us well. Coming to the amendment, my Lord Mayor, my understanding is we're not allowed to amend amendments. My initial thought was that it was very sensible to absorb this in, and I'm very happy to give my undertaking that I'm happy to write. But I'm slightly concerned reading this, because this will appear in the official minutes, and it's wrong. What it says here on the paper is the Council asked all group leaders to write to the interim HMRC Chief Executive and HMRC Board, as well as the Treasury, imploring them to retain a working presence in Portsmouth and end their plans to withdraw City. Now, there are several words missing, and I wonder if, because we're not allowed to amend amendments, and I wouldn't want something to appear in the official minutes that's wrong, whether my undertaking to say that I'm happy to write and circulate it would mean that the movers of the amendment might withdraw this, so that when the official record does appear, it is correct, because we're not allowed to amend amendments. I hope I'm being helpful, and happy to give you my undertaking that I'm happy to write.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Leader. Councillor Vazakli, do you want to sum up now and say a little bit about, on the amendment, what you want to do about that? Councillor Vazakli, please, to sum up.
Yes. Okay. Well, I'm not actually sure what the proposer of the amendment is doing in regards to what the Leader has just said, but perhaps if I included what I was going to say about that anyway, that may cast some further help towards colleagues in the Labour group. I mean, first of all, thanks to all the colleagues in the Chamber who've given their word of support for the motion. Councillor Morgan did make reference to this being to this government being responsible for the changes that are facing HMRC at the moment, but to be fair, this has been the case under previous governments, the government of Blair and Brown, the coalition, and now the current government. Not just HMRC, but also across the civil service as well. So, in a way, I think it's slightly harsh to point the finger at one particular government when all of our parties that we're members of, with the exception obviously of the Progressive Portsmouth People's Party, have had their finger in seeing a reduction in the civil service and in particular in HMRC. We're in a political chamber, we're local politicians, but I hope this isn't particularly a political motion. The amendment, which I'll come to now, I'm slightly dubious, regardless of whether it's worded correctly or not, which obviously, having read it, it isn't. It obviously misses out several words that I believe, obviously, they would like to see included. I'm not sure how it would add to the value of the motion. Basically, the motion calls for the Council as a body to write, so I don't know the benefit of individual letters from 4 different group leaders compared to a letter from the Council which can contain reference to 100% support, which I hope it will receive, and which obviously the leader's given an assurance of including when he writes in. So I'll wait to see what the amenders of the motion would like to say, but personally I really can't see the value of it. Thank you, particularly with the wording aspect.
Thank you. Stuart's saying to me that he can't speak after you've sort of summed up, and you're also saying, Stuart, just for clarity, that it's a council that has to withdraw it if there's a vote. Is that correct? Over to you.
Lord Mayor, you're correct. If it's the will of the council that an amendment be, it's the council's decision, not the individuals who put the amendment forward. So, other than speaking on that particular point, obviously we can't have a debate now. It's all been summed. The move has summed up.
Okay. So you've all heard that. So it's up to the council, isn't it, to withdraw it?
Sorry. The council exactly wants.
Sorry, well, I've no doubt to query Stuart's professionalism. Can you just clarify again what actually you meant by that? Sorry, I didn't really follow.
Thank you, Councillor Zachary. The point I was making is we can't have a further debate now you've summed up, but it was alluded to about the issue of what can you withdraw an amendment, and I just, with the Lord Mayor, we were just clarifying it has to be the will of the council to withdraw an amendment. An individual putting it forward can't withdraw it. So unless the will of the council says it, you vote on the amendment unless you're subsuming it within your original.
Let's do one at a time. Councillor Leo Madden was first on the point of order. 1 second.
Pointed out, and we've all seen that the amendment is incorrect. It's incomplete. You can't amend an amendment, as Gerald said, and I've looked up the standing rules and I can't find anything to say that. So therefore, it shouldn't be accepted in the first place.
Okay, I've got someone else wanting to just...
Well, we've summed up, Lord Mayor. Really.
All right, okay, so I've got to switch. Councillor, hold on. He did raise point of order. Councillor Bosch, do you want to talk on a point of order? Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I was just getting around what Mr Agnew was saying. You are saying that it is the council that can withdraw an amendment. That's what you've just said. I'm sorry, but perhaps I'm misunderstanding something here. I thought that if the mover of an amendment decided to withdraw it, that was their choice. Otherwise, it was voted in or out. Or if it was out of order, it was down to the city solicitor to rule an amendment out of order. I can't remember in my 17 years when the council has withdrawn an amendment. Perhaps you could just clarify.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Standing Order 41 little I, after a motion or amendment has been moved and seconded, it may not be withdrawn except with the agreement of the council. No debate will take place on whether to agree to its withdrawal. A motion or amendment has been moved or seconded. It may not be withdrawn except with the agreement of the council.
Sorry, that's what it says. That's what it says in this bit.
So if the council will vote on that.
So do the...
Does the council want to vote on that?
Peter, do you want to just... 1 second, members. Peter, just to clarify, please, then we can move on, please. Peter.
That's what the standing order says. At 41I, it says after a motion or amendment has been moved and seconded, which it has, it may not be withdrawn except with the agreement of the council, which means, en masse, as I read it, no debate will take place on whether to agree to its withdrawal.
Hold on a second. Can you just push the buttons first of all? I don't want a quick discussion about it, but let's just... Councillor, hold on a second. Just push the buttons. Do it a gentlemanly way. Hold on a second. Councillor Zackley was next. So, Councillor Zackley...
Right, I'm back with a point of order again. Sorry. Is this actually on? Is this on? It is. Okay, right. Right, it's... Obviously, I've summed up, I've given my response to the motion. In regards to the amendment, to be fair to it, although I don't particularly agree with it, I don't think it's out of order, it just is worded ridiculously, so it doesn't make much sense at the end. So it's not actually out of order, so I presume it's not ruled out on the grounds of it being out of order. It would probably be defeated, one assumes, on the grounds that it doesn't quite make sense. But are we voting on it or not? That's what I'd just like to ask.
Okay, if members are happy, should we go to the vote on it? It's been accepted. So it's been accepted. So I think can I just carry on with that? Is that okay? Yeah. Yeah. Okay then. So that was what was proposed in front of us. So all those in agreement of Councillor Zackley as it stands.
You've got the amendment first.
Sorry, the amendment. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, the amendment. Sorry. Yeah. Yes. Would you withdraw the amendment, Councillor, first of all?
No,
we're
sorry. Voting on that.
Sorry.
Voting on the amendment.
All right. Okay. Help me with this one.
Lord Mayor, you're asking for the council to vote on the amendment.
Right. I'm asking you all to vote on the amendment. All those in favour, please show.
$13, Lord Mayor.
13. So now it's all those against. Would you please show? So that's
23, Lord Mayor.
So that's failed then, hasn't it?
So you're back to the original.
So I'm back to the original, which was brought by Councillor Zackley. See, I'm awake now. Okay. So all those in favour of the original one with Councillor Zackley, please show. Come on. That's better. Anyone against? Let's do the against. No? Okay, it's unanimous. It's carried then. Thank you very much. Yeah. So that concludes that motion. Moving on to the next motion, B, please. Is motion B supported the LGBT and education proposed by Councillor Horton and seconded by Councillor Hunt. So, Councillor Horton, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was going to say everything's been really harmonious and smooth, and I hope it continues, but that's been taken away from me. I just want to use this proposal just to clarify a couple of things which have come up from having conversations with other members, because I think it's really important that we know what we are talking about in this motion and what we're not talking about. So, basically, it's about the curriculum in schools and proposals to change it. At present, it's only statutory for secondary schools in England to teach sex education. That's the statutory situation. From 2020, secondary schools will have to teach relationships and sex education, RSE, and all primary schools will have to teach relationships education. And interestingly, both primary and secondary schools will have to teach health education. So it's not hard to see the crossover between these discrete subjects, but the only one where parents and carers have the right to withdraw is sex education, which under the current guidelines is taught as a science subject. I don't want to confuse things, and what makes it even more confusing is that a lot of primary schools, as well as secondary schools, are already teaching both relationships and sex education voluntarily. But this motion is focusing on the statutory relationships education and why we should embrace the equalities content that's at the heart of it. As is the case now, schools will continue to make the curriculum age appropriate and tailored to the needs of the school and its own community. So this motion is about sending a clear message that teachers will be supported, and that's why I think it's crucial to debate this today. And I hope I've clarified and not confused. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Hunt, do you second that?
I'm happy to second the motion, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much.
So all those in favour of debating it this afternoon, could you please show? Yeah, okay. Any against? No, okay then. So, Councillor Horton, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. If I could wave my magic education wand over this city, I would want this. I would want every child and young person to become the best version of themselves, and for every child to know where to turn for support when they were feeling vulnerable, scared, or lost along the way. Everything else, education-wise, for me, hangs off that. To hear people saying that their school days were the worst days of their life, where they were bullied, where they tried to become invisible, where they were shamed because of who they were or who their parents or family were, genuinely saddens me. I know that this is not a new or recent thing, and I know firsthand as a former primary teacher that children have engaged in verbal and physical bullying to hurt others for many, many years. They focus on difference to deal with their own insecurities and fear. It's been a long-established and proud role of teachers to challenge this and teach equality and standing up for difference, to teach the values of respect, tolerance, and being accepted for who you are. Teachers are significant role models and key authority figures with the power to communicate what is acceptable and what isn't. The curriculum, the content of what's taught to reach those laudable aims, of course changes with the times. Education, or rather schooling, has always both responded to and reflected a changing society, whilst simultaneously leading that change. This is so often reflected in the law. 2003, Section 28 repealed. 2010, Equalities Act. 2013, Equal Marriage Act. All of these statutes have contributed to an ever-developing curriculum that supports children and young people to be prepared for modern life. Whilst there's much to be proud of and celebrated, there is still a long, long way to go. Some of the statistics cited in this motion about homophobic and transphobic bullying, hate crime and bigotry should leave us in no doubt that the school curriculum still has a major role to play in this particular area. Teachers should be allies and supporters of lesbian, gay, bi and trans young people and their friends and family. And the government and local councils should be allies and supporters too. The relationships curriculum teaches about LGBT inclusive relationships in secondary school and about different families in primary school, and this plays a crucial role in reducing bullying and making LGBT students or those from their families feel welcome and accepted. Significantly, research from Stonewall has also found that 80% of LGBT young people had not learnt about consent in relation to same-sex relationships. 77% had never been taught about or discussed gender identity and what trans means. It's estimated this could affect at least 3 children in every class. The overlap with mental health is obvious, unquestionable. Bullying is aimed at children perceived to be gay, as well as those who are, and also by association with friends and family. Research shows that when it's talked about, mental health improves and self-reporting suicidal thoughts reduce. Not only is LGBT inclusive education important for young people's well-being, but it benefits everyone by making sure that all children and young people understand the world in which they live. For example, 1 in 8 adoptions in England are now made to same-sex couples, and children from these families need to see their reality reflected in what they learn in school. These are just some of the reasons why this subject is so important for everyone, and to understand that love is love in a positive relationship. So coming to the resolution stated in this motion regarding the Council, over many years there has been a clear cross-party public commitment to foster equality of all people, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity, illustrated in many ways in our support of Pride. In fact, there's a lovely happy photo of the current group leaders at this year's Pride on the front of the Portsmouth Politics Facebook cover photo, and the flying of the rainbow flag outside the civic offices, and the recent addition of the trans flag thanks to Councillor Udy, as well as becoming a city of sanctuary. We've made that commitment, and we need to teach our children in this city why we've proudly made those gestures by reflecting those values in their everyday lives. Whilst the Council doesn't determine the curriculum in individual schools, it already provides a breadth of support via the Portsmouth Education Partnership, offers a variety of training, has appointed a PHSC council officer, supports young people via the 4U group, works with families through early help offer, specialist support worker, written and published trans inclusion guidance, and set up a very active diversity network just over a year ago, which has several member representatives on it. We need to communicate to schools that we will continue to support them in these ways and in implementing this new curriculum, and that we will endorse this further with the appointment of an elected member, LGBT plus children and young people's champion. I started teaching a Year 3 class in 1989. There was a child in my class who was identifying as a boy, and neither her parents or I, as a new teacher, knew what to do. I would have loved the knowledge and curriculum support and advice that there is today. She or he would be 37 now. I'd just like to finish with a quote from Lucy, who works with the LGBT plus youth group in Portsmouth. I can't sum it up any better. Inclusive education won't convert anyone to anything. Teaching our children about disabilities doesn't disable them. Teaching them about other cultures and race issues doesn't change their ethnicity. Humans are humans. Love is love. Be safe. Be kind. Councillors, please support this motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That wasn't me. Okay. There are no amendments on this motion, so there's quite a few people want to talk, so obviously it's there for discussion. So the first one on my list is Councillor George Fielding. Councillor Fielding, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and I'm talking very much in support of this motion. It's important in the light of the protests in Birmingham to think about what education is for. It is to prepare us for work, it's to prepare us for adult life, but education is also about working out who we are in this world. Every child needs to feel safe, respected and included in their local school. Sadly, despite all the progress made for LGBT plus rights, many students say that they are bullied at school and made to feel different because of their sexual orientation or because they don't feel stereotypically male or female. This has to change. When children don't feel safe and as if they belong, they don't learn. But more importantly, they have a human right to access education and to be able to be themselves. Just as we don't tell LGBT plus staff that they need to hide who they are at work or what they did at the weekend or who they live with, we shouldn't ask or expect LGBT plus teenagers to hide who they are at school. It doesn't work. They shouldn't have to, and it causes untold mental health, distress, and exclusion from learning and opportunities. So invisibility and silence doesn't work. It isn't fair, and it creates another generation of homophobic bullying and LGBT plus inequality. Much of the hate, crime and violence on the streets motivated by homophobia and prejudice is being carried out by school-aged children. So we need to use education as a tool for change. We need to use the curriculum. We need to use literature and role models and celebrate and talk about the LGBT plus citizens who have contributed to British history and the struggle for social progress. We need to support schools to do this together. Relationships and sex education, RSE, is one part of the curriculum where we think about why we're always leaving out LGBT plus people and families. Let's make RSE inclusive in primary and secondary, and from early years on, let children know about same-sex families. We have to use education to challenge the hate and intolerance young people are seeing, particularly online. The far right in the USA are targeting young people online with views which are deeply misogynistic, homophobic and racist. Education isn't just about exam grades, it's about supporting positive critical thinking and attitudes so students can be active citizens in their local communities. We think the best way to explain to parents why inclusion is better than exclusion is to start off with the values of the school. In different forms, every school has values which are similar, albeit expressed in different ways. All school values have something about inclusion, about bravery or creativity. Building on the values and using this as a starting point for dialogue with parents is always the place to start. Parents have the right to educate their children at home in ways they want, but in every school it needs to be okay to say, here we accept everyone. Here everyone is equal. Here we want you to feel important and safe. Working out how to challenge stereotypes isn't always easy. LGBT plus prejudice is linked with very strong ideas about real men and proper women, so we need to challenge girls and boys at the same time as LGBT plus prejudice. But very often, starting with young people is the way to do it, creating opportunities with students to talk about what they hear, what they see online, what attitudes they've witnessed. The young people have the answers and deserve to have the right to learn without limits and come from prejudice. This would all be easy to do with a different government approach to on education. We need less tests, more proper assessment. We need more creative curriculum, more CPD for teachers, less high-stakes Ofsted inspections which narrow the curriculum, more music and art which motivate students and allow exploration of ideas. Is to design an inclusive curriculum where teachers' workload is so high and teachers' motivation is so tested. But we have to do it because education is the key for social progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next on my list is Councillor New, please. Councillor New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was slightly surprised when I saw the motion on the order paper. I followed the coverage of the No Outsiders programme in Birmingham, and to say that the reporting on it has been mixed would probably be fair. Head teacher Andrew Moffat has faced protests, criticism and a barrage of hatred for trying to bring a small programme of equality and diversity to school and neighbouring schools who might not have exposure to diversity teachings at home. And while I do not think it is the state's place to intervene and tell people how they should live their lives, upon reflection and research, and by a very happy coincidence, listening to the Homo Sapiens podcast by Will Young and the very handsome Chris Sweeney, I feel that this matter is very different to state intervention. Why? Simply put, because young LGBTQ plus people are bullied in school. It is just a fact. And while I'm not so sure that it's prevalent in primary schools, no one is born a bigot, a racist or a homophobe. It is learnt behaviour, in my opinion. To be clear, the No Outsiders programme is not about sex or even a detailed dive into gender and sexuality per se. It is actually about teaching people that love is love and that it's okay to be different. That you can have two dads, two mums, etc., that daddy is now a woman and vice versa and more. Basically, that you're not an outsider. That's commendable in my opinion. I pay tribute to Jess Phillips MP, who stood with the head teacher and faced down bigots and homophobes who were incandescent with rage and hatred at times. I also pay tribute to all of the parliamentarians who have voted for LGBT inclusive compulsory relationship and sex education in March of this year, including the Right Honourable Penny Mordaunt MP and Stephen Morgan MP. Penny, who has an openly gay twin brother, and Stephen as our openly gay Member of Parliament, I salute you. You're both role models in our city. Education is key to tackling so many forms of hatred. Bullying by children to other children can be relentless and deeply damaging, especially through formative years. My best friend and I talked about this a lot over the past week. He and his husband are the proud foster parents to two amazing small children who've just started school. It's his biggest fear that they will be bullied for having two dads, even though they're enrolled at an inner city school in London, which as far as they know is known for its inclusivity. My friend was bullied while we were at school. It's only talking about it in this past few days even, in this context to this motion, that I've come to realise that he was the victim of homophobic bullying. We were in different classes, and so we would only see each other at set points during the daytime, but we were the best of friends. I'm still processing this, especially as the two ringleaders of the bullies are now closeted gay men in a sham heterosexual relationship with wives and children who go out cruising in the deepest hours of the night behind their backs. I would say that's internalised homophobia, and as a direct result of not having the sort of education in their formative years to accept that it's okay to be different. When we left school, my friend ran away, first to Newcastle, then to Mykonos, a Greek island, to simply be himself. Had we had even a small education programme that taught equality and inclusivity, self-love and understanding, perhaps things would have happened differently. And I heard something really interestingly recently. The singer John Grant, while in discussion about homophobia, made the statement that it's heterosexual men who throw the most amount of homophobic abuse about at other heterosexual men. What is toxic about this is that it is this kind of negative put-down that breathes life into the stereotype that we are not normal, that LGBTQ plus people are a laughingstock, and that it's okay to hate them or despise them for being different. And perhaps this is also what leads on to the mental suffering of young LGBTQ plus people. The sense of fear of being different is learnt from a young age, and they try their best to suppress who they are and eventually end up leading a double life in order to fit in. No one wants to feel like a misfit. It leads to feeling miserable, depressed, confused, and up until very recently, with the explosion of social media and mobile devices, a feeling of being totally alone in that struggle. That's heartbreaking, and it's something that I can relate to. And now, of course, while mobile phones and social apps can be a good thing, there's also the troubling reports coming to the surface of whole peer groups ganging up and bullying their peers by social media and WhatsApp groups outside of school. And the amount of young people needing to seek help for mental health issues is at an all-time high. 10-plus week referral waiting times are not good enough. This is not right. That obviously isn't exclusively an LGBTQ plus issue, but I would bet money that is likely to affect a higher percentage of LGBTQ plus minors than any other group. And while the subject we're discussing today is complex, has social tentacles like an out-of-control pile of vermicelli, I leave you with this. Is it so hard to have a bit more love and understanding and to teach people that it's okay to be different and that it's not abnormal to be different? To try and stamp out self-loathing that is often associated with bullying of LGBTQ plus people and their ability to nurture healthy adult relationships, because often, quite a lot, not all, LGBT people have poorer states of mental health, trauma, self-loathing and a feeling that they don't belong or aren't good enough. And so to quote the great American drag queen, RuPaul, if you can't love yourself, how the hell are you going to love somebody else?
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Terry Norton, please. Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, before I'm kind of cowardly memed, I want to make a really clear point here. I 100% support LGBT plus rights. I have marched for them and campaigned for them. I appreciate that this is a process where I applies a large amount of physical, psychological and emotional difference for a young person to come out. I can only imagine how difficult that is. My concern with this is where it could lead to and how it will be handled. Now, the motion makes very bold statements here, and I feel that they will lead to greater accountability on teachers to deliver something that in some cases, or most cases, they are uncertain with. So I don't think this will have the desired outcome. I also feel that it could actually be detrimental. Now, from a pupil perspective, and I'm trying to speak from as a teacher or a former teacher here, the key here is that teachers' job is to fundamentally teach children. Children. That is the collective noun that we use for the people that are young people that are taught in schools. And many schools do a very, very good job at being Stonewall champions and all of these things. Now, my concern is that we are going to open a really difficult position here where we move into trend. And I've seen firsthand with a school that I know very, very well in Brighton, where 40 students have decided in the space of a year to identify with a different gender. The school have supported that. They've put money into it, only to find in a year or so's time that decision's changed, and it's left some of those children with in a very difficult position during that time there. So there is an issue with trend. I do have concerns that schools handle this in a way sometimes where they feel fearful of being potentially branded homophobic, so they adhere to the wishes of young teachers who identify with politics very, very strongly, so it becomes an identity politics issue. And there are young people who are invited to LGBT plus clubs within school hours who then question or are invited to question based on a sense of belonging. So I think it's really important that we allow young people to feel comfortable enough to question their sexuality, but not to invite them to do so. And my concern here is, I guess, in the detail. If we are putting, and I hope we're not, greater accountability on teachers to deliver this within a curriculum, then we could get this very, very wrong. Now, PSHE is taught in schools often by non-specialists. It's often taught by teachers who teach it as their third or fourth subject. They don't have time to prepare these resources. They often deliver generic resources which are sent to them. And as a result of that, I would hate to feel that subjects like this, very sensitive subjects, are mishandled and not given the true kind of respect that they deserve. Now, when I speak to teachers, and I've spoken to lots of teachers about this, many of them, gay teachers, head teachers, lots of different teachers, straight teachers, all say they do not want to be in a position where there is huge extra amounts of accountability because they're already overworked, and it's something that they really do not want to get their hands dirty with, shall we say. Okay? So I think the solution here must lie with positive campaigns. I think it'd be fantastic if places like the football club could come out and say it's okay to be who you are, whatever that is. We need some specialist training to go into schools through assemblies and days like that. But this cannot be another thing for overworked teachers to have to bear, I don't want to say bear the burden of, but to have to tackle. Okay, so I'm really, I'm not torn with this because I 100% agree with all of the comments from the members of the council here, but I have to say the solution does not lie with increasing expectation on teachers. It does not lie with indoctrinating young people or alienating parents. And there are parents out there that need this education as well. There are many parents who culturally don't understand LGBT plus rights, and we've got to get it right with them, especially in a time when I'm hearing from council officers and head teachers that parents don't engage as much as we would like across the city. Surely we should be bringing them on board with these sort of things. And, I will vote for this today, of course, but I hope that Councillor Horton is prepared to follow this through with her champion and team if this goes through, so it doesn't become just another thing for teachers to have to worry about. Thank you.
Thank you, very much there, Councillor Norton. Councillor Neil Young, please. Councillor Young, please.
Mayor, with my rose-tinted glasses, I would have ideally not liked this to come, because actually I'd like to think that we live in an inclusive society, that we don't need things like this, but that would be a bit naive of me, really, wouldn't it? For me, equality is about supporting everyone to be able to live the lives that they choose, no matter what their sexuality, creed, colour, it doesn't matter. But this notice of motion, there's a little bit that slightly grates on me, and this is a notice about tolerance. This is totally about tolerance, and yet in one of the paragraphs there is a bit of a pop. It's point 13 where we have a pop at people. People have made comments in item 30, in point 13. People have made comments, and we've had to add it to this notice of motion, which for me goes against what the whole purpose of this notice of motion is. It's about tolerance. Now, I don't agree with the views, but we live in a free speech society, and everyone is entitled to their views. So actually, if we're going to be living in a tolerant society, then I'm just disappointed by that. Now, this curriculum is to give children and young people the opportunity to explore relationships and to give them a safe environment in which to discuss relationships, whatever that may look like. Now, we've sat in this chamber, and many of you will agree that we've sat in this chamber and we've talked about where relationships have gone wrong, where we talked about domestic abuse, we talked about all sorts of things. And I think that we need to encourage the next generation to be able to have strong and healthy relationships, no matter whatever their sexuality is. I wanted to bring it back to Portsmouth, and I've been involved, as many of you know, I'm a member of the Parochial Church Council at St Cuthbert's, and we've been having a whole conversation about inclusive church. And religion and sexuality don't really go, because there's all sorts of things, and Leviticus is a prime example of that. But we last year decided that we were going to become an inclusive church, and we're one of 3 in Portsmouth that are inclusive. That really means that no matter what your background is, you are welcome to come through the door and feel that you are welcome. Now, during the conversations that we had with the PCC, when we were discussing inclusivity, there was a whole conversation about, well, what if we get it wrong? What if we say the wrong thing? And my response to that is that it's about working together. As long as the conversation is not meant in malice, it is through ignorance and naivety, then actually we can work together. We can work together to create a tolerant society that embraces the diversity that we live in. But it then leads me on to the point about where this notice of motion comes from, because the key to dealing with some of those ignorant comments, those naiveties, is about actually educating young people and giving them a safe space and safe environment in which they can explore it, and not just exploring their sexuality, but also talking about what isn't or is encouraged, and instead of them being able to kind of talk about their feelings, emotions and relationships in a safe, unjudged environment where they can help to form their own opinions. And I think that's the point. It's about giving them a safe environment to do that. So I will be supporting this, and I think it's a very good motion, but with my rose-tinted glasses I wish it wasn't here.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Ben Dowling, please. Councillor Dowling, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Sorry, I'm still processing Councillor Norton's comments. I believe, Lord Mayor, I'm the only member of the council that currently works in Portsmouth classrooms on a fairly regular and frequent basis, and it's often said I didn't intend to speak. I thought we didn't currently. Okay, fair enough. Apologies, Lord Mayor. It's ignorance, not malice, which is the theme of what I'm going to say. It's often said that people don't intend to speak on X, Y, Z item, and that was my intention until yesterday morning, where, again, in a Portsmouth classroom, we, as part of the courses and stuff that I run as part of my work outside of the council, we encourage debate and discussion. That is the cornerstone of many of the programmes we run, and I would like to think that as a group of councillors we would be in favour of that in its broadest sense. And having worked in Portsmouth classrooms for a number of years, very rarely does any young person say anything that is outrageous enough for me to be in any form of shock from what they say. And I've been around long enough now to hear it all in Portsmouth classrooms. But something was said yesterday, which obviously won't identify anyone in this story. But for the first time in a long time, I was shocked by what was said. And the young person, I won't use their language, I'll soften it a bit, but effectively said that young people who are different, who are non-heterosexual, are doing so by choice and are doing so out of wanting to get attention. Now, that young person in particular was felt some backlash from the other young people in that room, and I was simultaneously worried about the state of education in young people from what the young person said, but at the same time quite proud of education in young people from the way others in the room had reacted. And as I said, the theme here is ignorance, not malice. I don't believe any young person is actively trying to use difference as a way of offending others, at least not in any way other than an automatic, a self-defence thing that's been taught to them, whether directly or indirectly. So we had this situation, and thankfully I felt the way that conversation panned out was very positive. That particular young person has pledged to go away and do his own research, which I think is a positive outcome to that conversation. But that shouldn't have to happen. That occurrence that happened yesterday for me should never happen in any school, in any Portsmouth school. And I think that's the crux of what this motion is all about. The education should be there up front, it should be celebrated, it should be part of daily life, so that that conversation that had to happen, and I'm glad it did happen, and I think a lot of learning came out of that, becomes something that is much more ingrained at an earlier age, is something that people grew up with, and I agree wholeheartedly with the majority of comments that have been made today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pitt, welcome. Have you got any interest to declare, Councillor, at all?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Apologies for lateness due to a work commitment. Declarable interest in 17I, the notice of motion on landlord additional licensing. I'll be leaving the meeting.
And I will be doing the same as well, so thank you very much. OK then. So, Councillor John Ferret is next. Councillor Ferret, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And can I firstly thank Councillor Horton both for bringing the motion forward and an excellent contribution on this particular issue. It's almost like the motion can stop under point 1, the Equalities Act, and everything else then, should be taken as granted as such, because the law is the law. And I know there's been a lot of talk about the law being the law, and there's certain people in this country that think they don't have to obey the law right at the top of government, but the law is the law. And the Equalities Act is clear that you should not be discriminated against or suffer a detriment in the provision of goods and services on the basis of a protected characteristic. And clearly sexual orientation is a protected characteristic. So that is the law. And what has been happening, particularly outside the school at Birmingham, is absolutely disgraceful. The homophobia that staff have been subject to, the sort of things that children have had to witness, is just completely unacceptable. But this motion is really important because we are in a culture war. That is clearly happening. There are people out there, people in quite important positions, who are fomenting that. Let's take the President of the United States, who is fomenting culture wars on all sorts of fronts against minorities and against vulnerable people. And you look at other people, other populists, be it Viktor Orban, be it Bolsonaro, be it Duterte. And I have to say, it's absolutely shameful that we have a Prime Minister in this country who is prepared to engage in that sort of populist rhetoric. And we really do need to move away from that and get back to a position where we have a law that is perfectly clear and unequivocal, and that we abide by that. I thought Councillor Norton's contribution was very thoughtful. However, I thought he's talking to completely the wrong motion. if this was a motion about gender identity, and this was a motion about children undergoing life-changing surgery at a very vulnerable age, then clearly I think that's a debate that should be had. I've had my concerns about that, but I don't think this motion is talking about that. It is talking about the Equality Act, the fact that that should be applied, and that young people should receive all the information that is out there. I take what Councillor Norton says in terms of the obligations on teachers, but it's clearly the law in that young children should not be discriminated against on the basis of their sexual orientation. They should be given full protection. They shouldn't suffer any detriment. So I fully endorse the motion. Once again, thank you, Councillor Horton.
Thank you, Councillor. We've got 5 other people to speak. Councillor Claire Oudie, please. Councillor Oudie.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can you hear me? Sorry, because of the microphone. Talking about identity politics has really upset me, actually, to the point where talking about identity politics like that when someone is a teacher, when trans teenagers are literally committing suicide, it is not great, because we should be accepting everyone for who they are. And
Sorry, Councillor Oudie. Point of order, Bob. Sorry, Councillor Oudie, could you sit down, please? Councillor Norton, point of order, please.
Clarify, I feel that the motion had a push for identity politics, not within children's school, etc. I felt like this was related to.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Oudie, sorry.
Thank you. I'd also like to clarify that children do not go through life-changing surgery regarding their gender at a young age. Thank you. I think people should stop reading the Sunday Times and a lot of mass media that's perpetuating these myths over trans children and teenagers and non-binary and gender. This is such an emotive subject for me. From the moment I confided in my close friend when I was about 12 years old that I really fancied women, and I didn't know that if I liked boys, and then spent the last 4 years of my time at secondary school being called a dyke. So that was fun, and watching my close friend, who was very camp, he wasn't openly gay at that point, but you obviously knew where it was going, getting punched so hard in the head that he got knocked out to the floor in the playground at school. So well done, Milton Cross, for looking after us there. I've got the teachers' backs in this. They want to celebrate they want to celebrate good social education, health and social education. I want people to learn. Sorry, this motion has just made me so increasingly nervous. It's made me jittery as hell, but it just means so much to me. I want to say that sometimes it's okay to say the wrong thing to people if you just don't know what to say to them. You ask them their pronouns, you'll be corrected, but in the most gracious way. And that's all right. Since we've talked about LGBTQ education, I've taken my kids to a drag show very recently. My friend who was running Good Cafe, he was running a cafe in his garden that was open education for families to come in and just embrace a way of life that people live. Like my children will probably in 10 years' time will go, I remember a guy that was Welsh, 6 foot tall, dressed like a woman but had a Freddie Mercury moustache, but wearing 6 foot here, 6 inch heels and talking about Destiny's Child. It was great, honestly. And we're celebrating a lot of queer culture in Portsmouth at the moment. What's happened in Birmingham has obviously been disruptive, and we haven't gone into the fact that some of this is down to people's freedom of expression, especially around religion as well. Whilst I appreciate everyone's freedom of expression, I do have opinions on whether we should have religious schools, but that's for a different debate for another time. Probably the godless communist inside myself, to be fair. We're reeling from Section 28, and especially because it was obviously, 2000, it was overturned, and that's probably, she did many terrible things, but that for me was the worst thing that Thatcher did. And I have friends that are older than myself that that lived through the tail end of that and are still living through it today. I hear terrible names called about my friends and colleagues in the councils all the time, especially from older people, and it just carries on through the time. I just don't even know what I'm talking about anymore because I just feel so emotive about it. Since the GRA got kicked into the long grass as well, over the last, I think it was in the last week, I think it got kicked into the long grass, and as, what did you call Penny Mordaunt? The Goddess of the North. She almost had it until she lost her post in Cabinet, and I think we were going to finally get there with that. Like I said, the teachers really do have my backs, and I'm really happy that Councillor Horton has brought this forward, because I want to make a point that education, especially around relationships, should be starting a lot younger in children. Even though we've reached a cultural point, and we could talk about RuPaul and about how drag races totally changed the landscape in the way that we think about sexual and gender identity. At the same time, I was reading today when the announced crime stats that transgender hate crime in the UK has gone up 37% and sexual orientation hate has gone up 25%. We're careering towards fascism, and it's only going to get worse for the queer community. I can't go on about that. But I stand here in solidarity in Susie's motion, and I hope many of you will too. And I'm sorry my whole speech got jumbled up, but it's too emotive for me these days, but thank you. And also, people, their pronouns, please, 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 please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Chris Atwell, please. Councillor Atwell, please.
My Lord Mayor, it is hard to be other. It's hard to be considered different. It's hard to go to school day in, day out, year out, knowing that you are gay and to never once hear that being gay is okay. It is hard to be at school without ever once being told that to be lesbian, gay, bisexual or trans is to be equal, that to be who you are meant to be is okay. That is my experience. I started secondary school in 1982, a time when so-called gay bashing was practically a national sport, and school dinners were invariably jam roly-poly, lukewarm custard, and a serving of homophobic abuse by the other students. September 1982, I had a poster of Nick Hayward from Haircut 100 on my bedroom wall because I fancied him. I well remember watching Culture Club performing Do You Really Want to Hurt Me on Top of the Pops and thinking that Boy George was the most exciting person I'd ever seen in my 11 and a half years on this planet. I knew that I was other, but nobody at my school told me that it was okay. I digress. I wish I could say that I am proud to be speaking on this subject. I can't. I'm kind of disappointed. What I am proud of, however, is who I am. I am a proud member of the LGBT plus community. I'm disappointed to be speaking about the need for an LGBT plus inclusive education 37 years after those bad old days of stodgy puddings and being called a puff. Many in the LGBT plus community thought we were turning a corner with the repealing of Section 28, as you mentioned, and the introduction of the Marriage Act, an act that meant I was finally allowed to marry my husband in 2014. A world I thought had become gradually more tolerant and progressive and more accepting over the past 4 decades has in recent years seen a rise in hate crime, a rise in bigotry, and a rise in the number of people who are unwilling to accept that people are who they are, can be whoever they need to be, and love whoever they fall in love with. Protests about LGBT plus acceptance and education in schools, that's obviously important, show the sensibilities around this issue. I invite people who share the views of those protesters to show tolerance and to not do anything that results in young people thinking that they are unworthy and somehow unequal. I experience that sense of somehow being unequal, and I do not want any other young person to go through that. I want every young person to know they are equal, and that to be part of the LGBT plus community, my community, is okay. We sit here at 5:30 in the afternoon, and I'm thinking about the many children across Portsmouth who will be at home having survived another day of homophobic, transphobic abuse at school. I'm also very mindful, and I didn't have to cope with this, of the many young people looking at their social media accounts right now, reading vile, hurtful comments. Children telling other children that they should kill themselves because they are gay, bisexual, trans, or in some way other. It's heartbreaking. Education about different relationships and different individuals is vital if we want to stop that happening. As elected representatives, 42 elected representatives, who I hope and I presuppose subscribe to the values of love, tolerance and acceptance, elected representatives, we at the very least should be standing up and saying to all LGBT plus children, adults and families that we are your allies, your supporters, your friends. Indeed, for many of us here in this place, we are you. And we will protect you and we will proudly support the teaching of diversity in Portsmouth. I ask that all members of this council not only support Susie's motion, but leave here tonight with the intention to do everything in their power to create a greater, safer space for love, tolerance and acceptance, and champion the teaching of an LGBT plus inclusive curriculum in all our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matthew Atkins, please. Councillor Atkins, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In starting the speech, I want to first of all pay tribute to the LGBT plus members of this council and all the people across the city and that community who work hard in their communities, sincere in their beliefs and dedicated to making this city and their communities better for the future. I also want to condemn in the strongest possible terms homophobic and other LGBT plus bullying, any kind of discrimination, and particularly any kind of violence. There is absolutely no question that no matter your beliefs, no matter your belief system, no matter your background, no matter your upbringing, no matter anything, there is no justification to resorting to bullying, abuse and violence towards other people in society because of differences and perceived differences. Having said that, I have to say that I can't support this motion. And I feel I do need to stand up and explain why. And I've thought a lot about how to phrase that, how to say it, and I've acknowledged and I recognise the importance of using your words carefully in this context. I'm a person who has conservative religious beliefs, and I make no secret of that. And I've never made any secret of that politically. And I don't want this to turn into a discussion about religious beliefs, nor do I want to turn it into some debate that sets religion against LGBT plus, because I think that's really the problem, isn't it? That's where this is coming from. But it is also worth noting the background to this motion is a situation where you had a religious minority community protesting a school in which there was a new LGBT plus curriculum being taught to young children, so primary school age children. And it's in that context I want to speak. I think the whole council would recognise and accept and agree that once the child's reach an age where they're going to hear about this in society perfectly normally themselves, somewhere between 9 and 12, and opinions might differ, but at that point you need the school to be absolutely contributing to making sure that those issues are handled in a sensitive way and that people are not learning from the internet or playground talk or this kind of thing about the nature of the society around them. So we are talking about children in the younger age category of primary school. And I suppose the reason I'm going to oppose this motion is because I don't think it is going to achieve the outcome that members of this council and members of the LGBT movement who support this kind of proposal think that it's going to achieve. And I also want to appeal to those people, members of this council and well-intentioned, sincere LGBT rights activists and educators like the Assistant Head, Mr. Moffat, and that Birmingham School, who I genuinely believe want to achieve the kind of outcomes described by my colleague, Councillor New, where students feel included, feel welcomed, feel like the school is a place where their families and their backgrounds, their feelings, their attractions, their personalities are recognised. And I fully recognise and accept that is the sincere intention of the LGBT plus activists, the educators, and of members of this council. I think the best way to express why I don't agree that this is the right approach is to talk about something that happened when I was at primary school. slightly older than the age group we're talking, around 8 or 9, in doing religious education. And I had a teacher who I think, I don't know, but I suspect was probably an atheist or a humanist of some kind, and was teaching us about the major Abrahamic religions, so Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. And she took it upon herself to teach that in a way which suggested these religions were essentially all the same, because they all flow from the patriarch Abraham, and they all teach one God, and they all propose broadly similar kind of behavioral rules and models of living. And I've been raised in an evangelical Christian household by evangelical Christian parents. So obviously, stuck up my hand, being quite a forthright 8 or 9-year-old, and said, I'm sorry, I don't agree. These religions are clearly different. What about Jesus, who is the Son of God? And, giving a response essentially based on Christian evangelical teaching. And the intentions of that teacher were undoubtedly to try and foster a sense of community, of brotherhood of man, that everyone is essentially looking towards the same purpose and can live together in peace. The effect of it was essentially I got an argument age 8 with my primary school teacher, from which our relationship never recovered, which my parents' relationship with the school never recovered, and which colours my opinion of primary school education to this day. So essentially, when you try and educate, and I think educators know this, and it's not based on consent, it's not based on relationship, but it's based on a belief that you want to spread a particular ideology, I personally do not think it works. And so I don't want a repetition of the same mistakes that Christianity and other religions made, except played out with religious minority communities like Muslims in this country. What we have actually seen is an increase in homeschooling of about 80%, and we've also seen a significant increase in Islamic schooling. And so I don't actually think that causing parents of minority religious communities and those smaller group within society these days who don't hold to exactly the same opinions on sexuality and the nature of morality and religion as the kind of modern liberal standard, I don't actually think the way forward is to attempt to use primary school curriculum at a young age to change those perspectives and essentially set the school against the parents. I think it has to be more cooperative, or it has to wait to a later stage in their education. And so I'll be opposing this motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We've got 4 more to go. Councillor Lee Hunt, please. Councillor Hunt.
Well, yeah, both upset. I'm surprised. Well, I don't know if I am surprised about Councillor Atkins. It sounds like the new Councillor Malcolm Hay, quite frankly. But I'll put that to one side. Lord Mayor, you only have to go onto the internet to see how young people, LGBT plus young people, they have a higher incidence of suicide amongst the general population. And Lord Mayor, teaching is so important in this matter. This is 30 years ago, Lord Mayor, and it says here, Councillor Atkins and Councillor Norton, these are kids from about 30 years. It doesn't say we want more gay sex. It says we want more on gay sex. That's 30 years ago. I thought, or began to think, that over the last 30 years, this country has had made great strides in how we live as humans with one another, with no difference, being inclusive. And I'm going off piste a bit, I'm afraid, so I'm going to have to refer to my notes as well. But, as we have made these great strides, so we've seen a counter-reaction, sometimes religious reaction, and a counter-political reaction, which was touched upon a little bit earlier on, as people seek ways to divide people. And I think we're beginning to go backwards somehow, and it's becoming more difficult, actually, to be different in any way. Lord Mayor, I think I'll stick to my notes because my head is buzzing around at the moment. I think that to understand what discrimination is about, I have been discriminated against in my life, massively. My life early on was smashed by the institutions, or some of the institutions in this country. And I'm not going to dwell on what most people know as discrimination. We know what it all is. It's unlawful and it's wrong. But I thought we had a cultural shift. But it seemed to me, it feels a little bit like we're going back those 30 years. And what we learn at school is key to shaping our futures. And I'll be perfectly honest with you, at school, I was called a puff. But I used to smack him on the nose. I used to fight back. I am no wilting wallflower. I'm not saying anybody else might, but that's just me. And if I didn't go bash them, my younger sister was bigger than me. She used to go and bash them. Okay? So that's the sort of background. I come from a fairly tough background. I've had to look after myself all of my life. But what frightens me, what scares me, what grieves me, is that this discrimination, I'm going to refer to discrimination, continues to blight the lives of people here in the UK and millions of people across the globe, including imprisonment and the murder of people and the execution of people because of their skin colour, their race, their sexuality and sex. It's why it is so important to teach people right from young people right from the word go that it is okay. It's great to be gay. It's great to be fantastic. Use the role models of people like Alan Turing, who we know that this country chemically castrated, a great hero of the war. And only last night we witnessed the England football team subject to racist abuse. And this seems to be growing. All of us have seen reports of violent attacks on people because they are gay, bisexual, lesbian, transgender, or because the colour of their skin is different, or they were speaking in a foreign language. It is all discrimination. And it is unlawful and it must be stopped. Lord Mayor, I really do welcome this notice of motion. As I say, I've just got to get to my notes because I've gone off piece from some of the things that were said, rather like Councillor Udy. The example that I talk about in my own life is that discriminated against me and my partner. And that when we learned about our love for each other, it used all its considerable might, as I say, to smash us, to separate us, to reduce our income, to discipline us, to send us for medical examinations, to embarrass us, to treat us differently to everyone else, to isolate us, to order us not to meet nor visit each other, and much worse besides, to force us out of a job that we loved and force us out of our home. But, Lord Mayor, as I say, I'm no wilting wallflower. With determination and tenacity, we turned it round. And then myself and Richard started going to Bramshill Police College, and I mentioned this because it's about education. And we showed the police that it was okay to be gay. And now the police are in the vanguard of this country of inclusion. And they are helping to get rid of the evil that is discrimination. And we will overcome that evil so that we have happier people, young, old, black, yellow, brown, pink or white, whether they are gay, straight, transgender, bisexual or whatever. And as Councillor Horton says, what matters is love, understanding and respect for fellow human beings, Lord Mayor. And where on God's earth is the harm in children learning that in our classrooms? So those footballers that we saw last night never again have to hear those racist chants, and that the women can go onto trains without being molested, we've seen in the news recently, and that people who love each other can hold hands on public transport without being violently attacked. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Gemma New, please. Councillor New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wasn't going to speak, but then I decided I was going to. After hearing everybody speaking, I never once heard any of those who are parents say what they would feel if it was their child. So I'm going to tell you from a mother's point of view how I would feel. I've got two children, as you know. I gave birth 2 years ago to my youngest. One's 20, one's 2. Now, my 2-year-old, if she was to come to me and say, I specifically picked my 2-year-old because the other one's out of education, so, and said to me, Mum, I think I'm gay, bisexual, trans, that's fine. I would then like to think that the school was educated enough to also to support her decision in that. I have many friends from the LGBT plus community. Now, Ezra has been taken to Gay Pride every year since she was born, the first one she attended at 2.5 weeks old. She will be educated, it's okay. We have different beliefs, we believe differently, everything. It's okay to be who we are. And I will end that on, I'm a proud sister of a gay man, and Susie, I do support your motion.
Thank you, Councillor New. Councillor Joe Hooper, please. Councillor Hooper.
Hi. I haven't had much sleep this week, and I might get quite emotional here, because for the last 1.5 years, myself and other individuals have had to partake in a battle fighting for justice for a young transgender person and a young gay person, and guess what? Society should have offered us a bit more help. Okay, I do support your motion, Susie, but there are a number of things that I would like to say. I'm so glad that the Council acknowledges that under the Equalities Act 2010, it has a legal duty to combat discrimination and promote equality. Legal duty. Excellent. This will mean that LGBT citizens will be empowered to escape the often anachronistic and spiteful attitudes that have so plagued their lives. It is also emphatic that the Council has made this bold assertion today, as no individual like myself should be forced into a position where they have to advocate on behalf of transgender and gay youngsters when their voices have not been heard. I would also be interested to hear the important half of the story where these police statistics are concerned. The crucial part, which relates to resolution and justice, which should then link to the numbers of actual prosecutions and other data. So, in the 94 reported instances, how many cases did the CPS carry forward to prosecution? How many of these cases were actually successfully prosecuted? I desire that information to complete what I consider at the moment to be a half picture. This will then give us a true reflection of how well the law enforces against hate crime in our city, something we should all be passionate about. However, I also note that this motion is specific to the education sector, but for me, and hopefully others as well, is that broad-ranging enough? I would suggest that for this to have the most profound impact within Portsmouth, LGBT education needs to spill out of the school gates. Sorry, I've lost my way a little bit. Needs to spill out of the school gates with work aiming to be done in all community settings. After all LGBT people deserve to feel safe, secure and respected in the identities they have chosen, whatever the community setting. Consequently, I believe the Council should assume an ambitious, integrated and community-focused approach where this matter is concerned. Schools are only one community facility, but the promotion of safeguarding LGBT rights should be widespread and touch on every community provision. I also assert that the Council must accept that although it is essential to shape young minds, it is also crucial to rehabilitate the toxic attitudes that control some foul adults' thoughts. These people are obviously above the school attendance age, but need to be accommodated by a sense of community education too. Indeed, within my own community, I am sadly acquainted with the story of 2 juveniles who were hideously harassed, humiliated, degraded, and finally atrociously let down, adding further ferocity to the flames of deep offence. So yes, indeed, after my experience, you can imagine the palpable relief when I read this motion and the key words, and I quote, "The Council believes in the equality of all people regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity." I will hold this authority to that, and I hope everyone else does as well. And also wish to share my corrosive experiences with this newly elected member, LGBT plus children and young persons champion, to improve future outcomes, and so people like me are not forced to have to fight for the right thing to be done. Just to leave you, ladies and gentlemen, with 3 words, which are essential to halt abusive situations against the LGBT community and very many other vulnerable groups. Those words are listening, acting, and safeguarding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We've got just Councillor Steve Weems, please, and that should be it. Councillor Weems, please.
Clearly, this debate has been a personal and an emotional matter for many members in this chamber, and I don't play that down in any way. Clearly, this is important to them, and I have to say to them, whichever side of the debate you're on, I've come at this debate with a completely open mind, listening to the arguments for and against. And it saddens me a little that what is clearly such a personal and emotional debate has at times descended into the political, because clearly it should be beyond that. You know, there's mention of a Labour member of Lords, the Commons, as there is a Conservative. No mention of the ex-leader of the Liberal Democrats, who equally felt strongly about this. Now, it is, I don't denigrate any of them for holding their faith and for the beliefs people hold. We are taught, or we should be taught, to be tolerant. And I have to say to members here, sadly I'm old enough to have gone to school before such matters were taught, but I was fortunate enough to go to a good school where there was tolerant teachers. There was a boy who was clearly gay at school. He suffered no retribution, no ill will, because the teachers taught tolerance, and that's the thing that's missing and needed. I listened to what my colleague, Councillor Norton, has said, and I know from speaking to teachers as well, other teachers, that the last thing they need is yet more things they need to do for the young people in their care. They have a tough enough job as it is, but they clearly don't need something else put upon them. At the same time as well, I have to recognise from what they say that children need teaching these things at different ages, depending on the development of the child. What's appropriate for a boy at a certain age is different for a girl at the same age, usually and often. And also, I must also reflect on the fact that the sexuality and sexual orientation of a child, frequently known by those same teachers and even nursery school teachers, about a child at such an early age. So if those children are recognised at that age, they should be as well. And I take on board what Councillor Hunt has been saying about the bullying. There needs to be a ring fence, or not a ring fence. It should be that those children should receive attention from the teachers so that they are aware if they are being bullied. Because if they are being bullied, then the people who are bullying them are the ones that need to be taught. And I think I come back to time and again, what we need is tolerance. Tolerance of all of us. Tolerance of my colleagues who speak not in any way against gay people, but for the advancement of teachers and the pupils entrusted to their care. My colleague, Councillor Atkins, he may believe, as he does sincerely, in his faith, and that has an effect on his attitude to life. But clearly he is not intolerant of others either, and that is part of his faith. So, Lord Mayor, I have to say, on reflection upon what I've been hearing here today, some of it has been, perhaps like me, a little incoherent at times, but nonetheless it's said with feeling and good intent. Because I've come at this with an open mind, I think I probably will vote for the notice of motion before you, and I would perhaps urge others to do likewise. But it's something I think we all need to take on board, like Councillor Hooper has said. And we need to advocate for all within our community, and not have to fight when fighting shouldn't be needed. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. We've got one more speaker so far, Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Lord Mayor, I'll be very brief. I think I am scarred by, as we all are, by things that happened to us when we grew up. The members of the council are incredibly welcoming, incredibly nice and kind and supportive of John, my wonderful husband, who is sitting up in the gallery. And I cannot... pardon, sorry? Long-suffering, yes. I've often been described as long-suffering. Now, John is often described as long-suffering.
He is.
But I can't forget that not that many years ago, the majority of people who sat in our Parliament... Is that your...
I thought I'd turned it off.
Sat in our Parliament, voted, both in the House of Commons and the House of Lords, to say that my relationship with my husband was a pretended family. A pretended family relationship is what the majority of MPs and the majority of members of the House of Lords voted that what we were. And that is a stain on Britain's history. That is a stain on our Parliament, that could have been considered acceptable. Now I think we've moved a long way. And thank heavens we have, but it wasn't that long ago. I well remember it, and the hurt and the insult that gave to me and many other people in relationships is still raw. Now, lots of other countries do things much, much worse. In Iran, people who are gay are executed. They're terrible things that happen. But what this motion was, I hope, trying to do is to talk about the ways in which we in this country want to relate about inclusivity, about teaching people respect to everybody. And the law is clear. If we were having this debate about saying, oh, there should be lessons to teach people not to be racist, there would be no debate. If we were talking about this with racism, there'd be no idea of saying, oh, some teachers might be able to opt out because they're personally racist and they shouldn't be able... It's not okay for them to have to teach about not being racist. If this was about saying that people have freedom of religion, we'd never be saying that teachers should be able to opt out and not teach, that religions have qualities and validity and need to be respected. If this was about disabilities, we'd never be saying that teachers could opt out and say, actually, kids with disabilities are worth less and that we should have less respect for them. This is about having the respect of the Human Rights Act and saying that people have rights. People have a right to respect and a right to tolerance in a country like ours. And it is not something people can opt out of. Our society is not somewhere where you can opt out of respect for other people. And therefore I think this motion is incredibly important. And we have to say to people, if you want to be part of our society, if you want to be part of this accepting and inclusive way that we live, this is it. This is what you do. And it is absolutely right for all children to be able to learn about valuing relationships where people treat each other with kindness, tolerance and respect. And thank you, Susie, for bringing this to us.
Thank you, Lydia. So now I'll call upon the proposer, Councillor Horton, to sum up, please. There are no amendments. Councillor Horton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I never choose easy motions, do I? But actually, I don't apologise for that at all. It doesn't surprise me that it's gone off into all different directions, because that's why it's so complicated and that's why we need to be talking about it. But just to bring it back to the actual thing, this notice of motion, in a pragmatic, rational way, is about supporting teachers and schools to deliver one of the very few areas of the curriculum that is about to become statutory in law. It's delivering the law. That's the cold bit of it. And there's all sorts of advice and guidance. The Portsmouth City Council has set up a package for schools to be able to engage with, which will give them support about engaging with parents, about how to tackle the challenges around this, and that is what this motion is about. But it's not a Portsmouth City Council version of a curriculum that we're going to impose on schools. It's about what has to happen from 2020 in the law. It's not, some of the language, hopefully I'll stay focused here, as kind of shocked me a little bit, but it's not a fad, it's not a project, it's not a burden, it's not something to tackle, it's not about developing a curriculum in how to be gay or how to be bi. Unless you're in the classroom, I think people are maybe imagining lessons where there's a kind of PowerPoint coming up about how to be this or that. Teachers are well equipped and very professional in engaging with all sorts of challenging areas of the curriculum. I mean, you can even talk about things like history, how you present history. This is part about being a professional when you're a teacher. So it's not that kind of thing. It's just about how do we support schools in 2020 to make this part of the curriculum. So it is emotional. Being a human being is emotional, a bit more for some of us than others, but it is emotional. And that's why it's complicated. And that's why we should be talking about this and not just hiding behind policy documents. It is complicated. But I'm sorry, it is not my place to tell someone who they are, whether I'm a teacher, whether I'm a counsellor, or just being a human being. And actually, in the role of a teacher, I need to be reminded of that these little beings in my care during the day are actually, my service to them is about making them the best version of themselves, whatever that is. So, we need to debate it, we need to discuss it. I've started writing down notes from various people, but actually, I just want to mention a couple of people. Gemma and Claire, your kids don't need this, maybe. I think they'll benefit from it, but you're giving them a very open and tolerant view of the world. But there are lots of kids who they are feeling something which is not reflected in their families. And so, and actually coming on to the case study the case, I should say, that Councillor Hooper mentioned, that is why we need it in school, so that adults are not experiencing that. So I'm absolutely with you, although this motion really was specifically about the curriculum, but I absolutely empathise with what you're saying. Okay, so the values that are in our schools should come through the language and actions of every teacher and every person in them, and that really is the bottom line for me. Just finishing on a light-hearted note, I didn't know what Chris was going to say, but his Nick Haywood thing made me realise I had a Nick Haywood poster on my wall. So you, as a gay man, and me as a straight woman, we both had Nick Haywood on our wall, probably about the same time, which just goes to show that we have actually more in common than we are different. Thank you very much, everyone, for all your input.
Thank you. Deborah. Thank you very much, Councillor Horton. I won't say what I've had on my wall, but anyway, that's another story. So we're going to the motion that was proposed by Councillor Horton. So all those in favour of a motion, please could you show? Okay, all right. Any against, please? Two. And yeah, that's carried then. So thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you. So before we go on to the next motion, I'd just like to say between 6 and 7 we're going to break, okay? I'm going to want to try and do a few more motions if I can. Not now, I'm just going to want to do this one if I can. And Leader, I'm in charge, please. I've told you before and I shall tell you again, it's my meeting, not yours. Anyway, after that then, so that can close that motion. Moving on to motion C, stop the service change. Yes, so what? Between 6 and 7 I said I'm going to have a break. I'm going to do this one. It doesn't matter. We're carrying on, Clara, Councillor. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you an old hour. No. So, moving on to motion C, stop the service change proposed by Councillor Whittington and seconded by Councillor Vernon-Jackson. So, do we want to discuss this afternoon, please, or this evening? Yes? Okay. Members of the move and the motion now have up to 3 minutes on the question, only as to whether the motion should be debated or should be referred to another council body for consideration. Sorry?
Sounds like everyone's got the council to agree then.
Councillor Whittington, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I won't take on this. Obviously, this is an issue that affects a lot of people in the city. We have lots of Commonwealth and other foreign service personnel in the city who are potentially going to go through this situation in the future, and obviously plenty of people who have already gone through this situation. So I think it's really important that we debate this today.
Thank you, Councillor Whittington. Councillor Vernon-Jackson, do you second it?
Absolutely, my Lord Mayor.
Okay, so that's good. The council will now, we've done that. So all those in favour of debating it now? Yep. Sorry. Yep. Okay then. So I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Whittington, to present and speak to his motion, please. Councillor Whittington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm going to start by saying I'm quite embarrassed, actually, that I didn't know that this was the situation that we have ourselves in, that we have all these service personnel who, when they leave, after having done at least 4 years in our armed forces, that they have to pay to stay in the country. I find this absolutely extraordinary, and I found this out when I was at the Liberal Democrat conference. I went to the Royal British Legion reception, and this is their main campaign of this year. And the Royal British Legion are specifically looking at Commonwealth service personnel, of which there are 4,700 currently in the UK Armed Forces. So that's Navy, Air Force and Army. And all of them will have to pay, having served 4 years in the Armed Forces, to then stay in the country. And that's not including any other members of any other citizens of any other non-Commonwealth countries who volunteer to be in our armed forces. So just to put this in context, so the amount of money it costs per person to pay to have to stay in the UK if you serve in the armed forces and every member of your family is £2,389. That's £2,389 per person. This is more than doubled in the last 4 years, which means that is £4,778 for a serving personnel or a just retired service personnel and their spouse. And for a two-parent, two-children family, that is £9,556. Now, you might imagine that this is quite a burden. And of course, you'd be right. Some of our armed forces personnel, after all, are not terribly well paid. And when you're thinking that it isn't until you have indefinite leave to remain that you can even get employment, it causes real problems. Sorry, I'm finding it difficult to concentrate. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Symes. You can't get employment until you've got indefinite leave to remain. It's very difficult for you to live. So if you think that you've got to come up with nearly £10,000, what does that do? Well, you're coming out of a relatively low-paid job. You've been living in quarters, very probably, where you've had minimal rents, and you're then having to go into private accommodation, another accommodation, and whatever. That can have a real burden on your finances. That can put you into debt. And unfortunately, that's what's happened to many of our former armed forces personnel who are from Commonwealth and other foreign countries who serve with us. So that's why this is so important. There is also a precedent for this. You may remember the campaign, which was, I think, 11 years ago now, led by Joanna Lumley, herself a daughter of a Gurkha officer, and I have to say I have a familial link with Joanna Lumley. She is married, she's related to me by marriage, and she worked really hard with the Gurkhas to enable the Gurkhas to have settled status, which they couldn't get before, but also to get settled status without having to pay visa fees for indefinitely to remain. So that was sorted, which was fantastic, and we've now also seen that recently there's been other issues with Gurkha pensions, etc. But for every other Commonwealth and other foreign citizens who serve in our armed forces who have served at least 4 years, you still have to pay the same visa fees as anyone else. So anyone who comes from abroad has to pay £2,389 per person. Any member of our armed forces or former member of our armed forces and all their family members who have served at least 4 years, which is when they qualify automatically for indefinite leave to remain, also has to pay £2,389 per person. So that is a nonsense. And again, we've been talking before about bureaucratic nonsense. This should be exactly the same as we were discussing. I think Councillor Stubbs said in terms of the EU citizens, it should be for the government to say why you shouldn't have it rather than you should. It should just be automatic. That's exactly what it should happen for our Commonwealth and other foreign citizens who serve in our armed forces. When they leave, they should have not just have the automatic leave to remain, but they should also not have to pay for that automatic leave to remain because they are due it. They are allowed it straight away. So I do hope you can support this motion today. We have a huge amount of Commonwealth and other foreign people who serve in the city at the moment, especially in my wards and in Hilsea, in married quarters. And we have across the city many people who have been in our armed forces who have got into debt and really struggled because of these fees. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
My Lord Mayor, I think this is a very sensible thing, and I'll be very quick about this. One of the issues we have in the armed forces is that the number of people in our armed forces has declined for 9 years in a row. And it's not because people are refusing to join, it's because people get out as soon as they can. So when I go and talk to people in the naval base, I meet people from both the Caribbean and from the Pacific Islands particularly, who have joined the Royal Navy and are serving in the Royal Navy. But the problem that the Navy talk to me about is families saying to their loved ones who are serving, why do you keep doing this? Why do you keep doing this? It's a hassle for us as a family. Let's pull out of the Navy. And if we've got the ability to sort out this problem and to give people a reason to keep wanting to be in the British services who come from Commonwealth countries, that would be a really good thing to do. Not just because it's morally right, but because it's good in terms of recruitment and retention of people serving in the armed forces of this country. It's plainly, I'm sorry to make bleedingly obvious, and common sense, and I can't understand why on earth the government have messed up with this yet again.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Jeanette Smith, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wholeheartedly support this motion, but I'm a little bit confused, and perhaps some clarification in the summing up. We are gold standard of the Armed Forces Covenant, so I don't understand why we haven't gone through that route as well, because it's quite a pressure group now, and as a gold standard authority, we have more weight behind that. So I don't quite understand why it's come as a motion to put pressure on the government when we have lots of pressure being put through from the Armed Forces Covenant.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Stephen Morgan, please. Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to support this motion and thank you to Councillor Willington for bringing it forward. This city has played a pivotal role in not just the nation's but the world's military history for generations. It is part of the fabric of Portsmouth. It is part of our DNA. It is what makes us, us. To do justice to the legacy of this city, we must always ensure that the rights of our forces community remain at our core. That includes the unprecedented role played by our cherished Commonwealth former and current service personnel. From liberating Europe in World War II to modern conflicts in Afghanistan and elsewhere, Commonwealth soldiers have been an intrinsic part of the British Army, Royal Navy and the RAF. These people, men and women, sign up to join the UK's armed forces, putting their life on the line for our country, and the current visa fees charged do not reflect the nation's gratitude for their service. Having served the UK, Commonwealth service personnel have the right to apply to stay here without having to pay fees so high that some veterans are being pushed into poverty. Currently, the Commonwealth citizens serving in the UK Armed Forces have the right to apply for the indefinite leave to remain after 4 years' service if they choose to stay in the UK. However, the application costs have risen considerably in recent years, meaning it would be currently cost almost £10,000 in visa fees for a service leaver to settle in the UK with a spouse and 2 children. This is unjust. We must all think long and hard. Is this how we want to treat such brave and dedicated individuals? These individuals were British when they faced armed conflict. They were British when they had to spend months away from their families. They were British when they put their lives on the line. It is only right that they are British when the time comes for them to leave the military and reside in the country they fought for. The Royal British Legion has raised awareness of this issue through their Stop the Service Charge campaign. They say they've provided £36,000 in grants for visa fees alone this year. It is not for charitable organisations to step in where the government is failing. These are the many other ways in which the money could be used. We must stop the service charge for Commonwealth former service personnel. I've already met with the British Legion and expressed my support for this campaign. The Labour Group welcomes this motion today, and I thank Councillor Willington for bringing it forward to the Council's attention. My Lord Mayor, now we must all pledge opposition to charging the success fee to ensure those who have sacrificed so much to serve our country, and agree that this is no way to thank Commonwealth service leavers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Councillor Donna Jones, please. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. We've got feedback again. Well, it's because of my phone, but I need to use it for something I'm going to talk about now. I hope that you can hear me without any feedback. I completely support the motion here today, as I'm sure I'd be amazed if anyone in the chamber doesn't support this. It's common sense, and actually I think it's quite sad that in this day and age this hasn't already been done as an acknowledgement for the outstanding support that's been given to us. When you think about particularly World War II and the fact that we had to call on men, particularly men from around the Commonwealth, and they came in their droves and they came without hesitation to come and help and support us. I want to just read to you, if I can, Lord Mayor, something from the Ministry of Defence government website from last year. And it says, armed forces to step up their Commonwealth recruitment. British Armed Forces are to step up their long-held global links by increasing the number of recruits from Commonwealth countries. The Ministry of Defence has announced today that Britain's military will increase the number of Commonwealth recruits to 1,350 per year. That will be introduced over several years. The move builds on the long-held links Britain's military has with Commonwealth countries, where recruits from across the globe have bravely served in a variety of roles in many conflicts. The importance of the Commonwealth to the military is underlined by the fact that Britain already employs some 4,500 Commonwealth citizens in the armed forces. The Minister for Armed Forces, Mark Lancaster, said, "As an outward-looking nation, Britain has always counted on the dedicated service of our friends from the Commonwealth to keep this country safe. From Australia to Jamaica, Fiji to South Africa, the Commonwealth recruits are already playing a key role in our armed forces. So we're stepping up the numbers of recruits from the Commonwealth, knowing they will bring skills and dedicated service to our military. The different perspectives will also help us to enhance our cultural understanding, giving us an operational advantage over our adversaries." Of the 1,350 new annual recruits, the Army is expecting to hire around 1,000 personnel, with the Navy and the RAF expecting to recruit 350 respectively. The MOD previously had a 5-year residency in the UK requirement in order to allow Commonwealth personnel to qualify for recruitment into the armed forces. Today's announcement removes this requirement. So you can see how dependent in 2019 Britain is on our friends in the Commonwealth, our extended British family. And I think, therefore, this is entirely right that the government should be removing the visa application for people who have served in the past, so for Commonwealth veterans, to be able to come and live here in this country, should they wish, without having to go through, as we heard from Councillor Willington, in some cases almost £10,000 for a retired or armed forces personnel and their family. I think it's fantastic it's here. I think, as Councillor Jeanette Smith has said, we are a gold standard Armed Forces Covenant employer, and I hope that that will add to the strength of our support of this to the government. And I want to say well done as well to the Members of Parliament, the cross-party bench of Members of Parliament that brought this early day motion forward to for debate in March this year.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jason Fazakerley, please.
It's only short, okay. I don't know why everyone says that, but I'm afraid I've fallen into the same trap. But it will only be short. During my time in the British Armed Forces, I served alongside a number of individuals from overseas. I mean, several immediately spring to mind. Former Sultan of Zanzibar's bodyguard member, I recall, a Ukrainian and a South African. They were all good soldiers. I was happy to serve alongside all of them and confident to put my trust in them. And sadly, 2 of them have since died, but the Ukrainian's still alive, if I recall. I mean, the scope of what service personnel do has been touched on by Councillor Morgan already. There are times, by virtue of the profession, that obviously they have to put their lives on the line. They may be called to do that. And to see those former servicemen, in effect, being, unjustly treated, some would say disgracefully treated, it is, in my opinion, and I'm sure those comrades in the chamber here, pretty disgraceful. I mean, I attended a squadron reunion 2 years ago, and if I recall, I think it was about 2 a.m. in the bar, in the morning, but this was one of the conversations that came up as a subject, and as you'd imagine, people gave pretty clear and concise views on their feelings towards it. So I think it's a chance, like we did on the tax office motion earlier on, it's a chance for us as a local authority to basically stand up for people across the country, but primarily people here in our city. That's what we're trying to represent. So I hope that members will support this. There's obviously been no dissent, first of all, but it's important. I mean, not just because of our heritage as a naval and military city, but because of what we rely on an armed force in general anyway. So please support. I'm sure we will.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ashmore, please, is the last one on my list. Councillor Ashmore.
I was about to say, yeah, thank you for bringing this motion here, Councillor Whittington. I'm not really noted for long, eloquent speeches here, and I'm not going to change that now, you'll be pleased to know. But I just wanted to say, you know, when I was told there was a charge on people, on these, you know, ex-service personnel, and I thought, you know, that's annoying enough, but to be told it's almost 2,500, I find that outrageous, to be honest. You know, it should be, you know, all people, all administrators, all politicians, things like that. We should be looking at what we owe them, not what they owe us. So yeah, I wholeheartedly recommend everyone gets behind this, and we get behind the people who have, you know, served us.
Councillor Jo Hooper, please.
Not a lot more to add. Obviously, thank you so much, Matthew, for bringing this today. I think this is very, very important. This charge should be immediately dumped. Now, Councillor Donna Jones referenced the First World War, but even way back beyond that, we've got the HMS Victory down at the historic dockyard. Her roll call was multicultural. When she went into battle at Trafalgar that day, she had men on her decks from all over the world. My partner served his country for 25 years, from 1987, when he first went to Northern Ireland, up until 2012, when he completed his third tour of Afghanistan. Okay, he served with these guys, Gurkhas mainly, lots of Fijians, lots of African guys, and to be honest with you, if they are good enough to bleed for us, then we owe them a home. Okay, and this fee should be immediately abolished. It's a bewildering time when you leave the armed forces. It really is, okay? I watched my partner make the transition. His time was pretty easy compared to some guys, okay? Not just guys, obviously, females. I'm not being sexist there. But you leave something that you've known for an awful long time, okay, and then somebody says to you as well, I can't imagine the bewilderment, no, I'm sorry, you can't stay. Or actually, if you do want to stay, you have to pay this money. So thank you very much, Councillor Whittington. I fully support this. As somebody whose partner has still got a lot of Commonwealth friends that he served with, okay, they're comrades in arms, they belong in this country, they defended this country, and they should not be charged to stay here. We offer them a free home. It is their right.
Thank you, Councillor. There are no amendments, so I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Whittington, to sum up, and then obviously a vote will be taken. Councillor Whittington, please sum up.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor, and thank you everyone for your support for this motion. As people have said, it is a really important thing. I'd just like to start with Councillor Jeanette Smith's point in terms of the Armed Forces Covenant. I absolutely agree. I think the thinking behind this motion was very much that it's the fact that we're doing it as a lead and then working through the network that we can then go through that. And it also fits in as well, of course, with the city sanctuary. I'm just actually going to read what it says. We says, we welcome those who seek sanctuary and are committed to build work streams of action to offer support to various people, including veterans. And I think the point about the debts that people are getting into who are suffering from this charge really makes them vulnerable, makes those families vulnerable, and that should not be happening to service families. And it certainly shouldn't be happening to service families because the government that they fought for is charging them loads of cash, and that is an absolute disgrace. It's been mentioned both in the motion, so just for background, the early day motion that came through for both Foreign and Commonwealth, and this motion is about foreign and Commonwealth citizens who fight was proposed by originally by 2 Lib Dems, 2 Labour, a Conservative and a member of the DUP. I'm happy to say that since it was proposed there have been members from all other parties that sit in the House of Commons, that's Green, Plaid and SNP, have all supported this as well. So we do have true cross-party support for the dropping of this, and I really, really hope that the government listens and gets rid of this real burden on families. So just to come to some of the points that have been made by members here. So I thank you very much for Councillor Fazackley. You said it, lives on the line. And your Ukrainian former comrade in arms who is still with us, and your passed on comrade in arms who are no longer there, to be thinking about even right back then that they would have been charged, right back to those times of victory, right back to going back when we've had Chinese people in the Navy for forever. We've had people from all around the world who fought in our armed forces. I thank you, Councillor Donna Jones, for reading out that stuff about increasing recruitment for the Commonwealth. So as they increase recruitment for the Commonwealth, they're going to say, well, we're going to charge you even more because we doubled the fees in the last 4 years for you to stay here afterwards. From Stephen, from Councillor Morgan, the fact that they were British when they were serving for us, they were British when they were posted, they were British when they volunteered, and yet they're not British at the moment when they want to stay afterwards. I think that's a really good point. And for Councillor Vernon Jackson, just to finish off, it's once again where we as local councillors, where we as a local council look up to government and say, you've got it wrong. And I hope that plenty of other councils are going to join either the Early Day Motion campaign for the more general one, or specifically for Commonwealth citizens, the Royal British Legion campaign, and say to them, you've got it wrong. So we will continue to work on this, certainly within the City Sanctuary and within the Armed Forces Government community as well. We have the excellent Council Officer Caroline Hopper, who I spoke to about this earlier, and she's certainly going to be working with those communities out there, those organisations out there, so we can continue to work hard for our Armed Forces community. And I really hope, as a councillor in an area with many Commonwealth currently serving Armed Forces personnel, that we don't have a situation when they leave the Navy that they're no longer, we're going to make sure that they don't have to go through this exorbitant fees just to stay in this country with their families after they've left the Royal Navy. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. So, members, the motion was put in front of you. As I said, there's no amendments, so all those in favour of Councillor Whittington's motion, please show very clearly. Thank you very much. Any against, just to make sure? No, so that was unanimous. Well done. Congratulations. Okay, so that concludes that item. As mentioned earlier, as motion A has already been considered, motion E cannot be subsequently be put as being essentially the same motion, so it's caught by the Council's 6 months rule. So I'm going to have a break now and come back to motion F. So I would like to take a break, and can I invite everybody here, that's even people up in the gods there, to come to the ante-room, some light refreshments, and then we will carry on here at 7 o'clock sharp. Thank you, members. Thank you. Come back. Don't forget, Peter. Come back.
Yeah, we will. We'll be there.
Thank you, members. Would you all take your seats? Thank you. Welcome back. So we'll start off where we left off. So we'll now move to motion F. Stamford House is the motion proposed by Councillor Stubbs and seconded by Councillor Jones. Members, do we want to debate this? I think we're going to. Yeah, I'm going to ask her to say it in a few seconds. Yeah. Okay, members, the mover of the motion has up to 3 minutes on the question, only to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. Councillor Luke Stubbs then, please. Councillor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, to directly answer the question, why should this be debated today? Because we are now in the middle of October, and the building in question is still not finished. We have a situation whereby, as a result of this, some students have lost out in terms of accommodation and the student experience. And while obviously this is not a council-controlled building in any way, we do actually have some influence as a public body. I mean, we've seen just this week that Prime Student Living has now made some responses in the press. I welcome that, and that is as a result of having this motion. So I think if we debate this, we put a bit of pressure on, we're doing everything what we can, and I ask that we can consider this.
Thank you, Councillor Stubbs. We've got a seconder for that.
Yes, I'm seconding it, Lord Mayor, and reserving my right to speak.
Thank you very much. So now so those are in favour of debating this evening. Could you please all show? Yeah, thank you. Any against? No. Okay. So Councillor Stubbs, please.
Well, conscious of the time, I won't say too much, but I personally have always been in favour of private sector student housing. I've always supported the developments that we've had in the city centre, and I think they're a positive thing and an addition to the city. I think students and the university are a very important component of Portsmouth, and that we need to support them. Now, I have concerns about what's been going on in this particular development. I also note that we had last year the Crown Place, is it called, nearby tower. While students were able to occupy that, the construction work actually continues to December or January because it all slipped behind. Now, I do understand that construction projects can slip, but nonetheless, this seems to be happening a fair bit. And while recognising that these problems can arise, there should be an expectation that people who lose out as a result should receive fair recompense for that. That is the purpose of this motion, and I hope members feel likewise, and I should be interested in the debate.
So I'm aware that there is an amendment to this from Councillor Heaney, please. Councillor Heaney, would you like to say a few words?
I'd like to move the amendment in my name, and I think it'll be circulated, hopefully.
Councillor Smythe, are you seconding?
The motion and reserve the option to speak. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
So would you pass the papers around? Thank you. So, Councillor Heaney, would you like to speak on your amendment, please, proposed amendment? Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My voice has taken a slight turn for the worse since the day has gone on, so I hope I last out till the end. First of all, I want to say that I actually welcome the motion. And my proposed amendment is not in any way intended as a criticism of the motion, but I think there is an opportunity to go a little bit further than the current motion does. I mean, the situation that Stanhope has is not unique. We know that there are something around 20 private housing schemes for students which have not been completed. And in fact, the university's minister, Chris Stanhope, was so concerned that he actually called a summit to bring the developers together in universities to express his concerns about the situation. Now, my motion says that actually what has emerged here is a situation where there's a real gap in the current regulation and accountability of student halls, particularly those run by the private sector. The Minister recognises there's a problem, but the Office of Students, which is the body which is supposed to look after students' interests, has no power to regulate private accommodation providers. So I think there is a bit of a problem here. And the Universities UK, the body that works with universities, has got a code of conduct over accommodation, but again, this only applies to university-owned housing, so private developments are not really covered by this. So what I'm basically arguing for here is that the situation that's arisen has highlighted a gap in current regulation and accountability, and then we want to ask the Council, through the Chief Executive and through local MPs, to actually press the government to bring private housing developers in line with what the current regulatory framework is for student accommodation that exists already. This would certainly help to deal with the situation that we currently have. We need to lobby for this because it looks like so far the government isn't minded to do this, but given the scale of this problem, I think it is worth doing. I think we also recognise that there's a real issue here with the amount of public money that's going in. I mean, public money is basically funding these developments. And in a sense, there should be some accountability for what happens to that public money. And if this public money is basically supporting this sort of student accommodation, there should be some proper accountability for the people who actually go into it and they get good standards, etc. I know the university's own Vice-Chancellor, Graham Galbraith, has been concerned about this and says that there is a lack of accountability and a lack of standards applying to these schemes, so he thinks that there should be more done. I think there is a bigger issue as well. Also, the potential for the private sector to provide is all very well, but if they over-provide, and there is at least a danger of that happening, what would happen to some of this accommodation if students either reject it because of the problems they have or it becomes too expensive for them? We're going to be left with accommodation that could actually not be properly used. So the second part of the motion, the amendment really is basically suggesting that we should develop some of our planning policies so that we would be able to require that these developments in the future are actually able to be converted for other uses at an appropriate time. So that's my proposal. I hope it will be supported, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. The matter is now obviously before Council to debate. So Councillor Vernon-Jackson, the leader, please.
My Lord Mayor, thank you. A very helpful motion, which I entirely support, and I think the amendment is very useful as well. I was going to pick up the idea of regulation as well, and Graham, thank you very much. I think that's entirely sensible. It just strikes me, I've seen letters from this developer, for heaven's sake, it's now disappeared, saying that they only became aware, and here we are, I've got it back again. PSL was first notified of a delay in the build from minutes of a meeting held on the 27th of August that stated part of the building would not be available till the 7th of September and the rest of it by the 14th. If you're a builder, if you own a building and you've got somebody to contract, and we've all seen this going up, and you hadn't noticed that something was not going right until the 27th of August, when you saw some minutes, my goodness me, you need some lessons in project management and being a decent landlord. So I am, having seen letters from them, I am even less confident of their ability to be able to build, manage or do anything in terms of student accommodation. So I think that it's very helpful. I think probably what we should be seeing from them is an offer to the people that they've deeply inconvenienced. I think probably an offer to each of the students on top of all their expenses of some compensation of a couple of thousand or something like that would entirely be in order. And I hope that tomorrow, when students start going in there, the managers will be there, A, to apologise, and B, to give compensation to each of the students as they walk through the door. I think there's a real problem with this unregulated private sector running of student accommodation. Even the university think that what we have now doesn't work in students' interest. So the sooner the government pulls its finger out and gets some regulation, the better.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Donna Jones, please. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I hope again that this is a motion that has support across the chamber. And whilst this is not directly a Portsmouth City Council controlled building or an issue directly affecting us, but more one for the university with the welfare of its students, I think as community leaders, we have a duty of care towards everyone that's living in Portsmouth. And actually that includes some quite vulnerable young people, some of whom have only just turned 18 in their first year at university, moving to a new city with hope and expectation of enjoying Freshers Week and meeting new friends, then to be dumped into the Marriott Hotel in Cosham, which for them is not really where they wanted to be in the city centre. Now, I've been helping a number of students, and I've met with, I have permission from 2 students in particular to share some of their stories. And one is a young lad called Youssef, who's in his 2nd year at Portsmouth University. And another one is Anisha, who knows the city better because she's now starting on her Masters. Now, with Youssef, he was told by Prime Student Living that he could not even step foot over the threshold of that building, this is back in August, until he had paid over £3,000, the first instalment for his annual fee to live there, his rent. He worked 60 hours a week all over the summer to raise the money so that he was able to pay his rent to secure that accommodation. He paid that money at the end of August. They took that money from him knowing that they weren't going to be able to fulfil their contractual commitment for him to move into the property on the 14th of September. He said to me, I've always thought Portsmouth, I was here last year at university, Portsmouth is my home from home. I now feel vulnerable, I don't feel happy, I don't feel safe being here, living in temporary accommodation. That for me is very sad. Anisha told me that she took out a personal loan of over £5,000 to pay a big chunk off of her rent. She's paying interest and debt repayments on that loan right now. Her rent for the whole year, because she has a small area that has a room that has a kitchen area in the corner of it, is £9,639 per year. When I met with the students, they were extremely concerned about the lack of communication that they have had. Over 200 students due to move into this building, and to date, there has been no apology from Prime Student Living. However, I did receive the letter that the leader's also referring to from Steve Goldstraw, who's the Managing Director of Prime Student Living, yesterday. And the leader's just referred to the paragraph that says, Prime Student Living were notified of a delay from minutes of a meeting held on the 27th of August 2019 that stated only part of the building would be available from the 7th, and as Councillor Bernard-Jackson went on to read. However, the paragraph before that reads, the original contracted finish date was the 19th of August. This was agreed to be extended to the 6th of September. So they already knew there were issues because they'd already agreed for it to be delayed. And the context of this letter is basically Mr. Goldstraw writing to me to tell me that actually it's not his fault because he doesn't own the building and he's not the contractor. He's the person in the middle. And actually this picture paints one that Prime Student Living are actually the victim of all of this trouble, not that they have failed contractually to deliver to those students. I've spoken to the students about a collective legal action, about them taking forward some, affirmative action. So far, they were offered £150 compensation initially, and that's now been increased to a further £150. But that's not actually cash they are being given as compensation to go and maybe have an evening out to take the stress away from you for what's happened. No, it's coming off their rent, Lord Mayor. What a cheek. They have placed students in the Marriott, in the Travel Lodge, in the Ibis, in Reese Halls, in Fountain Halls. One particular young lady I spoke to said, I wanted a kitchen area because I want to cook specific foods, because that's what I need for my diet, for my circumstance. They've put me into Fountain Halls. The food is disgusting. Even the students who have chosen to live in Fountain Halls don't eat the food there, and they close the kitchen at 12 o'clock, so I can't cook. And there's the storage facilities in terms of fridges and things. If you leave food in there, it will get taken and eaten by somebody else. So this really is having a significant issue. The people that I met with again today at lunchtime told me they still don't know when they're moving in. And whilst there's talk of some of the students moving in tomorrow, actually there are well over 100 that have no idea when they're moving in. One girl told me that she spent all day on the telephone phoning Manchester, where prime student living are based, to try and get some answers. They have a site manager called Lindsay who's based down here, and there was another lady called Rebecca who subsequently left employment for the company, I'm assuming because of how horrendous it's all been. I really do think we have a duty of care to help the students. That's why I've got involved, because several of them reached out to me, and I will be doing everything I can to carry on engaging with the Minister, Chris Skidmore. I'm hoping that he'll be coming down here so that he can meet with the students. And in terms of the amendment, Councillor Stubbs and I have had a brief conversation. I'm more than happy if he is to accept this in. I don't know if 2 is actually deliverable in terms of the planning policy element, but listen, let's accept it. Hopefully the motion will go through today, and then officers can give us advice on that part. But I certainly think that, including the Chief Executive, Vice-Chancellor and the MPs, everyone that can get involved and help with this, the more the merrier from my perspective. So, I just want to say to everyone in the Chamber today, please do support it. I think it sends out a clear message that the Council cares and that we welcome the students here to come and enjoy their studies.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matthew Whittington. Councillor Whittington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And I'd like to thank Luke and Donna for bringing this motion today. Like Donna, I was in the University of Portsmouth New Politics Students Question Time at the points when this was brought up, and some of the people who were there were directly affected by this situation at Stanhope House. Indeed, on the BBC website from earlier this month, we had Politics student Destiny said she had spent the past 3 weeks in a hotel away from other students with no cooking facilities. I've been feeling really anxious, she told BBC News. I can't concentrate on my studies. Now, isn't that a diabolical way for you to be introduced either to your first, I don't know if she's a first year or not, but either to a first year as a politics student in this city, or indeed if you're a returning student coming back to this city to study. It has been really a litany of errors from the prime student living. They seem to, as the leader of the council said, no project management at all. It just seems to have been a situation whereby they have completely lost control of that. Their interaction with the university has been virtually zero. Their interaction with their prospective residents has been even worse, because of course some people were turning up on the day and then being told you haven't got anywhere to live, we're going to stick you in a B&B, or we're going to stick you in a hotel or whatever. That is absolutely outrageous. So I fully support this motion. I can only imagine what it would have been like on my first day at university all those many years ago now, to have been confronted by accommodation that isn't finished and said you've got to go to a hotel, in this case maybe 3 miles away on the other side of Liverpool. It would have been very distressing. It's a city at that point that, having left the area when I was 6, it would have been, I didn't know at all. And it would have been really difficult to start to make those connections and even know how to get around. So if I was a student who's been sent up to the Marriott in Cosham, well, how do I even get down to university? What do I do? How do I get to and from? What if I want to go out for a night out with my friends? They all are going to almost certainly live in the south of the city. Lots of them are in halls around the university, many of them in Southsea. It's really difficult for them. And I saw one of the news reports, there was one of the students there who said, I'm really thinking of leaving Portsmouth. I came here as a student, I wanted to come here. I really wanted the course. It was absolutely the course for me. But because this has happened, I'm thinking of going somewhere else. I'm thinking of going home, going to a university near my home, getting a transfer and going. So it hasn't just had an impact on individuals. It hasn't just had an impact on the university. It's had an impact on the city. You are taking people away. You are giving prime student living, should be apologising not only to those students and the university, but to everyone in this city. They are driving people away from this city and treating people with absolute contempt. And also, what about the people who work there as well? Who haven't got a job to do? Who work with a student liaison? Who maybe are the people, if they have cooking. I think this place is supposed to have a cinema. What about the people who run the cinema, that do all the cleaning and whatever? Well, you can't do that either, because there's no work to do. So what impact has this had? It is an absolute disgrace. So I completely support the motion. I support the amendments. I agree completely that we need to try to get private developers of student accommodations the same regulatory framework as universities. It should never be the case. It should never be the case where anyone turns up to a university and has nowhere to live because student accommodation is not finished. Or, if that is going to happen, that they get plenty of notice and that they can go elsewhere. So, I please do support this motion. I thank Councillor Stubbs and Councillor Jones for subsuming the amendment. I do hope this will be the last time this ever happens to students in the city. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got two more on the list. Councillor Stephen Morgan. Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. While in this motion it is good to see that the Council is finally addressing the concerns around Stanhope House, frankly, writing to PSL is not the only solution. I know this because I've written to them on countless occasions, and we need to therefore think bigger and think smarter in how we deal with this issue. To put it bluntly, while it is good to see colleagues joining the conversation, this motion does not go far enough and even go part of the way in addressing the problem. The problem is this: the Office of Students regulates universities but has no regulatory power of private student providers. It is clear to me that there is a regulatory gap. The consequences of this are that students have had their educations, their social lives, and potentially their career paths interrupted. Some I've spoken to are being housed without Wi-Fi. Others have been offered just £150 compensation. That's less than a week's rent. I believe that students have the right to trust in their accommodation providers, and that when faced with arguably the biggest transition in their life, they should be provided with security. And that is why the Labour Group has been working to change this for some time. And I'd like to thank Councillor Cal Corkery for his hard work on this issue to date. So far, I've spoken with students affected, met with the university, written to the regulator, corresponded multiple times with the PSL, written to the relevant minister, and raised the issue through parliamentary questions. I'm working to resolve this issue by attempting to change legislation so that there is a more comprehensive regulatory system. This would prevent this from ever happening again. Writing to PSL could, at a push, could work to improve one provider, but I want to see a system change that will prevent this ever happening again. A similar, albeit less severe, problem occurred last year, as Councillor Stubbs has already said, at Crown Place. And my information is that there are 20 similar problems around this country. We need to do more to protect our students. That is why I'm seeking legislative changes, not token gestures of mild concern. I also believe that the taxpayer needs protection. In effect, it is taxpayer who underwrites student maintenance loans. It is the public money used to pay for these developments, and therefore legislation should reflect this. Ultimately, we need to decide what success looks like on this issue. Is it getting one provider to acknowledge that they've made a mistake after the damage that's been done? Or is it pioneering a structural overhaul of the system that safeguards the rights of students and the taxpayer alike and closes the regulatory gap from Portsmouth to Penrith? I know which the Labour Group will be supporting, and therefore I urge colleagues to support this amendment today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matthew Atkins, please. Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I want to also thank Councillor Stubbs and Councillor Jones for bringing this motion here today on this very important issue. I also want to thank Councillor Jones for her hard work in meeting with students and bringing us those compelling stories, writing repeatedly to the company involved, meeting with ministers and really taking the lead on this issue, drawing it to the attention of the council, local MPs and members of the government. So thank you very much for the effort you've put in. I think one of the key issues in this debate is the effect on the students here in Portsmouth. And obviously it's great to hear and great to think about the ideas of regulating at a national level, which obviously will take time and could bring about important changes, but will do little to look after the students directly affected here. And I think the Council's focus does very much need to be on looking after students who have been negatively affected in Portsmouth and taking care of the Portsmouth academic and university community. From the point of view of someone who teaches in a university, I can say that a disruption to a student in their first few weeks of term is going to be incredibly damaging to their studies, and something we've not mentioned already is the amount of fees that students are now paying, and therefore if they are unsuccessful in their course or less successful than they should be, then as a result of this experience, well then that's a huge cost that's been imposed on them by the failures of this student accommodation provider. So I think it's absolutely important that, echoing what Councillor Stubbs said, and also the leader of the council, that there needs to be some proper recompense made by the student accommodation provider in this case, and £150 off the rent is just woefully inadequate. So I do think the council does need to write and demand proper recompense for students, and at the same time provide all the support and advice and guidance that it can, and any support the officers can provide to affected students, I think will be important in helping them through this difficult situation. So I think it's an important motion, and thank you very much to the councillors for putting it before the council. I will be supporting it. In terms of the amendment, I think the amendment is a good idea in principle. I think there's questions around whether or not a bespoke regulatory regime is required, or whether or not it would be possible to put private student accommodation providers on the same footing as universities. I think there is clearly a problem here, much like there was in the tragic case of Grenfell, of quite a number of companies passing the buck around, because clearly there's a construction company that's fallen behind and a student living accommodation provider who are somehow who are liaising directly with students. And so while students have to address their concerns via that provider, there is also a construction company which has clearly fallen short in this case. So I do think it's very important that the right regulatory regime is put in place, and anything the council can do to put pressure on the government and liaise with ministers to bring about the right regulation in this area, I think is important. And in terms of the local plan, this sounds like a sensible approach, but again, I would echo the comments of Councillor Jones that officer advice may be required on the feasibility of incorporating that into it. But I think overall this is an important motion for this council to pass, and also important for the council to recognise that there are students in this city affected and in need of the council's support. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I now, there's nobody else on my list, so I now call upon the proposal, Councillor Stubbs, to sum up, and then obviously a vote will be taken if you could have a little chat about the amendment as well in your speech. Thank you very much, Councillor.
Okay, well, I thank all colleagues for their contributions. I haven't really heard anything which I would significantly dissent from. We clearly have a problem here, and we have to try to use whatever power and influence we have to bring about a solution. I thought it, like the council leader, I think it's quite really almost implausible to say that the prime student living didn't know anything about delays for the 27th of August, because I know, just as someone who walks around here, just to look at it, that was not going to be finished on time. You could see the progress was not adequate, as you could indeed see last year at Crown Place, that they were just not going to get that amount of work done in the amount of time left remaining. Nonetheless, I mean, the payments that have been offered, £150, when you're paying £154 or more per week, is derisory, and frankly I don't think it's acceptable. We're talking here about student housing has become a premium service. It's a premium product. When you think about the price of a room, I mean, it's much more expensive than general purpose housing. It is really charging a top-notch amount. Part of that, of course, as has been intimated, is for some of the services that are provided along with it, like a gym and a cinema and so on. I don't know whether that's all going to open in one go or not. But if it doesn't, then again, people are paying for a product, paying for a service, and not receiving it. And well, look, as I said at the beginning of all of this, sometimes construction projects do run late. I do accept that, although then again you do have to wonder about the timescales that will put and the project plan, because the weather was good throughout over the winter period. There was no real reason for delay arising from that. I know we've been told there was an undiscovered cellar, but I'm a bit bemused by that. And anyway, I mean, so that has been offered as a reason for the delay. So £150 when you're paying, some of them, nearly £10,000 a year in rent, is really not acceptable. I think something does need to be done. I'm happy to accept the Labour amendment. I do have some doubts whether the second part about having a local plan policy requiring design to be based around a conversion, I suspect that's not deliverable. I suspect that's something we can't do. However, the amendment doesn't commit the council to doing that, only to looking at it. So looking at it, I think, from my perspective, is fine. Clearly, this is something that this development is something the council doesn't have control over. Our power is only a moral one, but we do still have some influence through that, and we should use that influence where we can. So I ask members to support this motion.
Thank you very much. So we're going to go to the vote. This is to vote on the motion and the amendment as well, all in together, so one vote. So all members in favour of that, would you please show? Okay, I think that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Anybody against? No, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. So that concludes that motion. And so we now move to the motion G, which is nitrates. Is this motion proposed by Councillor Norton and seconded by Councillor Jones? Councillor Norton.
Much motion proposed in my name, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Jones, is that seconded? Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. So members, the mover of the motion now have up to 3 minutes on the question only to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for the consideration. Councillor Norton, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm aware that we're into our fifth hour and some of us would like to get home to families, etc., so I'll keep this very, very brief. Unacceptably high levels of nitrates across the Solent have resulted in the failure of Portsmouth City Council to issue a single residential planning consent since the 1st of May 2019. Now, this is seriously undermining the Council's ability to meet the delivery test on new housing, also failing to meet critical housing strategy targets. Now, long and short of this, this is something that is affecting the livelihoods of not just developers, but hard-working trades people across the city. It's having an effect on their families, and these are hard-working people who have make a determined effort to make an honest living. Therefore, I think they deserve reassurance that this council has the ambition and drive to solve this issue sooner rather than later, and I hope that we can debate this today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So the Council will now vote on whether the motion should be dealt with today. So can we have those all in favour to debating it now, please? Okay, thank you. I think that's unanimous. Those against? No. Okay then. So I now call upon a proposal of Councillor Norton to present and to speak to his motion. Councillor Norton.
Thank you. Again, very quickly, I hope that the issue here is that we ask for the Cabinet Member for Culture, City and Development to write to all members of the Council, providing a detailed explanation of what short-term and long-term mitigation has been considered and rejected, but also what options are currently being explored. We'd also like members to receive an update on when the Council will start issuing planning consent and how solid this is. Okay, so real reassurance that those who work within the construction industry across the city are being kept in the loop in the best possible way about where we're heading in terms of how quickly we can get planning permission sent through. I'm not going to speak too much on it. Thank you.
Okay, so there are amendments to this motion. There are amendments, sorry. Yeah, Councillor Pitt.
Yes, there's an
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hugh Mason, do you second that?
No, my Lord Mayor.
Okay, I was just going to circulate that, members, very quickly. So I now call upon Councillor Pitt to talk about his amendment. Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a bit of a tidying up exercise, really, because I was slightly bemused by the notice of motion, I have to say. I took the view as the Cabinet Member very early on that it was important for everything around the nitrates issue to be cross-party, and therefore instructed the Assistant Director to update the Planning Committee as the vehicle for that cross-party update on a very regular basis. I am aware that that has happened. I'm also aware that the proposer of the motion was present at those meetings. My expectation from that was that the members of various groups would then update their own groups so that everybody was fully in the loop. I've also made it very clear that I expected all of those with applications pending to be kept informed about the situation ongoing. Anyone who's contacted me has been updated, and I have checked with officers that they have updated any inquiries that they've had in. So the process is happening because the notice of motion came forward and it was clear that there was felt that there wasn't enough openness and that obviously members hadn't been updating their individual groups. Certainly not in one case anyway, I instructed that the update that was given to the Planning Committee only last week be circulated to all 42 members of the Council after that meeting, which has now happened. So I think relatively a moot point, but I think the amendment speaks to that.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. So the matter is now before Council to debate, and I've got Councillor Donna Jones. Councillor Jones, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. This is a really important issue, and I hope one that we can, again, have agreement on. I've said that 3 times today. I want to start by thanking Councillor Pitt. I think he's quite right. He has worked cross-party. I think it's been very useful. And again, I've tried to help as best I possibly can on this issue. It is a really, really serious issue for Portsmouth, and I think it would be remiss of this council not to discuss it in an open public forum. This is not a blame game. This is not about trying to throw sticks and stones at the leader or at Councillor Pitt, because, as I say, this is out of our control, as he's quite rightly pointed out in his amendment, that this has arisen from a statement issued by Natural England following a ruling by the European Court of Human Rights at the end of last year. And that emanated from a legal case, I think it came from either Holland or Germany, and then followed up by a second legal case in Ireland, where a piece of EU legislation that I think is several years old had passed, and no one had really taken a huge amount of notice of it, actually, as it happens, until an environmental group, and I'm going to say Germany for the minute, but it could be Holland, so I will possibly be corrected by someone. And this environmental group challenged the level of nitrates in a new housing development in that country, which meant the European Court of Human Rights then ruled on it and said, yes, actually it is in contravention of an EU directive around acceptable nitrate levels. Now that says that you should not have more than 45 milligrams of nitrate per 1 litre of water. In this country, DEFRA have ruled, before the EU did, that 90 milligrams of nitrate is acceptable per litre of water. So our water boards round here are working towards a discharge level of 90 milligrams, which is, and in fact they're not even at 90, they're below it. So they are doing everything that they should do as part of their licence through the Environment Agency. But that is still breaching European Union contravention. And the nitrate levels in the water in the Solent, we have quite a unique situation here in our harbour because of the shape of the Langstone Harbour, where southern water discharge into. And it's actually caused by pesticides and by chemicals used in farmland. And the nitrate takes many, many years to filter down from farmland down into the water table. And for us, it then comes down through the chalk hills. We are obviously surrounded by very high level farmland north of Portsmouth because of Portsdown Hill, which compounds our situation, which is why we have this culmination of algae and other things that also add to nitrates in Langstone Harbour. I was first approached about this in April. In fact, it was the week before the local elections, and I was like, what? You know, did you know that there's an issue? Fareham Council haven't issued a planning application since the 1st of January this year. Were you aware of that? Have you heard that Portsmouth City Council are going to do the same? From a very concerned developer. My head was in election mode, and I said, I'm going to have to phone you back in 10 days' time because that's quite a big issue. I then promptly arrived at the planning department shortly after the local elections, and they said, yep, that's true. We haven't issued one since the 1st of May, and we actually can't issue any planning applications until we have a short-term mitigation strategy in place. Now, there are two things that Natural England have said. It is in contravention of European Union regulation to issue a planning application unless you have short-term mitigation and you're working towards your long-term mitigation. So there's been talk of trading nitrates, so us putting water reduction units on council houses, our council housing stock, which Councillor Pitt has been extremely involved in, leading on, and as I say, I commend him for what he's done there. And I think that as a short-term mitigation strategy, that could be quite useful. There's then the other option of potentially taking farmland and then keeping it dormant. So if it's currently being farmed, just leaving it as just countryside so people can walk across it and whatever else. Now that actually is in direct contravention with another part of DEFRA, which is around food supply, which is bonkers. So I spoke to the leader of the council, I spoke to Councillor Pitt, and Penny and I went and saw Robert Jenrick, the Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government, to say, look, your department is giving Portsmouth quite a large housing delivery target over the next 20 years, 19,000 homes, and at the moment we can't issue planning applications because another government department that's based in this building, they're in the Home Office at one end, DEFRA have got one little corner, and then the MHCLG have got the other side of the building. And we said to Robert, you know, literally just there, you need to go and speak to your colleagues in DEFRA because they need to be talking to Southern Water and Portsmouth Water. We know Southern Water's licence, 10-year licence, is coming up for renewal next year. This is a great opportunity to try and find a long-term mitigation strategy by working with Southern Water proactively. We had a guy called Simon Gallagher in the meeting who is the national lead for planning for England and Wales, and he was very well briefed on this issue. The Secretary of State was less so, as you might imagine. You know, I think this is a huge issue. I am genuinely very, very concerned, as I know are other people in the chamber, about the effect this is having on our blue-collar workers. Our industry in Portsmouth is quite building-related. Plumbers, plasterers, electricians, bricklayers. I'm really worried about this. And if I had £1 for every time my phone has rung or I've had an email from someone within the construction industry, and we're talking national house builders as well, who know me from when we were running the council, council, saying what's going on, where are we at? You know, this is a genuine concern. People's livelihoods, their businesses, their mortgages, you know, their income is very dependent on us getting this situation sorted out as quickly as possible. This is not a blame game. It's about support. It's about helping. I'm just finishing, Lord Mayor. At the end of the motion, we obviously asked the Chief Executive to hang on. What are we asking for? I can't even remember now. We're asking for the Chief Executive, Cabinet Member, to keep us all right. No, sorry, Steve, I didn't realise you'd said that last week, because whilst the Planning Committee been getting our briefings were incredibly helpful, there are 42 of us. I hadn't realised that you'd said that, but I think a monthly update, anything I can do in the meantime, I'm very concerned, and it's not a blame game. I appreciate you being very proactive.
Thank you, Councillor Jonas. Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson, Leader, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was at the Planning Committee last week with colleagues, and it was useful to have the update there from Ian Maguire about where we were with this issue. And I think colleagues are all in the same place with this, that we want to be able to issue planning permissions as we should be able to do. There are different bits, and people have covered most of that very well. I think one of the other bits that really concerns me is that we have one bit of government who are saying to us, no, you can't give planning permissions, and you have another bit of government who have a housing delivery target where if councils miss, we will be penalised by that bit of government. So the idea of trying to get joined up government, even in the same building, seems well nigh impossible. And I wanted to update colleagues on the discussions we had at the PUSH meeting last night. So I think there is, we may well be faced with the issue of having to do a judicial review of government if councils are penalised by MHD, CLG, PQ, or whatever it's called this week. That's the one. It'll be something different next week. Then I think we will need to be in the realms of judicial review to that, because we'll be penalised for something that the government has not allowed us to do. But the other thing which for me was much more concerning, and my thanks, Steve, for trying to get the briefing notes out to people and using the Planning Committee as a route to inform people. The bit that was more worrying for me was looking, I asked the people from Southern Water and from the Environment Agency, was there a long-term technical fix that they could advise us that would sort this in the longer term? And they said they wouldn't tell us. They said they would not cooperate. Because they operate in their minds in terms of discharge licences, of what they're allowed to, and Southern Water are within their discharge licences. This is a different measure than they're having to operate against. So it's going to be down to councils now to commission consultants to come up with the technical fix that we then have to go to government to say, you need to tell Southern Water this is the technical fix. Because Southern Water and the Environment Agency were very clear that they would not be doing that, they would not be cooperating to do that, which is, for me, is very worrying in the long term. I think we're extremely fortunate for the work that's been done by housing and planning together to come up with a short-term 2 or 3 year fix, effectively, of nitrates trading, to be able to get us through the next 2 or 3 years. And those people who are members of the Planning Committee have been told that we're going to be sitting frequently from the end of November to catch up all the applications that are awaiting us. And all the work's been done on it. They're just sitting there, waiting in the tray to come to us at the Planning Committee. We were told this. We were told we were going to be having lots of planning meetings. And I'm really pleased that that work in the Portsmouth has happened. I think we're in a much better position than we are in some other councils. Some other councils are having to rely either on taking farmland out of production, which is nuts, or trying to do a sort of deal where you put what's called a Grampian condition, that you say to people, oh, you can go and build it, but nobody's allowed to live in it, which doesn't work for people where you have to go and borrow the money to do the development. So we're in a much, much better position. I'm really grateful for the really imaginative way that council officers in housing and planning have worked together to come up with something that works for us for the next couple of years. We are in a way better position than many councils in the Solent, but there is much more to do, and we have to find a long-term solution. And if Southern Water and the Environment Agency won't be cooperative, then we as councils will have to find that technical solution to be able to get us out of this in the long term. I think that the amendment, both the main motion and the amendment are entirely sensible and seem sensible to go forward.
Councillor Jones.
I'm being really cheeky here because it's not really a complete point of order, but it's a 1 second. I forgot to say that one of the things that we push the Secretary of State for, this may help, is to say, you government underwrite the risk to allow the councils affected on the South Coast to go ahead and issue the planning applications, and should the mortgage companies turn around and say, you can't sell that to the developer that's built 20 flats, they come to us and say, council, you gave me my planning permit, that the government underwrites the risk. Sorry, that was the...
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for being so quick as well, Councillor, by the way. Thank you. No, that's okay. I'm in a better mood now. So, Councillor Hugh Mason, please.
My Lord Mayor, one of the delights of the chair, being chair of planning, is that when an issue like this arises, the developers phone you. And I have got the impression that there is widespread belief that we have been rather remiss in not taking this issue up. There is a point at which an issue becomes a problem. The issue of nitrate has been known around here since at least June 2016, when the Environment Agency made a very detailed report on eutrophic waters in Portsmouth, Langston and Chichester harbours. But there was an issue. And it was only an issue because the city was not the major cause of any nitrates. As has been said, the nitrate problem emanates from the agricultural land and people's big gardens and such things way up in the catchments. As recently as March 2018, a push report stated about Portsmouth, quote, the water quality assessments indicated there were no significant constraints to the present future housing growth in the council's area. So certainly as late as March 2018, we were told that there was really no problem. It is only because of the court decisions in the Netherlands and in Ireland at the end of last year that this became an issue. And when it became an issue which was brought to our attention as a city council in the spring of this year, we have done everything which is possible to deal with the problem in the short term. We cannot make housing developments which are nitrogen neutral, so we have to mitigate against them. We have to mitigate by various clever stratagems. For example, the tower blocks which we have been reducing, taking down. It's going to take down and are now empty. We can quote that and use that against new housing development. We took and have taken immediate action, and we are way ahead of many other local councils in taking this early action, which will enable us to start dealing with the backlog of housing building applications from probably about a month's time from now. But that doesn't alter the fact that we have a conundrum, which I am thankful for the proposer and the seconder of this motion for bringing forward. The conundrum is that we do not have a large amount of farmland in the city. Members may have noticed. We do not have control over our sewage outlets. Members may have noticed. Yet it is us who have to come up with long-term stratagem in order to be able to continue building houses to meet the housing targets which are being put upon us by central government. We are in a very difficult position. This motion is useful because it gives power to arm when we go back to government and say, look, the long-term strategy is one which we need help on. We need you to knock heads together, get government departments together, get hold of the water companies, and get hold of the Environment Agency, and begin to deal with this. I think this is a timely motion. I think the amendment tidies it up. I trust that members will vote both for the motion and for the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Just to remind members, I'm sure you're all aware, you don't have to use your whole 6 minutes up, but I'm sure you know. That's all right, but there we are. I just want to remind you all that. Anyway, Councillor Matthew Atkins, please.
Oh, that was 3 minutes.
Yes, exactly. Councillor Atkins, please.
In the spirit of the advice just given, I'll attempt to be brief, particularly because actually Councillor Mason has covered quite a number of the points that I plan to make. As a member of the Planning Committee, I've also followed this issue quite closely, and I think my thoughts on it are that the importance of this motion is that the Council does perhaps need to get itself somewhat ready for a fight over this with someone. The only obvious solution I see to this is if we leave the European Union and the European Union standard was taken away from us. And I actually think that it probably is unlikely to happen even at a government level. So that is not probably going to be our solution. And as Councillor Mason noted, we actually control virtually none of the levers which actually cause the eutrophication or the ability to mitigate properly against it. So the Council is going to, I think, have to get itself ready to have a conflict with government that might be inclined to disregard our position or leave the onus on us without us having the proper tools to deal with it. And it may be that that's a legal fight, or it may be that it's a fight sort of politically behind closed doors, but I hope that this motion is helpful, and I thank Councillors Norton and Councillor Jones for proposing it, helpful in preparing the Council for what I think will be a very difficult problem in 3 years' time, to which no one sees any obvious solution. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Lee Hunt, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm glad to follow Councillor. My understanding is that in all of these matters, the British government is likely to maintain the current standards that the EU insist upon in any case. So they have been a force for good, whether we stay or whether we leave or whether we remain in limbo. I wanted to speak up for the fishermen, because people don't realise that the shellfish fisheries around Portsmouth are very important. They employ 50 boats and crews, and it's worth £500,000 to the local economy. That was back in 2014. And this is really an important matter. I know it's frustrating. And you guys, actually, I just point out to you, you're probably aware of it, and I hate to be horrible, but you've been knocking your government all afternoon. And you're probably aware of it, but I suppose after this little time. No, you guys have been. You may not have realised it, but you have been, yeah, in various issues. Well, this is another one too. So, but anyway, so the problem is with this business, and I know we've got one half of government saying one thing, and then we've got another half of government saying another thing, and the city council's been again stuck in limbo about house building and how to mitigate and so on. But all of these pollution coming into Langston Harbour and into the lakes and the beds around us, there's a lot of beds. I think there's about 50 or 60 shellfish beds around Portsmouth, in Fareham Lake and Paul's Grove and Porchester and West Harbour and Langston Channel. But I have to tell you that a number of those beds have moved from Class B to Class C, which is a backward step since 2018-19 to 2019-20. Class B, and there's a number that are stuck in long-term Class B, is shellfish that can be supplied for human consumption after one of these three processes. And the options are purification in an approved establishment, relaying for at least 1 month in a classified Class A relaying area or an EC-approved heat treatment process. And Class C shellfish can only be sold for human consumption after completing one of the 3 possible processes. These processes are relaying for at least 2 months in an approved Class B relaying area, followed by treatment in an approved purification centre, relaying for at least 2 months in an approved Class A relaying area. A, of course, is the highest standard, and you can literally take it out of the sea and pop it into your mouth. We can't do that around here. A lot of that is to do with the pollution that we've had for such a long time in Langston Harbour and Fareham Lake. So it's a very important matter for one of our industries in Portsmouth, and that is the shellfish industry. And so it needs to be improved. So we've got to get all these government departments talking to each other, and indeed talking to us, and bringing forward the measures that will clean up Langston Harbour. And I'll say it just for one last time. It is the European Union that has indeed laid down these protections for people and consumers, protect them from becoming poisoned from shellfish in that way. So, you know, the EU does do a lot of good, but of course it's not always helpful to one side to talk about the good that the EU can do. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. I've got one more person. That's Councillor Luke Stubbs. Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I do think, just to answer Councillor Hunt, I mean, what we're seeing in a number of these motions is that government departments and the civil service bureaucracy really never have functioned very well. And you never have had a situation where the left hand knows what the right hand is doing. And the answer to that, really, is to make government less powerful and perhaps more decentralised as well. I just wanted to raise one point, which is we've talked a lot about what long-term options might be. And if we're going to end up having to, say, the Solent authorities are going to have to end up buying a farm somewhere and closing it down and turning it into a nitrate-free area, where's the LEP's position on this? Because their remit is to build new homes and businesses, and we've got the whole of the Solent region caught up in not being able to build new homes. This feels to me like it's something which is very much should be top of their priority list, and I've not heard anything about it from a LEP perspective. So I realise the relevant councillors have spoken already, but I would suggest to them I'd like to see them try and take that up.
Thank you, Councillor Stubbs. So I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Norton, to sum up, and then the vote will be taken. Obviously, if you could say about the amendment as well. Thank you very much. Councillor Norton.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to include the amendment there. And very briefly, there's no intention. We've not bashed our government today. The only person that I'm bashing here, and it's not personal or anything like that. It is Councillor Pitt. Unlike Councillor Hunt, I'm not trying to be political at all here. It's just so that, in layman's terms, people across this city know what we're doing, and this is about communication for us, I think, and communicating with them as much as possibly we can to make sure that we get the desired outcome there. There are concerns here that the leader has spoke about consultants needing to be put in place. If this is something that's going to take a long, long time, then no way are we going to be able to be back in the position as we've been assured in November, December, where So the suggestion that November, December will be when we can reissue planning permissions. I don't think that's going to happen if we're looking for consultants.
Lord Mayor, just for clarification, the two things are entirely unconnected.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Norton.
Point remains. So, both will know that I've had concerns that this will affect the workload of council officers, and it will put them into a position where there is an unmanageable workload. And I'm pleased that we've had reassurance that, when we can start granting planning permissions again, this is something that can be easily managed. Now, whilst I congratulate the cross-party working efforts, I do need to point out that in the Chamber, in a July meeting arranged by Councillor Donna Jones with developers that had contacted her, we Oh, I've lost my point there, sorry. Move that. Okay, 2 officers attended a meeting from the planning department, and they acknowledged that they had not yet started any significant work on the mitigation strategy. So again, it relieves real concerns over when this is going to get sorted. And I really want to come back to that point. In layman's terms, you know, if I work as a labourer or a builder or a plumber in the city, I really want to know when this is going to get sorted. And I think it's crucial that we can have transparency and clarity on the messages that we're sending out to them. Also, I think it's fair to say that Councillor Donna Jones and Penny Mordaunt held a meeting for developers at Lakeside where mitigation was discussed. So we're working incredibly hard to try and reassure developers and give them as much information as possible. This just comes back to that idea that if I'm not hugely political, if I'm not somebody that understands the ins and outs and runnings of the council, you know, when will I be able to get back to doing my job? And I hope that the point of Councillor Pitt writing to us all so that we can assure those within our wards it is something that you can all support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we're going to take a vote now. This is on the motion and the amendment, or both together. So members, all those in favour, would you please show your hands, please? Okay, thank you. All those against? No, that was carried. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Thank you. So, nearly getting there. Now, so that concludes that motion. So we now move on to motion H, which is the water refill stations. Is this motion proposed by Councillor Stubbs and seconded by Councillor Symes? Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. One of the final acts of the Conservative administration, which ended in May 2018, was to agree to put in the water refill stations. And we did this because we wanted to reduce the use of single-use plastics. We wanted to make it easier for people to walk or run or take exercise along the seafronts. Now, we've been concerned that actually many of these water stations aren't working, and we did check this on the day of the motion, before we decided to submit the motion, and we found that that is still the case. Now, I know there's been a suggestion from officers this relates to water quality. However, there is no piping along most of the seafront for water. So consequently, these stations are necessarily located next to other developments, like the public toilets at Eastleigh, for an example. And I assume that they have access to a clean water supply. So I'm a bit bemused why there's a problem. I do think this is something that needs addressing. We spend a lot of time talking about the environment. We spend a lot of time talking about it today. But this is a practical, albeit minor step to solving or addressing environmental problems in the city. It hasn't been done. I would really asking and trying to put a bit of pressure on so that we can get this problem sorted and get those water stations working.
Thank you very much. Councillor Linda Symes, do you second that?
In my name, I reserve my right to answer.
Switch myself. All those members in favour of debating this evening, could you please show? Yeah, okay. Any against? No? Okay then. So I now call the proposer, Councillor Stubbs, to present and speak to his motion. Councillor Stubbs, please.
I'm not really sure there's anything I need to add to that, actually, so I think we'll start the debate.
Okay, so we're on to the debate then. Councillor Norton, please.
Yeah, just a quick point really. At the end of last year's Great South Run, I know we're building up to that, it was awful to see the piles and piles and piles of plastic bottles piled up along the side of the road. You know, surely if we want people to use recyclable bottles, let's provide them with the opportunity to fill up across our city. And that's just a really quick point.
Anybody else? Nobody else want to speak on that one? So, Councillor Pitt. Let's have Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. On the point just raised by Councillor Norton, I've been working with green groups in the city to work directly with the Great Run Company and officers in culture and leisure on that very issue. There'll be less plastic bottles at this year's Great Run. There'll be smaller ones. People are being encouraged directly to bring their own refillable bottles for the start of the race, and one of the refill stations has been removed. And we've gone further than that. The goodie bags that are given out to the contestants will also be made of recyclable materials and contain less than they did before. So we're very much on on the case in terms of the Great South Run. In terms of this particular issue, you're quite right, Councillor Stubbs. It was in October 2017, in fact, that the project was first brought forward and was to be funded by just under 38,000 of Public Health Transformation Fund money. The aim was quite rightly to reduce single-use plastics and associated waste to be able to provide free drinking water across the seafront. Following consultation with the then Cabinet member, the unit chosen was a Murdoch MOB F5 stainless steel water bottle, and that was the project that was pursued. Portsmouth Water were consulted during the early stages and requested a number of changes. The items were to, for example, be fitted with double check valve, separate stop valve, and they were to be as closely located as possible to main supply, as Luke has indicated, or well-fed supply from the mains. Water Regulations Advisory Scheme approved the fittings materials to be used at all times, and Portsmouth Water approved installation on confirmation of incorporating their requirements. The locations were then chosen. When they were installed, and it wasn't in fact 18 months ago, the notice of motion is not correct, the first two were installed in July 2018, and early water sampling proved inconsistent and frustrating, with samples not consistently satisfactory to meet potable drinking water quality standards. It was considered prudent to halt the installation of the remaining three filler stations until the first two were fully operational and water quality issues addressed. Following the series of unsatisfactory results, it was recommended to have the water supply tested. This was carried out by Portsmouth Water on the 25th of October last year, and the results were then satisfactory. Advice and recommendations were sought from the supplier, Acorn Thorn, Wicked Event Water Limited and Portsmouth Water. Recognition that level of maintenance and testing would need to be established through a learning process in order to keep the bottle filler stations operational, although there was concern over the staff resource and in terms of the ongoing revenue spend. Legionella control is very important, and PCC's water quality engineer has been engaged regarding Legionella and water quality management, consulted when planning locations and prior to installation. They suggested flushing when there is not a high turnover, and the current maintenance regime is that they are flushed 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays for approximately 20 minutes each, and each water outlet is cleaned with an antibacterial substance. Water quality samples are carried out monthly using a UCAS accredited laboratory. Where an unsatisfactory sample is received, the unit is closed, flushed, sterilised and resampled until a satisfactory sample is achieved. The units are deep cleaned externally when required. This process takes about 30 minutes, and current staff time taken up 6 to 8 hours per week. We keep a log of when the testing takes place, and to make sure that they do pass their tests, we've additionally done superchlorination dosing every 6 months in order to maintain the standard. So from installation in July last year, the 2 that were installed were on Clarence Esplanade and on Eastney Esplanade, and shortly after opening, although as I've said they were fine on installation and in subsequent testing, they then failed subsequent samples and have done so again since. So in the interest of maintaining public health, it is absolutely essential that when these units are not able to deliver potable drinking water standard, that we do close them off. However, in discussion with officers, I have been made aware that they are not putting a cover over the unit or any indication as to why it's not operational. So I've asked them that they do that, and they are now currently undertaking that work to make sure that people are told that the unit is not operational. So it's not factually accurate to say that they're not working. They are working. 4 of the 5, the 5th one's currently being installed on Dewsburg Way. And again, the reason for the delay was entirely down to making sure that we were getting consumable water during this process. So there is the update. I'm very happy to circulate this report to all members as well, but I'm afraid I won't be able to support the motion today on the fact that it is factually inaccurate, because the water fountains were not installed 18 months ago. It was 14 3/4 months ago, and No, I'm sorry, but if you bring a notice of motion without checking the facts in advance, then how can it be supported? I've given you an update a full update and explanation as to why, and we will circulate that afterwards. But at the moment, we are wasting more water in the flushing than is being consumed by the public. So we need to make sure that we are not wasting vast amounts of water, because guess what? If we do, that adds to our nitrates usage, which is something we need to be avoiding. So it is very important that we do get this right, but to say that they are not working is factually inaccurate.
Thank you very much. Leader of the Council, Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My thanks to Councillor Stubbs for bringing this to our attention, because this isn't something that I'd really seen a lot about. And I actually have to say I've been very surprised and concerned at the report that we have here. This is £38,000 of public money that's been spent to put in 4 water fountains. 4 are in, 1 is going to go. So 4 are in, and it's £38,000 of public money. So it's about £10,000 per thing. So there is real concern about the quality of the water that is there. And we cannot be, as a council, producing water which has a risk of Legionella and asking people to use this. So I'll read you how things go. Clarence Esplanade, 26th of 7th, 18, sample unsatisfactory, unit closed, pending flushing and retesting. Series of repeat sampling. 050918, unit open following a satisfactory sampling. 12th of the 9th, sample unsatisfactory, unit closed. 2210, unit reopened. 16th of the 1st, unit superchlorinated by wicked water. 0102, unit reopened following satisfactory sampling. 17th of the 7th, 19, sample unsatisfactory, unit closed. 25th of the 7th, unit reopened. 11th of the 9th, units unsatisfactory, sample unsatisfactory, unit closed, pending flushing. I've got a real concern that there appears to be a project, ill-conceived it would seem, which is producing water which is unsafe for people to drink, which is and repeatedly failing the sampling regime. And I think we need to look very, very carefully at this before we roll it out further, because the aim may have been very, very laudable, but this just doesn't seem to work as a product. And it's not just that one. It's exactly the same at the one at the Pyramids. It's exactly the one at South Parade. It's exactly the same at Eastney Esplanade. So, and the water wastage that we're putting in is enormous. So the one in Clarence Esplanade, 2,000 litres have been used in flushing it, 1,300 litres used by the public. We're throwing away more water than the public are using. So I think this needs to be looked at. I'm very grateful to Councillor Luke Stubbs and Councillor Linda Symes for bringing this to our attention, because this looks to me a really flawed and badly flawed proposal, and we need to see if we can get it right, because at the moment it just isn't right. This is an enormous amount of public money that has been flushed away, and it shouldn't be.
Thank you very much. Next on my list is Councillor Linda Symes. Councillor Symes, please.
As I understand it, the water that will be used would also be going into Mozzarella Joe's, it will be going into Eastney Toilets, it will be going into the Pyramid Centre, all places where vast numbers of people use the water, and nobody seems to have suffered any ill effects. So I would say, really, you need to sort it out, because along that seafront you have Park Run, you have all sorts of other things, which means that lots of people cannot use those facilities, which is what they were intended for. And it's also noticeable that you can't even buy the refillable water bottles in the library anymore. I asked why this was, and I was told it was difficult to order them because they've become so popular. I went online, and there are hundreds of bulk buying places where you can find these things, but we're not even selling them. So, we're talking about sustainability, we're talking about being greener and cleaner, but we're failing, aren't we? I can't believe that other cities have these same facilities that work, and hey-ho, Portsmouth didn't. It reminds me a bit about the bus information system. 4.5 million was wasted on that, wasn't it? It never worked. I think you ought to get your act together.
Thank you very much. Can I just, members, can I just remind all members, please, through me, please. Thank you very much. Councillor Hunt, please.
Well, A couple of things, see if you're throwing things about. I mean, the £4.5 million bus system thing, well, I opposed that actually because I was on your side then. And I opposed it and I was right. But I was also right over these water fountain things. And I was also right, Councillor Symes, over the... I mean, it's all very... I know what this is all about, and a lot of what it's about today is about election leaflets coming up quite soon, maybe in November, certainly in May. And it looks nice to say that we propose all these lovely water drinking places along the seafront. A bit like when you guys proposed the extension of the park and ride along the seafront against Office of Advice, and that cost the council, I think, near enough £250,000 over 4 months in subsidy. So well, it did, Linda.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on, councillors. We were doing so well there before. We were doing so well. So, Councillor Hunt, through me, please.
Yeah,
and if we can just let him talk, and then I'll stop him if he becomes a little bit more. Honestly, Councillor
I understand it's 250,000.
I know. I will. I promise you. Yeah. Okay.
I'm happy to accept it's 90,000 for the sake of argument. It really doesn't matter.
All right.
The point I'm making is about election leaflets, and this is probably about that. But I was asked to do this when I was doing the Culture and Leisure portfolio for 4 years, and I took a report, and as soon as I looked at it, I knew it wasn't a very clever idea. Legionella kept coming up in the report in the water over and over again, and I wasn't prepared to take a risk with the public's health. Apparently, the previous administration is prepared to do that. I've seen the report read out by Councillor Joe Van Jackson and Steve Pitt. It's alarming. There's no question about it. These things are shut off more than they're being used. The amount of water is being wasted is quite astonishing. And they're being shut off for health reasons, not because we want to shut them off. And it's all very well glibly saying, oh, you sort it. Officers are going to these things every day, and they're checking them, and they're having to shut them down. Now, you say sort it, they're using antibacterial wipes, they're flushing them through, yet still infection is getting into these things. And we have to take responsibility for what we deliver to the public, and if they're drinking water that the City Council provides, as soon as somebody becomes sick, we're all going to know about it, aren't we? And so we have to be very careful indeed. So great for election leaflets, but the reality is that the water, the evidence is there, we're not making it up, as officers, independent officers, not us, we're simply the messenger in this particular case, are going along and saying these water fountains are a problem. And I, for one, think we should be very careful about what we're doing. We should consider very carefully about whether or not they should continue if we're not going to be able to resolve these problems. But I think it's worrying, and I wouldn't want to be voting for somebody who gives someone Legionella.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matthew Atkins, point of order.
46A, which is that the question is put to the vote immediately.
No, I haven't heard enough yet. I'm sorry. I still want to carry on. Sorry. Councillor Atkins, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm in a somewhat privileged position of being a new councillor, so nobody can claim that any of this is my fault. I just wanted to say that I wanted to come back to the core of the motion here. And the core of the motion here was a desire for an urgent report on the status of these water fountains. And I'd like to say that what is important is there is not a failure of decision-making and of maintenance by the people who are currently in charge of the council in relation to these projects. We could debate till the cows come home about whether or not we should have installed them, though it would seem an unusual position for the administration to be taking, as a number of cabinet members seem to have said, that Portsmouth is not capable of running water fountains so that people can have water that doesn't rely on single-use plastic. When a large portion of cities, including around the world in countries considerably less developed than this one, seem to manage it fine, and in hotter climates where I'd have thought disease and things like Legionella would be a greater problem. So I think the essential point of this motion is we want to be reassured that the administration is now going to take hold of this problem, seeing as they appear not to have been aware of it up until the point that this motion was raised. So clearly they weren't keeping tabs on it until this motion was brought, and for that reason the motion seems a sensible one. And then also that they do come up with some sort of solution. I mean, perhaps that is closure. If they genuinely think that they're incapable of maintaining them in such a way that they provide a benefit to the public, then perhaps closure is the correct approach. But I think a decision has to be taken, and I hope that it's either to conduct an investigation into why they're requiring so much maintenance, whether or not the responsibility for that might lie with the manufacturer or the installers, and whether or not the council has any form of redress in that location, or whether or not it may be the case that it's simply something going wrong with the maintenance regime. But there must be a solution here, and there must be a decision capable of being made. So I think that the motion really is asking for reports to confirm that that decision is in fact going to be taken and followed through. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Neil Young, please. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It seems to me that we put this on the too hard to do pile list, to be honest, because what we've heard today is that basically we're not committed to reducing the level of single-use plastics, because surely we will be able to find a solution to this issue. I've been in Manchester, I've been in London, and I've seen these being used. Now, if we're committed to reducing single-use plastics, and as an island city we have a vested interest not to have plastics in our sea, then actually we need to find a solution. Rather than finding fault, let's try and find a way forward.
Well done. Thank you very much. Sorry, did I push Councillor Jones off? Sorry, someone's messing about in here. I got Matthew Willington, I think. Matthew Willington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And first I must address Councillor Atkins. I think the movers of this motion have been aware of this issue for the same amount of period as I have been known about this issue, seeing as we all got an email together about the water fountains at the same time. And I also know that Councillor Pitt had some directly to him even prior to that. So this has been going on for quite some time. And it would have been nice, actually, if rather than bringing a motion to council some 6 weeks, 8 weeks later, that if Councillor Stubbs and Councillor Symes has actually approached officers in the first place, they would have found out about the issues that have been there from these fountains from the very beginning. Ever since Councillor Symes put forward the scheme and Councillor Stubbs awarded the £38,000 from the Public Health Transformation Fund back before May 2018. So we find ourselves where we are, and I have to say that, like others who have spoken already, I have some severe concerns, and actually I wonder, knowing how the Public Health Transformation Fund works, seeing as I'm now responsible for that, how this project ever got through, because there does seem to have been very little in the way of understanding about what the maintenance costs would be. Because the interesting thing about this report is, it says that so far, I'll just get the exact number, £30,000 has been spent on it, £30,000, £656 and 10 pence, has been claimed from the Public Health Transformation Fund to date. But that does not include the staff time associated to procurement, installation and ongoing maintenance. When we're talking about 6 to 8 hours a week, 6 to 8 hours a week, colleagues, to maintain these, something is very wrong with what was ordered. Something was very wrong with this project from the start. We talked about before poor project management. Well, this was poor project management. 6 to 8 hours to maintain water fountains, 4 water fountains, and it's taking 6 to 8 hours a week. That should not be happening. And then we have all those closures, as Councillor Vernon Jackson said. And it's a really upsetting document to see, I have to say. As someone who used the seafront, my wife, until she got injured, was running along that seafront a lot, was not able to use the water fountains, indeed, because they weren't working. But the fact is, we know who made these decisions, but where did this come from, and why was it done in a way that, quite frankly, didn't seem to have any on-cost at all. And why was that money awarded? So I have some real concerns about what was done in the first place. As Councillor Young said, we are where we are, and we have to try and do what we can. So actually, the interesting thing, and I think Councillor Vernon Jackson mentioned about the superchlorination by Wicked Water, that does seem to have had an effect. This is actually one that Victoria's Festival use, and we've actually, so that wasn't used to start with. This was a new process, because literally these fountains were open for, say, 2 or 3 weeks at a time, and then you were having to close them because they failed. So using the Wicked Water does seem to be able to keep these open for longer, but we're still having the failures. But that is a process that is being used. But again, if officers and if Councillor Pitt had been approached directly, this would have been no. You would have known that this is a work in progress. But the problem is, we were stuck with a project that was really just sort of thrown out there, wasn't much in the way of maintenance. And again, with what Councillor Pitt has said, I can't support the motion because it is factually inaccurate. When the council papers were published, all of the units were open, all of them, and they are open to this day because this report is accurate to today. So all of them were open. We are installing one more, and from the very beginning, it will be the first one for the beginning. They will be having superchlorination, and we can see how that works. But we really do need to try and do this, but also it's a great lesson for us in committing to things that are not just costed for the upfront cost, but you know how it's going to pay for maintenance, because this is what we found in the past with poorly managed council contracts, is that you pay for something up front and then you get absolutely whacked with the on-costs. And we can't afford to do that as a council, and I'm really disappointed that the money that is having to be spent out by Councillor Pitt's department and also by a poorly thought project which has cost some other public health transformation projects in this city £38,000. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Just a couple more to go. Councillor Donna Jones, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. So, Councillor Linda Symes, when she was the Cabinet Member, had an idea, a really good one, an idea to install water refill stations. That's what they're called, isn't it? She kept telling me it's not drinking fountains, water refill stations along the seafront. She pitched the idea to our group. We discussed it. We got a cost for it from officers. It went into our budget, and then that was agreed, and then we went into PERDA. And then the project, the officers went off and got costs for the installation, supply and fit for the water refill stations, an engineering company was employed, water specialists. All of that done, as Councillor Matt Winnington has correctly said, was a project management piece of work, and as he also said, clearly wasn't done very well. So Councillor Linda Symes' part in this, as the Cabinet Member, was to have the idea, having listened to residents, having listened to people that come to the city to use the seafront, such as runners, that this would be a great idea. Let's not forget as well that in the September before, as leader of the council, I had signed the Final Straw Solent project to end single-use plastics for us as an employer, which ended the use of plastic knives and forks in our canteen up on the 5th floor, and other plastic plates and things which they were often giving out for staff who took their food back to their desks. So the fault then, which apparently is also Councillor Linda Symes, because she didn't project manage it properly, and she didn't employ the right engineers, and she didn't get the right water specialists, and she didn't get the right water fountain, drinking fountain supply company, apparently is hers. Because as councillors, apparently we now manage projects and we do things down to that level. Well, I can tell you that if we were still running this council, those water fountains would be working right now. And that's because we, like when we were told, you have to close all the splash pools in the city because of Legionella, we said, go and fix it and come back tomorrow, sit in front of me and tell me what you've done in the last 24 hours. And if you haven't got a solution, come back the next day. And if you haven't got a solution, come back the next day. We didn't let things go from 1 week to 1 month to 2 months to 15 months. We kept on top of officers. Because actually this organisation is member-led and officer-driven. But if you don't have it member-led, then actually it's officer-driven and officer-led. And sometimes officers in this council, as Councillor Winnington has said, with their not-so-great project management skills, aren't great at driving and leading projects. That's why they need effective community leaders like us, and that's what we were. And I can guarantee you now that were we still running this council, those water refill stations would be operational, because if they can do it in Hyde Park, and they can do it in Marwell Zoo, and they can do it in Poulton's Park, and they can do it in zoos and parks...
Sorry, Councillor Jones. Point of order from Councillor Willington.
Yeah, just a point of clarification, once again, my Lord Mayor. All the water fountains are open now. They are open now.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
I'm informed that that's not the case, and the water fountains are not. I bow to Councillor Winnington's knowledge if that's what he's saying, but I've been advised they are not operational because there are issues with them. So the point is that public money has been spent, which we put in our Conservative budget to assist people to reduce the use of single-use plastics, particularly with children, runners, people using the seafront for sports facilities over the summer. We're extremely disappointed that public money has been wasted to the level that it was, where those water fountains were not being used over the last 15 months to the level they should have been. But I can guarantee that we would not have been wasting water, and we would not have been pumping loads and loads and litres, thousands of litres of water back into the water supply system and wasting it, as we've heard from the Leader of the Council. We would have been on top of the issue, and we would have made sure that we weren't wasting public money by having those water refill stations used every day. Like I say, this is the issue we were given around the splash pools, Hillsey, Paulsgrove. We got the Paulsgrove splash pool back open after it had been left dormant for a long time, thanks to my colleagues over in this corner of the room. They worked hard, they didn't take no for an answer, and that's what the Conservatives do. And I'm disappointed that this motion has taken its turn today. This could have been us all saying, let's work together, let's try and get this done. In opposition, we try and be pragmatic, we try and help. We try and, as I say, I've been trotting off to London to go and see a Secretary of State about the nitrates issue. That takes up a whole day by the time you got the train there, waited, got through security, come back again. We are trying to be proper community leaders and champions in the Conservative group. I'm disappointed with the way this has gone. I'm disappointed with the attacks that have been levied towards Councillor Linda Symes. I think they are extremely unfair when she was trying to do what's right for the city. Sometimes when things don't go right, you put your hand up and you just admit it. This has not been managed well. It's not been managed well by officers, and it's not been managed well by the administration that took over in May 2018. They've allowed this project to lag. It's not good enough, and we're going to keep on their heels every time things like this happen in the future.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jonas.
Serious. My Lord Mayor, this is off at a tangent. I would like the administration to confirm that the water supply to the refill stations is supplied by Portsmouth Water. If that's the case, they supply to every business and private residence along the seafront. If it's the same water that's going into the businesses, that's going into our refill stations, and ours is failing, and don't forget, we don't do any checks on any of these businesses, so is there a potential health risk if you go and stay at the Royal Beach Hotel, the South Parade Pier, Mozzarella Joe's, or any of those places? Has anybody looked into the fact we're meant to be using the same water?
Sorry, members, can I just ask the portfolio for that? Would they like to respond to that? I think portfolio leader. Councillor Pitt, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I know a bit about water stations from being at numerous festivals over the years. The issue with them is not where the water supply comes from, it's how often they're used. If anyone in this council chamber goes on holiday for 2 weeks and comes back and turns on their tap and fills a glass, they're taking a risk, because water sat in a pipe, not moving for a period of time, is prone to picking up bacteria. That's just a simple, very simple fact. So if we have these stations and they are not used all day, every day, and bearing in mind that they're new, then they will be prone to picking up bacteria. That's just very simple science. So over time, especially with the superchlorination that with the process that's being brought in now, it may be that they become popular enough that the problem will not persist. But I go back to what I said earlier. It is what it is in the meantime, and we cannot risk public health under any circumstances. The difference between these and those businesses that Councillor Jonas quite rightly refers to is that they will be using water all day, every day. They'll have urinals flushing, dishwashers going, they'll be using washing up water and sink. So the regular turnover of water takes the risk away. If you've got something sat there that maybe isn't used for 24 hours, then it starts to become a problem. We can't take that chance.
Thank you for putting that so simple. Even I understood everything. Thank you very much. So now I'm going to, there's no one else, so now I'm going to call upon the proposer, Councillor Stubbs, to sum up, and then a vote will be taken. Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Well, I've enjoyed listening to some of the fairy tales we've been presented with here. We've got agreement in the end that the water supply to these stations is clean because it is the same water supply which goes to adjoining commercial premises. We finally got agreement that in many other locations these exact same water stations, because they weren't made for Portsmouth Council, these are standard off-the-shelf components, work all over. I mean, if you look, there's a website, I can't remember what the address is now, but it shows you water stations where they are in London. There are hundreds of them. And I don't just mean, very popular locations, Hyde Park or whatever. There are absolutely hundreds. So other places can make this work, but seemingly Portsmouth can't. And, the bit which really reveals the truth in this, so we had the council leader saying on the one hand, he didn't even know anything about this, never heard about it. On the other hand, how outraged he is about the cost and about the waste of water and so on. And yet he goes on to say, well, we're going to install another one. Well, which is it? It's one or the other. If you don't believe these things are workable, why are you installing another one? It's bluster to deflect us from the reality that we've got a standard off-the-shelf component which you can't make work. This has gone on for more than a year. It needs resolution. We did go and check before putting the motion in whether these water stations were working. Quite a number weren't. Now, I know how these things work. When something appears on the council agenda, you get a bit of panic and you get a bit of movement, which is part of the main reason for putting it on the agenda. So, we talk a lot about the environment in here, in this chamber. We talk, and single-use plastics is one of the components of that. This is a way of reducing single-use plastics. It's been made to work all over the country, all over the world. And if you're complaining, well, not enough people are using it, well, people aren't using it because it's not signed and because most of the time they don't work. So that is why things don't get used. This is poor management, and you really need to sort this out.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll just get on with the vote now, is that okay? So all those in favour of Councillor Stubbs' motion, could you please show, please? Members, please. We were doing so well, please.
17.
Okay.
Mayor.
Those against, please, would you show? Please. Please, members, thank you.
19. Lord
19, so that's failed. Lost. Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to move on now. So before we go on to the final motion, that's motion I, concerning the private rented sector standards through the landlord licensing, having regard to the advice of interest from the city solicitor, I will be abstaining myself from the chamber during the consideration of this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lord. See you a bit later.
Point of order. Do you want me?
Point of order. My apologies. I'm sorry. I think I've caught Councillor Pitt's flu. I'm after the joy of licensing of things. I'm terribly sorry. I'm going home. So I will leave. I know Councillor Madden has volunteered to answer the question on the Constitution.
Okay, okay, all right, I'm going and you can sort that amongst yourselves. Thank you very much.
Right. Good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. In the absence of the Lord Mayor and Deputy Lord Mayor, we now need to elect a member to chair the meeting during consideration of the next agenda item, motion 17I. Do I have a proposer and a seconder to nominate someone to perform this chairing role who is not conflicted? So, okay. Okay. And yeah, Councillor Jonas is duly elected to chair the meeting whilst the Lord Mayor and Deputy Lord Mayor is absent.
Well, members, before we start, it's most unlike people, but I'd like to thank the Electoral Services Manager for reciting the polling stations in my ward, one of which is the lounge bar of the Phoenix Arms. I'd just like that noted. Thank you very much. Members, so we will now move on to motion I, improving private rented sector standards through landlord licensing. Is this motion proposed by Councillor Corkery and seconded by Councillor Fielding? If yes?
Oh, there you go. Yep, I confirm that I'd like to propose the motion.
Thank you. And is it seconded?
Formally second.
With or without a microphone? Members, the mover of the motion now has up to 3 minutes on the question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. Councillor Corkery, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd be surprised if there's any council in this room, even if those of us that have only been councillors for a few months, that haven't already received a whole pile of housing-related casework. Housing is one of the most important political and social issues of our time. This motion for us today provides us an opportunity to discuss some of those issues, explore some of the solutions. It's of incredible public importance, so I'd ask that you support the call to discuss it before us.
The council will now vote on whether the motion should be dealt with today. Members, please. Those in favour of debating? I think that's everyone here. I can count all 16 of you. Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a real pleasure to stand before you today as the newest councillor for Charles Dickens Ward, and an honour to have been chosen to represent the community I live in. In terms of community spirit, social infrastructure and support networks, our ward has a rich offering. But when it comes to income and wealth, we lag behind not just with the rest of the city, but the vast majority of the rest of the country. According to the Child Poverty Action Group, a shocking 57% of children growing up in our wards are growing up in poverty. That means when my 4-year-old niece and constituent goes to school, more than half of the kids in her class will be going without the absolute basics needed for a decent life. In one of the richest countries in the world, that cannot be right, and it is our responsibility to change it. In the world we live in, it's not possible to tell a story about inequality and deprivation without also talking about the housing crisis. Decent, safe and affordable homes should be an inalienable social right, but in our city thousands are denied that every single day. Like me, most of my constituents live in social housing, and while that's a sector not without its own issues, there is at least some effort to charge affordable rents, maintain homes to a decent standard, and regulate property owners. Contrast that to the private sector, where landlords set rents as high as they can get away with. Disrepair and poor maintenance are common, and there is no vetting of who can and can't rent out a property. Across the country, there's been a sharp rise in the number of people living in private rented housing, and in Portsmouth, that's no different, with several wards now comprising over 40% private rented accommodation. And in those areas with the highest percentage of renters, housing issues are rife. Noise and antisocial behaviour disturb what were previously quiet residential streets. Rubbish and bin bags litter what were tidy rows of terraced houses. Whole communities have been transformed in a relatively short space of time, and rarely for the better. Pieces of work have been done in the worst offending areas, and some improvements have been noticed. Take, for example, the Waverley Road area, long notorious for poor quality rented housing, crime and antisocial behaviour. In response to such issues, the Council has taken action, and one of the ways in which it has done so is through the licensing of larger houses in multiple occupation, or HMOs. Licensing residential properties in this way allows local authorities to vet landlords and ensure that they are fulfilling their responsibilities to tenants and communities. But at the moment, it is only large HMOs of 5 or more unrelated people which are regulated in this way. More and more landlords are taking advantage of this by restructuring shared houses into self-contained bedsits or smaller HMOs which don't require a licence. What we are proposing is that the Council consider using its powers to extend licensing requirements to include smaller HMOs and other privately rented properties. This could have the effect of driving the rogue landlords out of the market, improving housing conditions, tackling antisocial behaviour and ensuring renters' rights are respected. In areas where such schemes have been implemented, there have been improved standards in the private rented sector, reduced antisocial behaviour and a decline in the poor management of properties by rogue landlords. In Newham, selective licensing of non-HMO privately rented properties has been used to address poor standards, protect tenants and tackle criminal landlords. Their scheme has resulted in the prosecution of 1,306 landlords since it was introduced. I'd like to take a moment to quote directly from the Communities and Local Government Select Committee report into privately rented housing, which was published earlier this year. That said, it is clear that local authorities have fewer resources to enforce standards in the private rented sector than they did in 2010. However, this does not fully explain the variation in enforcement levels that exist between local authorities. It is clearly the case that some local authorities have placed a higher priority on addressing low standards in the private rented sector than others have done. We believe this disparity in effective action can only be resolved through political leadership. That emphasis on political leadership for me is key. For the past 15 years, our City Council has been led by the Conservatives or the Liberal Democrats. During that time, successive council administrations have failed to take the decisive action needed to tackle the housing crisis. Even within a restrictive national policy framework, there are always choices to be made and alternatives to be explored. Around the country, dozens of other local authorities have implemented and extended landlord licensing schemes and seen noticeable benefits on the last 2 paragraphs. We have before us today the opportunity to take a significant step towards better regulating the private rented sector, ensuring tenants and communities get a fair deal. That's why I'm proud to propose this motion, and I call on colleagues across the chamber to support it.
Are there any amendments to this motion, please?
Councillor Ling-Stagg, I believe there might be another.
Do you second that, Councillor Stagg, please? Okay, Councillor Pacer-Harris, have you got a... Are you here?
Thank you, my ward colleague. Usually when I can't speak, it's generally after a few points in that pub you mentioned. Yeah, the amendment in my name.
And it's seconded by?
Motion.
Could you circulate both the amendments, please?
Can I beg your indulgence, Lord Mayor? So the amendment's quite a busy amendment. It affects quite a lot of the notice of motion, which in itself is fairly substantial. So I was hoping that you just might give people a couple of minutes to read through what we've said and to see what the Conservatives are saying, and see if I can reach an agreement with the Conservatives here about their amendment at least.
Thank you.
Or indeed anyone else.
Councillor Hunt, when you're ready, you can formally.
Lord Mayor, so I've read the Conservative amendment. It doesn't affect the thrust of, it does to an extent affect the thrust of our amendment, and it agrees with it. So I was wondering if everybody agreed that we should subsume that and we accept their amendment into our amendment. Is that in order?
Chair, obviously you can't, it's not in your position
Indeed.
to do that. It's for the mover of the original motion to decide which amendments they wish to subsume. Clearly, if it was the wish of the two groups, you can vote and support each other's amendments, but clearly it's only for the mover of the original motion to agree any subsuming.
The will of the council today is the majority, let's say, in favour of the Liberal Democrat amendment and also the Conservative amendment. Do they become the substantive to be voted on, in theory?
Just to clarify, Chair, if both amendments are supported by the majority in this chamber, they're mutually inclusive, they don't contradict each other, they then become the substantive, regardless of whether the mover of the original motion decided to subsume or not, and you would then vote on the totality. So you'd achieve that outcome if that was what you're seeking.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The same point of order, actually.
Thank you. Most grateful to Councillor Corkery on his first speech, and indeed to bring a very important matter to the council. We agree with the thrust of what it is that he is seeking to do, but we think that it needs to form part of a larger strategy. And in places, in actual, I regret to say, in a couple of places, it's factually incorrect as well. Lord Mayor,
We also thank the deputations from earlier on, and we'd like to say that, and I'm speaking of course on behalf of Councillor Darren Sanders as well, too many people tell us that they are scared of renting privately, and it's not just the money, it's the fear of being evicted for no reason, but it's the fear of living in a pokey hole or a place where repairs do not happen as well. If Councillor Sanders was able to be here today, he would point out that much of what the notice of motion asks the Council to do is already being done. We agree with Councillor Corkery and with our Conservative colleagues that issues around private renting really do matter. And ideally, we believe we should build our way out of this housing crisis through socially rented houses. The Labour notice of motion claims that this local authority has not made use of its powers to extend licensing to include smaller HMOs consisting of 3 or 4 persons. Lord Mayor, I'm afraid, Councillor Corkery, that's untrue. Such a scheme was introduced by the previous Lib Dem administration, but due to government rules, it lapsed automatically under a 5-year rule. So this amendment seeks to get the facts right so that we can discuss the future openly and honestly. So we are not at all content that the we're also not at all content that the Labour notice of motion stigmatises area of Portsmouth in paragraph 2 of their motion, where it says in areas with significant concentrations of privately rented housing, there tend to be higher levels of antisocial behaviour, noise, waste, pollution and crime. And we think it's wrong to stigmatise those areas. Indeed, with my community safety hat on, Lord Mayor, Councillor Jonas rather, Mr Chairman, I'm dealing with these issues all over Portsmouth, and there is a question later on about caution from Councillor Atkins, and indeed I've just been sent messages about antisocial behaviour and damage to the College Park toilets this evening by the community wardens. So, Lord Mayor, we acknowledge there are real problems which university landlords and the council are tackling, yet many of these complaints come from tenants of housing associations fed up that their constant pleas for better homes go unheeded and unrepaired, and for instance in communal areas. This motion also needs amending because what it proposes will not stop many of the barriers to private renting. For example, taking rent arrears, the second biggest reason why people rent privately the second biggest reason why people renting privately in our city become homeless is one reason. Labour's licensing plan will not deal with that, and we want to. And to look at poor property conditions, the main reason why councils have the sort of licensing that Labour proposes is for that reason, because of poor repairs. One of the biggest complaints from them is that they cannot make this a condition of the licence. So Councillor Sanders asks, what signal does that send to those wanting to live somewhere good? We need action that really deals with that, and not something that just says it will, but really will do it. So we demand better than that for our city, and this administration has started down that road, building homes for our homeless at the old South Sea Community Centre, expanding Rent It Right to encourage landlords to house people offering incentives, not punishments, buying houses to accommodate our homeless and those needing temporary accommodation and rough sleepers, and helping voluntary groups like Hope Into Action to do the same. A real rent deposit scheme and making the council a guarantor. We can't and won't rest, and we agree with you, Councillor Corkery, on this. We will continue to improve the situation, but we need a proper strategy based on facts. And as well as input from residents and landlords to help us deal with the barriers that renting privately poses. That is, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is why a paper suggesting just that is coming to councillors' housing portfolio next week. This strategy will examine many options: tougher licensing, more practice inspections, greater help for tenants and landlords, compulsory registration, but it will be based on evidence. Those renting privately, those who want to but can't, and those too scared to do so for the reasons I mentioned earlier on, need a coherent approach to remove barriers, not knee-jerk actions, as happened in Brighton recently and was thrown out by the courts. Every study, Mr. Chairman, says you need a range of measures to tackle the problems that private renters face. That is what we want and the people of this city deserve. And I've read the Conservative amendment, and I think it fits in and improves our amendment as well, and the amendment, the notice of motion entirely. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that the Liberal Democrat amendment negates the sentiment and the outcome of the original motion, and is therefore out of order.
The City Solicitor and myself did discuss at length to make sure it was admissible, and we concluded it doesn't negate it and it is admissible. It still agrees to a course of action. It's not stopping any actions happening. It's just a slightly alternative course of action.
I actually believe Councillor Corkery is right, because it does negate it, because this is business as usual. All that's contained in this motion is business as usual in the housing service. That's not what the original motion is actually asking. So it is out of order.
Councillor Smith, I'm afraid the City Solicitor has already ruled on this, so I'll have to go with the City Solicitor.
Former Lord Mayor, thank you. The amendment makes reference to social housing. Perhaps the City Solicitor could confirm whether that conflicts anybody in the chamber out based on their registered interests. Does the amendment conflict anybody? Okay.
Thank you, my esteemed ward colleague. It is much appreciated. And I have to say, you look at home in that chair. So basically, I'm going to go through my amendment. My amendment is on the table to ensure we have a fair deal for all, a fair deal for tenants and landlords alike, which is why I've assured that we've also put registered social housing providers in the motion. While they are not subjective to selective licensing, residents who live in these properties do have significant issues on a daily basis, which are brought to our attention. And I think we can all quite happily say, as Councillor Corkery alluded to earlier, we all do get casework in the housing area of the council. So I'm going to move on to the motion itself that we've put forward. We don't hold the conclusive data at the moment for resident social housing providers, and this came up recently at the Housing Governance Board, which Councillor Corkery was there and Councillor Sanders also, and this is something that he's going to bring back to us so we can actually have those information. I think it's also important there are a lot of different factors at play with the actual motion on the table, but before I do that, I firstly want to speak about the speaker we had today with Alvin Oliver. He spoke very well, he explained the legislation our council can use, he used the term sledgehammer to crack a nut, and I think he is nearer to the point about what we can do and should be doing rather than what the motion is actually asking. So I think he made some really sensible points to the actual original motion. I think the motion as it stands at the moment would cause the council some difficulty down the line. And this also contains some inaccuracies that Councillor Hunt has already alluded to. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to quote some percentages and some numbers from data given to me from the officers of the council. So apologies if this does get a bit spreadsheety and a bit of a pie chart referencing, because I am a bit sad and I do like a spreadsheet and a pie chart. So just bear with me. So the Lib Dem amendment makes like 22.3% of households which privately rent, which obviously contradicts the actual motion, but we need to ensure, as we saw earlier, to get things right through this council. The original motion says, in areas with significant concentrations of privately rented housing, there tends to be higher levels of antisocial behaviour, noise and waste, pollution and crime. This point is interesting, because this is key when arguing the case for selective licensing and when you talk about Section 80. You need the numbers to prove this. If you're going to go to a Secretary of State of Approval, you need these numbers. So I'm going to use the numbers we have on HMOs, as they are already subject to mandatory licensing, properties over 5 or more. So 108 complaints have come across the city August to August from mandatory licensed HMOs. 950 complaints have been around from other properties in the city, which includes privately owned and the private rented sector. When you consider we have 1,202 mandatory licensed HMOs and only 108 complaints, that equates to just shy of 9% of complaints recorded in the mandatory scheme. These complaints are generally coming from neighbours rather than tenant. So around 65% from the neighbour, 35% from the tenant. This shows that neighbours are actually very proactive in complaining to the council around various issues and knowing the legislation. And I think I look to Councillor Rob Wood as a St Thomas councillor who I know that is engaging constantly within the private rented sector. So we've got 22.3% of privately rented properties. 16,377 is the number which this equates to within the city of Portsmouth. The number that I've taken is from the Government UK website, which you can have a look at, Cal. I'm quite happy to share that with you. And if you negate it down to 22.3%, that's the number you get. So if you put that to a percent, that's just over 6% of the privately rented sector as a whole has complaints within the city. If you use the numbers we have within the mandatory licensing scheme. This is low, and in fact lower than the number I just put to you earlier, 9%. So actually our level of complaints aren't as high as you would be led to believe. I think a lot of this comes through media spin as well. I think the media can sometimes over-elevate things at the planning committee. They can over-elevate things generally a lot of the time. Therefore, it's interesting to know that all complaints across the private rented sector are privately owned and licensed HMOs to the city council is coming from tenants. That's 63%. So our tenants are proactive. There's actually a considerable swing from neighbour to tenant when you actually put all the data together. So our tenants are proactive, they're using the mechanisms in place, and as Alvin Oliver noted earlier, they're using the powers that we already have. And these are key things. And as regards back to the motion, if you look at paragraph 5, sentence 2, there's a subtle change in it, and it's something I broadly agree with. It's mentioned, Councillor Hunt mentioned earlier about the previous licence scheme we had. The previous licence scheme basically hasn't continued. It's because it needed to fail. And it didn't. It didn't fail. Actually, it didn't tell us anything. The data on it was really inconclusive. And if we are going to use solid data to move forward with a mandatory licensing scheme and a selective licensing scheme, I'm sure a very diligent landlord organisation such as the PDPLA will be looking at this very closely, and they will take us to court as a council. And we will be in the same position our counterparts were in Brighton when they were challenged with the Secretary of State. So the amendment has added this type of licensing does not obtain rent arrears, a common cause of private tenancies in Portsmouth ending, nor can poor property conditions be a condition of the licence. I mean, this is very evident in Portsmouth. There's 18% of people who present as homeless from the private rented sector would not benefit from selective licensing being introduced. We need to ensure that any policy that we bring forward does mention this, and I'm really glad that that's in the Liberal Democrat amendment. Also, now I've mentioned arrears and money, I'm going to talk about costs of schemes, and we talk about self-financing, but we have to be reality, that is not always the case. So in Slough, £750, with scheme, 450 will go towards administration, 300 goes towards actual enforcement. Burnley, 750 towards the application, then 670 if you own more than one home, so it's a lot of money. But fundamentally, I know I've only got a minute left, I believe the scheme being asked for by the Labour Party, asking for the blanket approach, makes no mention of Secretary of State approval, makes no mention of the scope of implementation, makes no mention of the Section 80 of the Housing Act for selective licensing. This is sheer lunacy. This has got no scope behind it at all. So I believe this would open up to a judicial review, as Councillor Hunt's already alluded to. This will equate to time and money wasted by the council who implements a blank approach without the work being done. This will only punish the good landlords and the good tenants while doing nothing to tackle the rogue ones. This is why I've tabled the amendment, and I hope you can support it.
The matter is now before the council, and I have 4 members who wish to speak. Councillor Ferret, please.
Thank you, Councillor Jonas. I'm not going to give you a barrage of statistics like Councillor Peter Harris just has, but I will reiterate one of the things that Councillor Peter Harris mentioned, which was Alwyn Oliver, who came here and gave the deputation, and I had written down the sledgehammer to crack a nut. And I know Alwyn from years past as a former member of the Labour Party, a very good trade unionist as well. I think he mentioned that in his deputation. I've got a great deal of respect for him and for his opinions. He also served the Labour Party as a treasurer, I think when I was chair of the party, in the days before it went mad. But nevertheless, I've got a lot of time, like I say, and I think he spoke very well and balanced in terms of this was something that looked like it was being brought in. He didn't use the word ideological, but I certainly feel that there's an ideological thrust behind this, and certainly knowing Councillor Corkery as I do, I'm pretty certain that the motion is motivated more by ideology than in what it's actually purporting to say. Councillor Corkery has been quite vocal on social media in the past few days, chiding both the Liberal Democrat leader and the Conservative leader about them being landlords, and that would influence the way that their groups would vote. What he omitted to say, that a member of his own group is also in that position and has had to absent themselves from the meeting. He also omitted to say that his predecessor in his seat, a Labour councillor, actually had an interest in 14 properties. But the Labour Party were very quiet on that when that was the case. So I think there is clearly lots wrong with housing, and Councillor Hunt has addressed much of that, I think, in terms of how we can practically move forward. The housing, the one thing I will say about Councillor Corkery's motion, the first few words, the causes of the housing crisis are complex, and they're going to need a number of measures in order to address them, and clearly not something that we can just do here. It's going to take national government as well, and it's going to take a number of years. And I think the Liberal Democrat amendment recognises that, and the Conservative amendment also recognises that we're not just talking about the private sector. And I have to say as a councillor that in terms of the issues that I get in my surgery are more related to housing association and indeed council properties, certainly in terms of antisocial behaviour, than they are in terms of private lets. And I think those statistics are interesting that Councillor Peter Harris referred to, in showing a relatively small percentage of problems and issues with the private sector. So I support the amendments that have come forward on this motion because I think they give us a far more practical way forward, and they're certainly not motivated by ideology.
Thank you, Councillor Ferret. Could we have Councillor Smith, please?
Lord Mayor, I have no problem actually supporting the original motion. I do have a problem with the Lib Dem amendment. I think that's business as usual, and we should be doing that anyway. The Conservative amendment, I don't think, adds anything to the original motion. It should include, conditions relating to use and occupation of the house. We had a very clear deputation from Charlotte Garida, and hopefully I've said her name right, and that was hard listening, because somebody moving into a dream home should not have to put up with those problems, but they do. And it's not one person that does, thousands of people do, because not all landlords are perfect. There are some rogue landlords, and there are a growing number of them. So tenants need a greater protection, and a selective licensing scheme can do that. However, PCC is also a landlord and lease many buildings across the city, mainly to the voluntary sector and the community sector. Therefore, we need also to be part of this scheme and put our own house in order. People like Mop and Make are in terrible buildings, roofs leaking, wall ties busted, lintels busted. It took me all year to try and get these things repaired. We take rent from these people, thousands of pounds a year. So we are a rogue landlord as well. So we should put our own house in order. So there is a collective responsibility, whether PCC or private landlords, to get these matters sorted. Neither should be a rogue landlord. Anything that helps to stamp out rogue landlords should be applauded. A selective licensing scheme will go some way to overcome grave concerns renters have in the private sector. And I urge everybody to pass this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Bosher, please.
Thank you very much, former Lord Mayor. I've just listened to Councillor Smith, and perhaps I misheard it, but I think my colleagues around here misheard the same bit that I did. That the Conservative amendment doesn't add anything, when actually the Conservative amendment is talking about registered social housing providers, and then Councillor Smith then went on to talk about Portsmouth City Council needs to get its own house in order, which is a registered social housing provider. So I'm not quite sure where it's coming from. That is particularly the issue. I mean, I listened to Councillor Corkery's opening speech, where he sort of stigmatised areas of his own ward, by the sound of it, with crime and antisocial behaviour, and sort of attributing that to rogue landlords. Well, we have that problem in Drayton and Farlington to a certain degree too, but largely the issue that we have is with registered social housing providers in Drayton and Farlington. We have two significant ones in our area, and this is as much about other tenants' rights that want to lead a peaceful life as it is about how the landlord actually manages the property and the condition that it's in. But we have, as I said, we have two. One's actually within a 5-minute walk from where I live. And I'm getting regular problems with that particular social landlord. And another one that we regularly get people coming into our regular surgery to talk about issues there, where some of the perpetrators are living within the social housing, which is not being dealt with by the provider, that are making life not only a misery for the law-abiding members who just want to lead a peaceful life within that same environment, but also the neighbours around them who are regularly suffering low-level crime, vandalism and damage from those sorts of environments. So I don't think we can just have a notice of motion before us that seeks to bash private landlords. It would be interesting to know what former Councillor Chowdhury actually had to say, or whether there was any conversations there at all between the person that replaced him and himself as to what his views were. But the current amendment put forward by the Conservative group seeks to be more inclusive, so that exactly what Councillor Smith has been saying, we can look to put all of our houses in order, so to speak, and it's something that encompasses every aspect of it. Now, I'm not going to bore people with statistics. I leave that up to my Hillsey colleague, Mr. Spreadsheet over there. But certainly with regards to the Lib Dem amendment, it's factually correct. In a lot of the things it actually says, it corrects some of the figures there. I could go down Councillor Pitt's route, the route of splitting hairs. Had a haircut this morning though, so probably won't. But there are some factual inaccuracies in the original one that needs to be addressed. And the one that's been brought forward by Councillors Hunt and Stagg seeks to correct that and address the issues going forward. Now, whether you agree with the Cabinet process or not, the fact that the Cabinet member is actually bringing forward action to actually deal with that is in fact, I think, a good thing. Now, by including the Conservative amendment, it is actually going to look to tackle things like PCC and some of those other social housing providers, people like Vivid or people, those sorts of order, so that we actually make sure that we have an equitable view and we're not discriminating against our tenants as to whether they happen to be in social or whether they happen to be renting privately, but we are treating everybody equally in trying to get a standard that applies for everybody.
Thank you, Simon. Councillor George Fielding, please.
Thank you, Councillor Jonas. I don't think we've got particularly much in the way of concerns here. In terms of what we're putting forward is saying to begin the formal process of implementation of a selective licensing scheme. Obviously that will involve consultation. It will involve, if we're going to go forward, then the Secretary of State would have to be involved because they need to give their go-ahead. What we're looking at here is the beginning of something. And I think we need to be considering this to address the issues within the private rented sector. I fully understand that the social sector as well needs to be looked into, and I don't particularly have any issue with the Conservative amendment, personally. But I think we need to address this now. We can talk about other issues on another day, but the fact is we've been out talking to people about this. This is a real issue within the city that needs to be addressed. And we feel as though the motion, as it is at the moment, unfortunately, the Liberal Democrat amendment does go far too far in amending from the original intention of the motion, and I couldn't support that. But we'll certainly look and see how it comes to the vote on the Conservative amendment. But if we go that far, I'd hope you'd support the substantive motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Councillor Weems, please. Steve.
Thank you, former Lord Mayor. Frank, okay, Frank, whatever. I stand to speak as a former Cabinet Member for Housing, and I reflect on the fact that when I came into office, there was a selective licensing scheme in place at that time, bequeathed me by the former Liberal Democrat administration. I could have done away with it there and then. I chose not to do so, because I felt it is right and proper to see whether the scheme would work. There is need for evidence to support such schemes or not, as the case may be. Now, I have to say to you, Lord Mayor, former Lord Mayor, that there seemed to me at that time evidence to say that the good landlords were signing up to the scheme, costing them money, which in turn they passed on within the rents to their tenants, and it was the rogue landlords who didn't sign up. And therefore, the problem that Councillor Corkery rightly identifies was not addressed properly, because tenants still had issues with the landlords they had. So, and don't get me wrong, that I realise there are rogue landlords out there. I've been to court with my daughter to give her support when she took her landlord to court. So I do know there are issues. I'm not running away from that fact. What I'm saying is the measures to address it need to be addressed properly, rather than just having a go at all landlords are bad, because not all landlords are bad. There are good landlords as well as rogue ones. And I would go on to say that as well. That certainly is the case for social landlords too. I know of a case, for instance, of a part rent, part buy tenant in Paulsgrove, in a property owned by Vivid, who had to repair the sinkhole in their front garden at their own expense. Even though Vivid owned the home, or at least the majority of it, they refused to help towards the repairs. That seems atrocious to me. There was a danger to life, and they refused to do something about it. So, and also, if I might just, as an aside, put Councillor Corkery right, the Conservatives, or I did at least, when I was Cabinet Member for Housing, authorised 200 council homes. Not social housing, council homes. And that's the most, 4 times as many council homes as been built in the last 20 years. So please don't tell anybody on this side that we don't do our bit for social housing or council housing. Lord Mayor, it comes down to, we don't want to drive out good landlords, and that's the danger of what Councillor Corkery has proposed. But I fully accept the amendments that have been put forward as a means to address some of the issues he does reasonably identify, but we need to address it in a way that achieves results rather than merely bashes one group of society against any other. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Joe Hooper.
Well, thank God for that. I'll make this brief because I think we all need some chips and a bit of NAF TV tonight. Right, my authentic insight into this matter, and Steve Weems has just mentioned the sinkhole. Yes, indeed, that was brought to my attention when I was a campaigner, and the response from Vivid was absolutely woeful. But I'm afraid, for me, and I deal with a lot of housing matters in Portsgrove, the housing associations aren't responding to matters in a good enough and orderly fashion. So I echo what Councillor Ferret has actually said. Now, from the point of view, we don't have a lot of private landlords in Portsgrove. There are some, but obviously not in abundance. I mainly deal with housing issues related to council properties, and I do have to say there are issues, of course, because we've got a lot of council stock up there, but the council officers in the Portsgrove Housing Association are incredibly responsive, and they deal with my issues swiftly. Okay, so I've got no complaints there whatsoever. However, and I'm glad Councillor Corkery did say that these housing associations aren't perfect. No, they're not. We had the sinkhole, all right, the response was woeful. I've been called to a number of other issues. There was a terrible issue on an unadopted road with a lamppost. It had been vandalised, damaged, but the central column had fallen out and all the wires had been exposed. Now, this poor gentleman had tried to deal with it himself because it was the Housing Association's responsibility, this unadopted road. I did the research, and indeed it was. This poor guy went round the houses, was ignored. He sent me over all the correspondence. I then had to get involved, even just to have a makeshift repair so it was kind of safe because kids actually play around there. Okay, so that was my experience after the sinkhole, quite appalling. Then I was called up to a block of flats, and the lady that had asked me to respond was having huge issues with these filthy bin sheds. Dead easy to sort out. Just needed some proper cleaning fluid and for the Housing Association to come up and deal with the matter. Well, when the door clicked open, and I went in, quite frankly, I needed a peg. The smell was inhumane. I then sat on the woman's sofa, took me ages even to get through, but I said, no, we're not putting up with this. Tied Vivid down to, this was particularly Vivid, down to a time schedule. And then, after weeks and weeks and weeks of procrastination and this woman being let down, they finally did turn up and cleaned up these filthy bin sheds, okay? As well as that, I've had lots of just issues where repairs haven't been dealt with, okay? So, honestly, of course there are rogue landlords, okay? Particularly when I was a student, I knew a lot of my friends had major issues. I'm not saying there isn't. However, I don't deal with many inquiries within my ward, all right, with residents having problems with private landlords. However, exactly the same experience as Councillor Ferret. A lot of my negativity comes from tenants who are trying to live in housing association properties, and I'm afraid at the moment the quality of the provision is not always up to standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham Heaney, please.
Voice a bit further this evening. I'm interested in this debate because I used to be, some years ago, Chair of Housing Committee, but it's a hell of a long time ago. So the experience will probably not be entirely relevant, but I did spend a lot of time going around private sector housing and seeing what was going on. And in my recent election to St Jude Ward, I did have the opportunity to visit a number of privately rented properties, and I was surprised at the number of times I entered blocks of flats where the stair carpets weren't properly maintained, where the stairs you couldn't see where you were going. I would talk to tenants and I would say, "This is, have you complained about this? Oh, it's no good. The landlord won't do anything about this. There's no point. Do you want me to complain on their behalf? Oh no, don't complain, because they'll work out who's done it, and then we'll be in trouble. So we can't possibly." So there is an issue around the way in which people who have to rely on private sector housing have to deal with it. I've had some recent issues in a particular road where I've had the police involved. I'm not going to go into the detail of it, but that has involved properties that are multi-occupied, and it's been quite a serious problem for residents, as well as for other tenants in adjoining properties. So it does seem to me that we've got an issue that needs dealing with. A lot of people have spent their time talking about social landlords, and I'm not in any way acting as a defence for social landlords, but this is not what we're talking about tonight. This is about the private sector. If we want to have a motion about social landlords, I'd be welcome to see one. That'd be really good. But the regulatory framework for social landlords is different. They have their own system, they have their own ombudsman and so on, and we can actually sometimes do something about that. I was a bit curious about the sort of approach of the Liberal Democrats. It does seem to me that they're saying, we want to do the right thing, but we don't want to do it just yet. If you look at what they've said in their proposal at the back, it says, the Labour motion specifically says that they want the Council to begin the formal process for the implementation of this licensing scheme. But the Liberal Democrat amendment says that there was a strategy in early 2020 before then, and an informal consultation with stakeholders on selective and additional licensing, proactive inspection of banned properties. I'm not quite sure why we need to consult about that. We should actually be doing it. Compulsory registration and education for tenants' rights. I'm not quite sure what the difference between an informal consultation with stakeholders on selective and additional licensing is and a formal consultation, other than to do things a lot more slowly. That's what it seems to me to be. Slow things down, let's not do this, let's hold it up, let's have a different way of not doing this. So that is my concern. There are some concerns being expressed by landlords, but many landlords actually welcome proper regulation because they then realise that the people who give the private sector a bad reputation get pushed out. There are lots of people that rent privately and have no problems at all, and that is good. But we do need to deal with the problem properties, and I would defer to the expertise of my colleague, Councillor Corky, who works in housing and has been doing so for a long time. He's done a lot of work on these issues and sees people regularly who have housing problems. He deals with young people, so he knows what's going on, and I accept what he's saying about this. So I'm sceptical about the Liberal Democrat amendment because I think it's just a way of delaying doing stuff. And if that's all we're doing, then I don't think we should support that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hugh Mason, please.
Chairman, I listened very carefully to both of the deputations. Charlotte Garders was impassioned, but these were matters which I think private sector housing enforcement would have dealt with. I listened to Alan Oliver, a man who stood against me for the City Council on a couple of occasions, and for whom I have a very considerable respect for his judgment. He is a very thoughtful landlord. He believes that selective licensing won't work. And I think he has got a good case that where it was tried in the past, as Councillor Weems has said, we found that the good landlords had to put up the rents because they had to pay for the licensing fee. The bad landlords managed to get around it and didn't use it at all. Enforcement by the City Council would seem to me to be the best way, therefore, to deal with bad landlords, bad properties which are unfit for human habitation. As a councillor, I have had to deal with a number of those over the years, even in St Jude Ward, where I've come across such delights as a carpet which I had to pull my feet off because they stuck. A shower which had a light in it, only there wasn't a light, there were just two bare electric wires hanging down where they would get wet. That private sector housing dealt with within an hour. I think enforcement, as we have seen in Waverley Road, is a very good way of moving forward. I am not convinced that selective licensing is the best way forward, but we must consider it. And this is why I think the multifaceted approach, which comes from the Liberal Democrat amendment, has more chance of improving the quality of the housing in this city than does the straight, simple approach of trying to get all the landlords to license, or at least all the private landlords to license. I've had a number of complaints, obviously, about social housing providers. Probably the most problematical one has already been mentioned. And so I would commend the amendment, and I trust that this will be carried through, and because I believe it gives us a way forward to improve the quality of housing in this city. Lastly, in areas with significant concentrations of privately rented housing, there tend to be higher levels of antisocial behaviour, noise, waste, pollution and crime. Non-formal logical fallacy, as your colleague will tell you. Post hoc ergo propter hoc. Don't do it.
Thank you, Councillor. Members, I have one more councillor wishing to speak, and that is Councillor Norton.
Thank you, former Lord Mayor. I had hoped to speak earlier on than this, but I think you kept turning me off. So very, very quickly, I just want to make the point and thank and join actually Councillors Smith and Hunt and Peter Harris and Ferret, etc., in thanking the deputies. It's really important, I think, that the public continue to come to these meetings, and therefore we should consider what they say and act on it. To shadow Councillor Smith's comments, harrowing situations where you go into a property where curtains are ripped down and it appears to be trashed is not a situation that we want anybody to have in a private property or a property that they're renting. We wouldn't expect it in a public property, such as a bank, etc. We shouldn't accept it in a private property. And then the second deputy, and again, points there such as using the sledgehammer to crack the nut. And the key thing there was, for me, was the mention of 150 plus constraints that are already put on landlords. And so is this really going to make a difference, is a key question. I think I'm inclined to look at the amendments here. I'm not an expert. I wanted to hear what everybody had to say. I was looking forward to hearing what everybody had to say. But I know that Councillor Heaney mentioned in his statement there the consultation. The word consultation. Now, my understanding of this is that it says in the motion a formal process, not a consultation. And the Lib Dem amendment talks, I think, about data and work needed to be done, where the Labour one doesn't really do that. So I think I'm inclined to vote for the amendments, but thank colleagues for their diligence on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I now call upon Councillor Corkery to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I found myself a bit perplexed during a lot of those contributions. I was going through my speech, trying to work out where I'd said this and where I'd said that. I think I lost count at the amount of things I was supposed to have said or claims that are contained nowhere within the original speech. But maybe that's just me. If we look at the title of the motion and the content contained within it originally, the title was Improving Private Renter Sector Standards Through Landlord Licensing. So, my speech and the content of the motion didn't talk about social housing because it is not the subject of the motion. Social housing is an incredibly important topic. I work in social housing, I live in social housing, I spend a ridiculous numbers of hours every week dealing with casework in terms of issues in social housing, but that is not what we are proposing to speak about here today. In terms of the additional licensing for houses of multiple occupancy, for smaller houses of multiple occupancy, it's quite right, a scheme was in place. When that came up for renewal, the City Council had the opportunity to do the research, do the consultation, do an in-depth review to determine whether it was worth renewing that. It didn't. It decided not to do that. Apparently, I've been told there have been some discussions behind the scenes since then about maybe they should review it, but that hasn't happened at the moment. Since I've been the spokesperson for housing, I think this is a key point. There are supposed to have been 3 Cabinet Member for Housing meetings. 2 of those were cancelled. Is that the actions of an administration that has taken the housing crisis seriously and doing all within its power to tackle the worst effects of it and stand up for tenants and the communities in which they live? I don't think it is. Just to go through some of the other points that have been made, there's this distinction between formal consultation and informal consultation. The formal process that we're proposing to start, ASAP, the first part of that is a consultation. So if we instead go with the Lib Dems kick it down the can, water down approach, what we're going to have is an informal consultation, then maybe 6 months, a year down the line, we'll decide to start the formal process, have another consultation. All we're doing is delaying taking the action necessary to stand up for the communities that depend on us. I think it was quite interesting to hear the Portsmouth and Districts Landlords Association, or whatever they are called, be referenced. And actually I heard some of the lines from the text they sent out to all their members included, kind of almost word for word in some of those speeches. And it was a quite impressive lobbying effort. I'm sure we all received several emails from them. In terms of Councillor Ferret's typical personalised attacks, I'm not necessarily going to stoop to that level. All I would say is that this issue is too important to get involved in petty personality politics. Focus on the issues and the policies at play. Our constituents expect that. People have questioned whether there is any proof of need for tackling issues in the private rented sector. I would love to know what areas these people are going door knocking in, what residents they speak to on a week-by-week basis, if they think there are not significant issues in the private rented sector that need to be urgently addressed by this council. The Lib Dem amendment, I believe, negates the original motion. The original motion, the main substantive resolution of it, is to begin the formal process for implementing selective licensing and additional licensing of HMOs, to remove that and then commit to we'll maybe review it, spend a few months reviewing it, then we may make a decision. Again, I think it's just kicking the can down the line. It's business as usual. It's an explanation of what the administration is currently doing. No admittal that more could be done and more has to be done to stand up for the people that depend on us. In terms of the Tory amendment, I mean, it's not...
Point of order,
Just to put it straight, Councillor Corkery says that we're kicking it down the road. I'm sure, Mr Chairman, you specifically remember you saying this strategy... sorry, where's it gone? That the strategy is coming to the housing portfolio next week. I think I couldn't be any more clear.
Thank you. Councillor Corkery.
I'll continue. So yeah, I was specifically referring to that report, which I've read, discussed in detail with officers, completely understand the content of. It's the content of that report that I am saying is kicking the can further down the road. In terms of the Tory amendment, not mad on it, but at least it doesn't negate the whole original motion. At least it complements what is there and is trying to work towards having something that both parties are perhaps happy with. So probably all I can say about that. To summarise, we have the opportunity before us to take radical action to tackle the housing crisis. For me, this is a question of which side are we on? Are we on the side of the tenants and the communities in which they live, or the rogue landlords who get rich at other people's expense? Lord Mayor, I know which side the Labour group are on.
Thank you, Councillor. We will...
Yes, is the mover, was he subsuming the Conservative amendment?
Yes, Councillor Corkery, what do you wish to do with the 2 amendments? Nicely.
My words. I'm opposed to the Lib Dem amendment because I believe it negates the motion. Do we take them in bit by stages? Okay, let's take that and then see where we are.
We will.
We will. Those members in favour of Councillor Hunt's amendment, please show.
13, Chair.
Those against?
4. So that amendment is carried. That now gets subsumed. Now you're going to vote on the other amendment.
So we're now going to vote on Councillor Peter Harris's amendment. Those in favour? And those against, please.
So, Chair, what you're now needing to do is do one last vote, which is on the original motion with the 2 amendments incorporated. One last vote on the substantive.
Took the words out of my mouth, members. So if we can have a vote on that, please. Any against? Carried. Members, this concludes this item. Before moving on to the next item, we can please call all members who are still here back into the chamber, and I will now relinquish the chair. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation, as usual.
Thank you, members. Please be seated. Nearly there. Yeah, I know, I'm straight on here. So, number 18 then is questions from members under Standing Order 17. Members, there are 13 questions under Standing Order 17 that has been previously circulated to you. As you know, there is a total of 45 minutes allocated within the standing orders to deal with questions. Can I remind everyone that the member asking the original question may ask up to 2 supplementary questions that must, and I repeat that, must arise directly out of the original question. Any other member is limited to 1 supplementary question that must arise directly out of the original question and replies. Because we didn't do too good last time, so anyway. So Stuart, if you keep an eye, if they don't, just tell me and I'll stop them talking if they don't do it right this time. Okay then, so question 1 then is Councillor Norton to be answered by Councillor Pitt. Councillor Norton.
Question 1 in my name, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Pitt.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. The current sponsorship deal of the Spinnaker Tower ends in June next year, June 2020. The Council is currently exploring options for future sponsorship.
Councillor Norton, did you want supplementary?
Therefore, yes, please. Is the Cabinet member confident that he can deliver a smooth or seamless transition on this?
Councillor Pitt.
I would hope so, Lord Mayor.
One more? One more?
Yeah, Councillor Norton.
Will the Cabinet member confirm that he will share full information in due course?
Councillor Pitt.
The process is currently being formulated, Lord Mayor. The work has started. There is a team in place to take that forward, and as and when there is anything to report, we will report.
Thank you. Councillor Udy, please.
As Councillor Pitt would be aware, at our culture and leisure meeting, when we talked about procurement of companies, I talk about ethical standards, especially surrounding Kickstarter and the fact that they won't recognise trade unions within America. I'm going to ask the same question about ethical standards, maybe around Emirates, and could we consider companies and their ethical standards records before we sign into deals worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of pounds? Thanks.
Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Councillor Udy. The Council does have a policy on such matters. For example, we would not accept an alcohol sponsor on the tower for obvious reasons. So there is a process to follow. We do, however, have a current sponsor, and I'm not going to say anything at this point that could preclude any discussion.
Councillor Tom Coles, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. In the same vein as Councillor Udy, will the Cabinet member be taking into account human rights transgressions when agreeing a sponsorship deal?
Councillor Pitt.
As I just said, Lord Mayor, there is a current council policy which is very detailed on these matters. So yes, we will of course be taking that into consideration as we do with other sponsorship.
Councillor Luke Stubbs.
In terms of the sponsorship you're seeking, is one of the options to permit the tower to be painted or continue to be painted? Because I know there was opposition from Councillor Pitt back in 2014 or 2015 when we first let this contract to the effect that the tower should never be painted. Is it his position still that the tower should never be painted, or is that something he would consider if the right deal came along?
Councillor Pitt.
The administration retains the view that it held in opposition, that its preference is for the Spinnaker Tower to be painted white and that only the logo of the sponsor be appearing on it.
Councillor Matthew Atkins.
I was just wanting to ask the Cabinet member if he is hopeful that the current administration will be able to replicate the same level of funding that the Conservative administration was managed to achieve through sponsorship of the tower.
Councillor Pitt.
I think already answered, Lord Mayor, but obviously the aspiration is to make sure that we achieve as much or more than previous.
Councillor Donna Jones.
Can the Cabinet member confirm to the Chamber that the Lib Dems are working on the £750,000 saving they'll need to make per year if they paint the tower white again, which, as the Leader of the Council said back in 2015 when we announced the deal, it was disgraceful what I'd done, it was shameful, Donna Jones, it should be white, you're selling the council, you're selling the soul to the city, you should keep it white, and if the Lib Dems ever get back in, we are going to paint it white again and have no sponsorship. So have you started working on the £750,000 per year saving that you'll need to make?
Councillor Pitt.
Gosh, there must be an election coming, Lord Mayor. The sponsorship deal that we have at the moment lasts until 2020. There is no plan to make £750,000 of additional savings because there is a plan to secure a sponsor.
Councillors, please. Councillor Scott Peter Harris, please.
Thank you for that, Lord Mayor. Councillor Pitt, I welcome the comment that you are actively looking for a sponsor to plug the £750,000 gap. But Councillor Jones asked if you've identified, if you do not find a sponsor, because that could relatively happen. So have you identified a £750,000 contingency pot if you do not find a sponsor? Are you prepared?
Councillor Pitt.
Councillor Peter Harris, there are an awful lot of things that the Council has in terms of funding every single year, much of it dependent on the total inability of this current government to do any more than a one-year settlement upon it, meaning that we have no certainty over our finances, and therefore it is always the case that the Council plans ahead for any fiscal pressure. But, as I have said, we are seeking a new sponsor.
Okay, so now we're on to question 2. Councillor Bowsher, please, to be answered by Councillor Pitt.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Question 2 standing in my name.
Councillor Pitt.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Councillor Bowsher, the local plan is not 18 months late. The timetable for the local plan is determined by the local development scheme and is currently on track with that timetable. However, it was agreed to allow further consultation with local residents and businesses about emerging schemes, including the future development of Tipner. And as the Conservative councillors will be aware, Lord Mayor, this was agreed at Cabinet in February. Further reports will be considered by Cabinet in due course to continually evaluate the local plan preparation timetable and identify whether it is necessary to extend it by up to 6 months. And I'm delighted that my answer has given so much jollity to the Conservative group.
Councillors, please. Thank you. Councillor Simon Bowsher.
Yes, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Local authorities have to maintain a 5-year land supply with the starting point formula now being set nationally. Areas such as Portsmouth can set a lower target if they have the evidence to show that they cannot meet the figures in full. As Portsmouth does not have a recent plan, does it still have to use the national figure?
Councillor Pitt.
Unfortunately, Councillor Bowsher is not on the planning committee, or he would know that due to updates that we've had from the Assistant Director on this matter, the 5-year land supply issue is not directly related to the plan. The plan still has weight. The MPPF still has weight and actually has overarching weight whether you have a plan or not. The plan still definitely should be referred to in all planning applications until the new one comes into force.
Councillor Bowsher, did you want another supplementary question there?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Local plans must also look forward 15 years, and the evidence behind the current local plan runs until 2036, I believe. That means if the plan is further delayed, so it's not ready for April 2021, then the work on evidence for housing sites will have to start again. Is that correct, Councillor Pitt?
Councillor Pitt.
We don't anticipate that happening, Lord Mayor.
Thrown open to Councillor Donna Jones, please.
Just to clarify, that Councillor Pitt, you are saying to us that the local plan is not delayed, even though since you've been Deputy Leader of the Council, it's been pushed back from the spring of 2019, the autumn of 2019, the spring of 2020, and now I think we're looking at the autumn of 2020. So that will be 4 delays, spring, autumn, and you are clarifying that it is not delayed, when actually it's going to be delayed, probably I estimate by over 2 years by the time it goes out of public inquiry.
Councillor Pitt.
Lord Mayor, since the specific question says why is the local plan update 18 months too late, 18 months ago Councillor Jones was the Cabinet Member for Pred, so perhaps she may have more of an idea about why it's late than I have. However, the current timetable, as I said, was adjusted because of Tipner. It's a very large development. It's important that we do extensive consultation around it, and that was why the plan was changed, the time frame was changed, and that was done at a Cabinet meeting in February this year.
Point of order. 1 second, I can only push the button so many times. I'm trying to push as quick as I can with timing. So, point of order, Councillor Jones. Sorry, I've been told I can't take points of orders with questions, Councillor, so only in debate, is that right? Sorry, so, yeah.
An answer, Stuart. Could you give me an answer on that, please? No.
The portfolio holder is entitled to whatever answer they wish to give on a question. It's not for officers to intervene in that.
You did answer it, so I'm going over straight to Councillor Luke Stubbs, please.
Is the Cabinet Member aware that had the local plan been submitted on the original timetable, that it would the Council's housing target could have been based on the old set of figures, not the new one, for a period of 5 years, significantly reducing the level of housing completions required in the city, and that therefore the delays in this plan are going to result directly in further development pressures in Portsmouth?
Councillor Pitt, remember it's question.
There is an element of truth in Councillor Stubbs' statement, and that's why the land supply issue comes into effect on this. However, we are where we are because we've moved as quickly as possible. I would remind the Conservative councillors that we have lost one assistant director, we had an interim, and we've now got a permanent one in place, who I have to say is an exceptional officer, and it's not always possible to move as fast as you would like. However, the primary reason for the delay was to include Tipner.
Councillor, please. Thank you. Councillor Atkins, please. Matthew Atkins, please.
I'd like to ask the Cabinet Member if he expects to meet one of the deadlines he sets for the local plan during his tenure in his portfolio.
Councillor Pitt.
Lord Mayor, could Councillor Atkins repeat the question? The leader spoke to me during that.
Yes, I missed that myself, actually. Councillor Atkins.
I'm going to ask the Cabinet Member if he expected to meet one of the deadlines he sets for the local plan in his tenure as portfolio holder on this issue.
Councillor Pitt.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So now we're going on to question 3. Councillor Stubbs to be answered by Councillor Pitt. Councillor Stubbs, please.
Question 3.
Councillor Pitt.
Oh, okay. The submission was an expression of interest to develop a business case, so the actual bid has not yet been put in. What we put in was an expression of interest. If opposition councillors or spokespeople would like to see that expression of interest, there is absolutely no reason why they can't. Just let me know and I'll make sure that happens.
Councillor Stubbs, did you want a supplementary?
Thank you, and I will accept that offer. I would like to see it. I mean, I've read the prospectus for this, and it stresses quite extensively that what it's looking for a partnership between landowners and businesses and so forth, and it makes reasonably clear. It doesn't say that it's not a rule, but it makes it pretty clear that you're more likely to get a successful bid if there is clear buy-in from other people, other stakeholders, and then includes financial buy-in, so regeneration and so forth. So I really would like to stress how important that is, and can you confirm that there's going to be a proper plan to consult with the relevant businesses to get their support and to get commitments from them?
Councillor Pitt, please.
The answer is yes, Lord Mayor. So just a bit of extra clarification that may help. When we put in the expression of interest, we were successful and are being given money by government in order to explore full bids for both Fratton and for Commercial Road. And obviously, Councillor Stubbs will be aware that we are currently in a JV joint venture with Delancey for the Northern Quarter, so very much we are involved in business, and that will be a wide consultation, and the work is underway on that at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. Councillor Stubbs, did you have another supplementary?
I need to ask, can they have any indications of timescales for when that might happen?
Councillor Pitt to answer.
Not currently, but I'm happy to update Councillor Stubbs and the rest of the council in due course.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. Councillor Claire Udy, please.
As we know that we didn't apply for anything for North End because, as far as I was aware, there was quite heavy shop retention in the North End area at the moment. At the moment, there's been a certain spate of closings of shops, some betting shops that I don't really care about, to be fair, but still the closure of shops, and especially the Sainsbury's, which moved up very quickly as well. And I was up there recently. I know there's historical planning permissions on the cinema that will probably never come to fruition because of the. Sorry, is there any plans for North End? Because they are suffering a little bit right now.
Thank you, Councillor Udy. Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Councillor Udy. There are always plans to look for the correct funding opportunity for the correct place. So we were very clear that Fratton Road and Commercial Road were the best fit for this particular pot of money. However, we are always on the lookout for other bids that may be appropriate elsewhere. We did look at Heritage High Street's expression of interest for Castle Road, for example. We were unsuccessful on this occasion, but the priority is always to look at any money that does become available and which centre it fits the most.
Now we're over to Councillor Donna Jones, please. Councillor Jones.
I wonder if the Cabinet member can advise me on the plans for Fratton Road regeneration, bearing in mind the major asset in that area is the Bridge Centre, and that's owned by ASDA. So can the Cabinet member just give me an idea of what the plan is for Fratton, bearing in mind that's part of the feasibility monies we've had?
Councillor Pitt.
I can't update Councillor Jones on that at this time because the discussions are ongoing, but as I've already said, I'm happy to in due course.
Okay, so now we move on to the next question for Councillor Atkins to be answered by Councillor Pitt. Councillor Atkins, please.
Question 4 in my name. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt.
To be so popular, Lord Mayor. The King George V playing fields are some of the largest and best sports facilities owned by this council. As we know, we have the annual fireworks there, and this year it's hosted South Central Festival. Given how important it is to encourage healthy living and community sport in the city, can you explain the horrendous delay? So the delay is caused by a number of factors that collide, which started under the previous administration, which are no fault of the previous administration. The fire that happened in October 2017, the insurance money came through, but that was not going to be enough all that would do was basically do a patch-up job and get it back into use. We identified extra funding in the capital budget this year, which is an extra £335,000 towards doing a wider project on there to add to the 253k that came from the insurance. But the capital bid stated, if the bid is successful, further detailed feasibility work should determine whether the site will attract match funding from the Football Foundation to improve the facilities to our highest standard, and that was identified as circa a £1 million scheme overall. So the money that's in the capital budget is there, which is the insurance money plus the 335, and we are in ongoing negotiations with the Football Foundation to add to that. Then they've already released a small amount of money to aid us in that work. So there is feasibility work happening right now. The process that started in 2017 is ongoing, and we are looking to develop the pavilion in a specific way that would enable it to service a part life programme if we were able to bring that forward. It's a great opportunity for the city. It does mean a delay, and I do understand that for the clubs that play there, there has been a level of inconvenience and frustration, but to me it makes more sense to hang on to a very significant amount of money that the council's already allocated on the expectation that we have a very real chance of leveraging in significantly more money, which will create a much, much better facility for that site.
Thank you. Did you want a supplementary question, Councillor Atkins?
Could you just clarify a couple of dates for me, please, Cabinet Member? How long has the council had the insurance payer? What date did they receive the insurance money? And what date did it have full funding available to start repairs on the changing facilities?
Councillor Pitt.
As I said, Lord Mayor, there is money there to do a refurbishment and bring the pavilion back into use. So that all of that money has been there available to us since the capital budget was approved. However, that is not necessarily the best outcome for that site. If we are able to leverage in additional money from an outside source, and in this case the Football Foundation, I would hope that the Caution Ward councillors will want to see a really first-class facility on that site, whereas at the moment all we're able to do is rebuild a good quality but fairly standard pavilion.
Councillor Atkins, did you want to ask another supplementary, the final one?
Please, one final supplementary then. Cabinet Member, thank you for that answer. So, given that it's months since the full funding was available and years since the insurance paid out, when do you expect work to actually begin on repairing these changing facilities?
Councillor Pitt.
There is no set date yet, Lord Mayor, because, as I've said, the negotiations with the Football Foundation are ongoing, and the outcome is dependent on the feasibility work that's taking place at the moment, which they are funding. So once that piece of work is finished, we will have a clear idea where we are, and then we can make a firm decision about the pavilion, and I will make sure that the Caution councillors are fully updated and kept up to date with everything that's happening.
Thank you. Now it's open. We've got Councillor Claire Oodie, please. Councillor Oodie.
Does the Cabinet member know if there are any plans to bring back South Central Festival to King George playing fields next year?
Councillor Pitt.
I don't, Lord Mayor, not at the moment.
Okay, so Councillor Lee Mason. Councillor Mason, please.
Thank you very much. Since the Cabinet member has already admitted that he's happy to continue to blight KG5 and the Cosham area by not doing the repair work, on the hope of having a scheme that might go ahead or might not go ahead, and there's very much air in the sky, what does he actually expect to have on the new scheme that would be so much better than the current provision if it was reinstated? And is it really going to be worth us waiting all this time and the whole generations have lost out on being able to use the field for these changes?
There's a couple of questions there, I think. I think you can only answer one if you want to.
Try and wrap them up, Lord Mayor. I don't think whole generations have lost out, Lord Mayor. A generation tends to be significantly more than 2 years. And I've already acknowledged that there is inconvenience to the local clubs. However, and the type of facility we're looking at would potentially provide an additional community space, potentially a retail unit in there to be used as kiosks for communities to use for catering purposes. We could be talking about putting in a sports massage room. There's all sorts of things that could be included, but that's why we need to do the feasibility work now. Once the feasibility work is complete, I will update the Cosham councillors.
Thank you. Councillor Terry Norton, please. Councillor Norton.
Thank you. So the Cabinet member, can the Cabinet member confirm that he is unable to state how many more seasons it will be before football teams get the facilities they deserve at KG5?
Councillor Pitt.
Lord Mayor, as much as the Conservative councillors seem intent on not getting the very best outcome for KG5 facilities, I am. The feasibility work is happening now. I will update the councillors in due course on the outcome of those consultations, and I would expect to have an answer for them in the next few months. But I am not going to spend £558,000 of the council's money when I could have leveraged in money to provide a much better facility for the residents of Cosham and beyond.
Councillor Donna Jones, please. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Bearing in mind the Council's been looking at the Park Life funding project for well over a year now, and in fact I sat in a meeting last week with Adrian Rosier where we went around the city in a map and looked at 4 different sites for Park Life funding. Can the Cabinet member confirm to me if he's working on a plan B to refurbish the changing rooms and get them open for public usage for the people of Cosham and the surrounding area in case his plan A of Park Life doesn't come to fruition, because I've got absolutely no confidence in that at the moment from what I've heard from officers at all.
Councillor Pitt.
Yes, Lord Mayor, that obviously, if the feasibility work comes back, that we are not going to get... I'm sorry, Lord Mayor, but if the councillors wish to ask me a question, they will get the answer that I'm providing. I can't provide the answer that they want me to provide. What I'm saying is that we will do the feasibility work because the Football Foundation has given us the money to do it. When the feasibility work's complete, we will make a decision. And if that means that we use the £558,000 that's already allocated to refurbish the pavilion, that is what we will do. But if it gives us an opportunity to leverage in more money, that is what we will do.
Okay. Councillor Lee Hunt, please.
Would the Cabinet member agree with me that under the last Liberal Democrat administration, the Council, that by taking the route that you are taking with King George V playing fields and the changing rooms there, and by working with the Football Foundation in the same way that we worked with the Football Foundation in Bransbury Park and Berkeley Sports, and indeed British Tennis at Hilsey, delivering the new Hilsey Tennis Centre, and by working with local clubs, Drayton Park, bringing that pavilion back into use and handing it back to them, that millions of pounds have been brought into the city's sports economy and sports facility, that if we hadn't been patient, if we hadn't taken some time to do that, those facilities would not be there now.
Councillor Pitt.
I most certainly do, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hunt, did you want... Sorry, no, sorry, I'm still... Councillor Luke Stubbs, sorry, I do apologise. Councillor Luke Stubbs.
Back after the Wimmering Centre burnt down all those years ago, there were rules on insurance about how you had to spend the money within a certain radius, within a certain time frame. And I think the reason for that was in order that the council didn't have perverse incentives not to look after its buildings. Are there any similar, can the Cabinet member confirm whether there are any similar rules surrounding this site, whether there are any restrictions on how and when the money must be spent by? And if he doesn't know the answer to that offhand, could it be provided?
Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have asked if there was a specific date by which the insurance money had to be allocated, and I am assured that we are not close to being in that position.
Councillor Vernon Jackson, leader, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would the Cabinet member agree with me that as part of the Wave 4 of the FA's potential funding for park life centres, we cannot proceed faster than others who are in Wave 3, and that the option that looks if it's possible for the creation and funding by the Football Foundation of a new third-generation 3G artificial grass pitch, grass football pitches and better change rooms with floodlighting is a real opportunity for the city, and the lack of ambition showed by our Conservative colleagues who just want to recreate what is there at the moment. So is that a real opportunity for the people of the city, and that we should be deeply disappointed that our Conservative colleagues show such complete lack of ambition?
Councillor Pitt, please.
The answer to that is yes, Lord Mayor. But just to add to that, the whole point of the Park Life programme, I'm somewhat disappointed here that sometimes it appears that something is asked because it seems like a good thing to have a go at. But actually, I've been pretty consistent as the Cabinet member in not unnecessarily abandoning schemes that the previous Cabinet member had committed to. The water fountains were actually a really good example of that, because the process had already begun, was already commissioned and was happening, so I allowed it to go through without any interference from me whatsoever, because that just didn't feel like the right thing to do. Similarly with this process started by my predecessor. It was brought to me and I was told it was something that was already partway through a process in being followed, so I've allowed that process to be followed. And as the council leader pointed out just now, that puts us into Wave 4. So that's why we have the feasibility money. I'm not going to preempt that.
Thank you. Councillor Simon Bosher, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. You've sort of given me 3 or 4 questions to ask, but I can only ask one. But certainly on the case of Drayton Park, it started under the Conservative administration with still money from the local councillors up there, Councillor Hunt. We're talking about a development with sports massage and a kiosk and everything else as part of the aspiration that we're actually talking about there, which sounds interesting. Will that actually result in a loss of car parking or green space with this particular development that we're actually talking about, or will it actually be within the same footprint as the original facility there, the pavilion there?
Councillor Pitt.
The pavilion would be relocated approximately where it is now, but obviously it is a different type of facility. It wouldn't result in a net loss of car parking. It could lead to a proposal because these are artificial pitches, so by definition they are artificial, they're not grass. So any decision to look at going forward with Park Life, and this proposal was on the table with the previous Cabinet member, so I'm surprised that Councillor Bosher is not aware, but that KG5 may have an opportunity for us to put 2 artificial pitches on part of the green space that would not impact on any of the current pitches, and obviously that would require planning and consultation with the local councillors, which about 4 or 5 times tonight I have assured them would happen.
Councillor Scott Peter Harris, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, I think. Sorry, Councillor Pitt, I'm going to ask about contingency again. So are you working on a plan B if the Park Life project does not come off, and would you be able to share that with us? Because obviously if it doesn't come off, because obviously you're saying about funding, are you working on that simultaneously now?
Thank you. Councillor Pitt.
asked already and previously answered this evening, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Steve Reams, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Mention has been made of Wave 3 and Wave 4, and if we're in Wave 4, we can't be ahead of Wave 3, I understand. When it is anticipated that Wave 3 will be complete?
Councillor Pitt.
It's a national decision by the Football Association, and since we're not in Wave 3, I haven't asked.
Okay, so we're going on to the next question then. Question 5, Councillor Symes, to be answered by Councillor Pitt. So, Councillor Symes.
Yes. No, sorry, the question, no.
It's Councillor Pitt.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Symes, did you want a supplementary?
Could the Cabinet member then explain to me why I had a meeting with the Director earlier in the year, and when I had asked him to give me some of the answers in writing, because we didn't have time to deal with them during the meeting, he told me he had to get it signed off by the leader. Oh no, can't be signed off by the leader because he's on holiday, but Councillor Pitt has assured me he will do it. So why have the answers to my questions got to be signed off?
Councillor Pitt.
I can assure you, Lord Mayor, that is entirely factually inaccurate. I have not seen nor any knowledge of that. I wouldn't sign off responses from a director. If the Councillor Symes could be specific, I may be able to shed more light on it, but that's not something I have any knowledge of.
Might say it next. Councillor Symes, please.
Are you saying that the officer in question isn't telling the truth?
Councillor Pitt.
I can't comment on that, Lord Mayor, because I haven't spoken to the officer in question. I don't know who it is, and I therefore can make no comments about the veracity of what they may or may not have said.
I think you've got one more go, haven't you, Councillor? No, sorry. Okay then. So, Councillor Atkins, please. Councillor Atkins.
Cabinet, can you just confirm, therefore, finally, that you've never, therefore, asked an officer to require your sign-off for responding to an
Councillor Pitt.
No, Lord Mayor.
Okay, so far we've had 31 minutes, and we're going on to the next question, which is, what is this? Oh, no, it's this. Question 6, Councillor Peter Harris to answer by Councillor Claire Oudie. Councillor Harris.
Question in my name, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Oudie.
As Councillor Peter Harris will be aware, as Vice Chair, the Licensing Committee were first made aware in March of this year of the ministerial directive for Portsmouth City Council to produce an air quality plan in order to achieve improvements to air quality in the city in the shortest possible time. Since then, the licensing service has had regular updates from the air quality transport team in terms of progress and development of the local air quality local plan. At the Cabinet meeting on the 9th of September, members approved a Class B Clean Air Zone, ZAZ, as it is also known, combined with a number of non-charging measures to ensure compliance by the end of 2022. On October the 3rd, a meeting of the Hackney Carriage/Private Hire Consultative Group took place between the Licensing Committee members and representatives of the Hackney Carriage and Private Hire trade. Transport planning officers leading on Air Quality Local Plan attended this meeting and gave an informative presentation regarding air quality issues in the city and how Portsmouth City Council seeks to make improvements. I will ensure that the licensing manager sends a copy of this presentation to you. Discussions took place between members, trade officers in terms of the potential for reviewing the current policy in respect of the age specifications of licensed vehicles and how a case could be made for government funding, the Clean Air Fund, to help trade to a switch to a cleaner mode of transport. It was agreed at this meeting that a working group would be arranged before the end of October so that the trade could put forward their ideas and suggestions for what initiatives would be the most beneficial to facilitate the switch to cleaner licensed vehicles. It was also agreed that a report would be prepared by officers for the pending meeting of the Licensing Committee on Friday the 25th of October. This report is intended to set out how the air quality local plan will affect the private hire and Hackney carriage trade and will also seek approval for officers to draft proposed changes to the current policy, to report on the views of the Hackney carriage and private hire trade, and to include reference to incentives that could be met from the Clean Air Fund for consideration by a committee at a future hearing.
Councillor Harris, did you want to do a supplementary there at all, sir?
Absolutely, Lord Mayor, thank you. In relation to a clean air zone, can the Chair of Licensing update the Council to how many private hire taxis and hackney carriages are going to be potentially non-compliant under the introduction of a clean air zone B within the city, and if she has discussed any possible phased introductions for certain vehicles?
You, Councillor. Councillor Rudy, please.
No, get my little... so I can tell you. At the moment, total petrol vehicles registered after the 1st of January 2006 make up 91% of the current taxi fleet of both hackney carriage and private hire fleet, and hybrid LPG or electrics take up 5%. I don't know what the 4 is. No, take up 4%, and there's a 5. I'm very confused over what that pie graph is. The total number of Euro 6 compliant and non-compliant diesel vehicles. So diesel vehicles registered before the 1st of September 2015, which would make them non-Euro 6 compliant, is going to be 489 vehicles, and the diesel vehicles registered after the 1st of September, which are Euro 6 compliant, are 615, which would make it just over half at the moment. And the percentage of that's the same one, isn't it? She's done. Sorry. She's put it in percentages, 46 and 44. It's very confusing. What was the second half of your question? Sorry, Councillor Peter Harris.
Right, this is a supplementary one.
It's asking for this to repeat the second part.
Sorry.
Yeah, the clarified second part.
Sorry.
I want my second question, Lord Mayor.
Yeah, of course. I wouldn't take that away from you, Councillor.
Thank you very much. She'll take a lot of other things, I'm sure. If she has discussed any possible phased introduction for certain vehicles.
Hold on a second, I haven't pushed the button, Councillor.
As far as I know, we haven't, and hopefully that will be discussed in full at the next licensing meeting.
Councillor Gerald, oh sorry, yes, of course, yes, after I said that, yep, okay. Councillor Peter Harris, I'm using the wheel to live here, sorry.
Yeah. You're not the only one, Lord Mayor. With the Chair of Licensing explaining if there's any mechanism to be placed within the clean air zone to combat cross-border hiring for the revision of the licensing policy, and does the Chair of Licensing believe that cross-border hiring is a good thing?
Okay, Councillor Carudi.
It's a loaded question, thank you very much. I don't think there's anything in place to combat the cross-border, because it's a national thing in the clean air zone, so it would be up to the government to use their fancy cameras like they do in London, I think. That's pretty much how they were thinking. There's a lot of contention over the cross-border hiring under the Deregulation Act. I think it's a good thing under the fact that it opens up the market for more people to come and drive in the city. But as you can see from local drivers who have had their livelihoods in the city, it has impacted quite a lot of those as well.
Thank you very much. Just to let you know, 37 minutes we've had so far. Next one, Councillor Vernon Jackson, please. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. I wonder if the Chair would agree with me that the feedback from the meeting on, in terms of private hire vehicles was particularly interesting, that their expectation was that by the time this comes in 2021, almost all private hire vehicles would be compliant just in the normal turnover of vehicles.
Councillor Rudy, please. Thank you.
As the way the policy goes, it looked like by the consensus of the taxi reps that were there that the majority of vehicles should have already been compliant by the time the clean air zone comes in.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tom Coles, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Following the consultative meeting with the taxi trade, could the Chair of Licensing please give an update regarding private hire livery?
Councillor Rudy.
We've had many discussions about livery. That was the first thing that I was told about properly when I became chair of licensing. We had the Uber representatives making almost a legal challenge on whether they could have company livery, because they argue in today's gig economy that they could work for different companies. In the morning they could get their phone out and work for Uber, and in the afternoon they could work for the other companies that I do not know the names of, because I only use Uber, Citywide or Aqua mainly. Whilst Aqua seemed like they were very keen to have company livery on their cars. Another argument is the stickers on their cars, and the fact that a lot of antisocial behaviour and break-ins have happened because the cars, you can't take the livery off when you stop driving, and there's a lot of contention around that, and we're going to have a very full discussion at our next licensing meeting, and also we can start with legal advice on whether the company livery on its own is allowed on the cars or not. Is that a good enough answer to anything else?
Okay, Councillor Lee Mason.
Does the chair agree with me that her recollection of the meeting and that of the leaders is very different to mine, and may have had the benefit of rose-tinted glasses? The trade were not happy about it. I had to answer some of the questions which for some reason officers weren't able to on charging sites and charging costs. I did start with, would she agree with me? And you have to pick out for the bit of the at the start. And also the great dismay over cross-border hiring, due to the fact that we have very high standards that we've procured over time of CCTV and other benefits. And we had one of our largest operators in the city actually threatening to recommend all his drivers transfer to Havant, where it's cheaper, easier, they don't have so many constraints. So I think they'll be quite dismayed that you think cross-border hiring is a great thing.
Okay, Councillor Udy, please.
Thank you for twisting my words there. There are benefits of both the Deregulation Act and the fact that it impacts local workers. Portsmouth City Council have incredibly high standards that we love to uphold here within the licensing service, and I'm very proud of that fact. Unfortunately, the other councils in different areas, you can have a penny farthing as a tax in the Isle of Wight, as far as I'm aware. And in other, I think they were saying Birmingham or Nottingham, you could literally, there was no regulation on how old the vehicles are. I'm very proud of how much we uphold our vehicles, and we're going to go forward. If we implement the changes, especially on the clean air zone, we'll have some of the best vehicles in the country.
4 minutes. Councillor Luke Stubbs.
So the council sets or has to approve rates for hackney carriages. If this clean air zone comes in, what response would you make to that? Would you propose to either increase rates for passengers, or should taxi drivers accept a lower standard of living?
Councillor Udy.
I would say that the majority, if not all of the vehicles, would be compliant, so there would be no charge on the hackney carriage vehicles at the time. And even if it was, we consult the hackney carriage drivers on whether they would like a raise, and we'll make details and everything else accordingly.
Councillor Simon Bowsher, please. Councillor Bowsher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Going back to the subject of cross-border hire, I was touched concerned to hear that you're quite happy with more cars in the city. Now, clearly, if you look at it through our licensing, the cars are actually registered in licensing, so therefore you can use number plate recognition to actually identify those vehicles that are taxis and therefore would potentially be chargeable as part of the scheme. What conversations have there been between yourself or your officers with those firms that are registered outside of the city and therefore would not be identifiable as taxis when they actually come into a clean air zone because they wouldn't be identified?
Councillor Udy, please.
I'm not versed in the knowledge, but I can refer you to Nikki for that. But I would only assume if it's a national licence plate recognition, and we can share information between licence authorities maybe, but I'll get Nikki to come back to you on that.
Councillor Atkins, please.
Can I just ask the Chair of Licensing, how many all-electric taxis are currently registered in the city, and what would the likely cost be, both financial and environmental, in replacing the rest of the fleet with all-electric taxis?
Councillor Udy, please.
I'll refer to Nikki to give you an exact number of electric vehicles, but at the moment, as we're moving towards more hybrid taxis and electric, and the cost is still quite significant. But we're working on it, and you can also apply to the fund. If Councillor Pater Harris wants to come in with an exact number, he's more than welcome.
Sorry.
If I may, Lord Mayor, if I may, at the moment, Chair, I think it's one. All electric.
Do you know hybrid?
Okay. Right. Okay. So
There you go.
I've got 22 seconds. So I mean, I can't do any questions in 30 seconds, can I? 30 seconds.
Can I just say congratulations to Councillor Ferret on his ascension to the licensing team for the rest of his term. Thanks.
Okay. So I'm going to. Yeah. No. That's it, isn't it? 20 seconds. I mean, it's ridiculous. 20 seconds, members. I'm sure I haven't done too bad, have I? Sorry, Councillor Weens. Written report. Sorry. Thank you very much, Councillor. Yes. Very quickly.
Lord Mayor, just a quick point of order at the end. Colleagues will know Jenny Edwards, who is my PA and also is Donna's PA. People may be pleased to know and hope they'll book their tickets that Jenny will be appearing on the stage of the King's Theatre next week, where she will be doing part of Jesus Christ Superstar, and I presume all members of the Council will be attending to watch.
Thank you for that. Members, just to remind you all that written responses from the Cabinet members there will be given to you in the usual ways. Thank you so much, members, for today. I appreciate it's been a long day. Thank you so much. Goodbye.